Of like, we sometimes overthink what's valuable, we overprocess, we overthink, oh, what about this post? Maybe this isn't valuable.
If you're trying to strive for the perfect post, it's then going to become a bit of a time drain and it's become extra stress.
How do you, is it just like relying on motivation?
Yeah, I mean, if I don't get it done, nobody else is going to get it done. That's a pretty strong motivation.
Sometimes it's not worth the headache. A lot of people were saying AI is going to take our jobs.
People will still buy from people. People will still want to learn from people.
I think for me, the people who are going to stand apart are the ones who are going to use it to accelerate what they're doing and not replace them.
Believe in yourself more.
Thank you for your time, Dan.
Thank you.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode. Today we're going to be talking to Dan, who's a social media consultant. And so Dan, just before we start, I mean, do you do just management? Do you help people with content? Like, let's just paint that picture for people who are maybe interested.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me on this afternoon. Well, I am a social media trainer, social media manager, originally from Devon, now based in Bournemouth. And I work with service-based business owners, so local business owners that need more local clients. So the service is basically helping business owners. So that's through social media training, one-to-one, or maybe in a group setting to help them do it better for themselves. More specifically, that could be help with Facebook, advertising training, the basics of Instagram, or maybe improving their LinkedIn profile as well. So there's that side of it. The other side of it is more for the established businesses that have been in business for some time, that need a presence because they just don't have, they've already got the customers, they're already really busy. And I help save them time by doing the social media management for them. So for example, doing LinkedIn posts on a weekly basis, sort of like on a monthly retainer, coming up with different ideas for content for them through that as well, and just giving them a fresh start to social media, really.
What do you think people either get wrong in marketing right now, or like what are the missed opportunities, would you say, as a whole, in marketing at the moment, either specifically on social media or actually wider spread in more traditional marketing space, would you say?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my bread and butter is the social media marketing side of things. And I think the big thing for me at the moment, and this has been the case for the last sort of 9 years of doing this, is that there's so much noise out there and so much overwhelm for business owners that it can be a real struggle. And I'm not talking about the people that have got big teams or in-house marketing departments. I'm talking about the people running businesses on their own. They've got a solid business and they've got something that people want, but they're frustrated because they don't know what to do in terms of social, and they have so much conflicting bits of advice from people out there, and maybe they watch some videos on YouTube and that advice isn't really tailored to their business. Maybe it's more for creators or influencers, for example, and they get lost in all this noise. And rather than just really nailing and focusing on one platform that could really help their business grow, they then spread themselves too thinly, and they're trying to do a bit of this, they're trying to do a bit of that because they've heard their friends say they need to be doing this, they need to be doing that, when ultimately, they've got a business to run. They haven't got all the time to do that. So that is what a lot of the service has been over the last 9 years, is working with those people that maybe haven't grown up with social media. And that's truly my passion, to sort of empower them to use it for their businesses. And sometimes, they're a little bit nervous, they've got technophobia, and they're scared to. And I think you said about missed opportunities. I think when you take a step back and look at things, like let's rewind the clock, maybe I'm thinking about times here, 20 years ago, maybe. I think I'm looking at, yeah, maybe a little bit more, but you've got a chance to be in front of a camera and speak to your audience all across the world, or all across the country, or whatever the context may be. And that's not an opportunity you had all that time ago. And this is, obviously the way we are now with smartphones and social media. We're so used to it, so embedded into our day-to-day culture, that it's quite interesting to just take a little bit of a step back and realize the opportunity you've got there to build that emotional connection with people that are following you as well. And I've seen it time and time again. I'm talking about like supplement shops and fitness shops back in Torbay, just doing simple videos, and that's just a great way to get yourself out there, get people to know, like, and trust you, really.
You mentioned that you mainly focus on one platform, right? And I think that's a misconception sometimes, because I think people, when they work with me or when we work with you, etc., maybe we look at like, let's dominate across all of the platforms because we have a larger reach, we can reuse our content, etc. But I guess on the other side of that, what would you say is the pro to just focusing on one platform? Is it that you can reduce overwhelm for your client, perhaps? Is it kind of one of those things that some people say, like, you start on one, then you build to two, then you build to three? Are you, because the counter argument would be like, are we putting all of our eggs in one basket, right? And are we concerned, like, let's for example, if you're business to business, which a lot of my audience is, okay, then you should just solely focus on creating LinkedIn content, right? I mean, is that the case, would you say?
I think it's different for each business owner in terms of where they're at in their journey. So if you're starting out, I think, like you said, it's good, as we both agree on, it's good to focus on one platform and then you can move on to another. It just depends the resource that you've got, the budget that you've got, time that you've got as well. So if you really, like you mentioned, obviously the example of business owners really focused on LinkedIn, focused on the content, you've got a strategy for direct messaging, you're not just spray and pray, hoping for the best, you've got time, and you can build a tailored, solid audience of people that actually need your service. Then it just gives you that clear focus. Some people have got a better aptitude or sort of natural flair for it anyway, really. So maybe using LinkedIn and maybe Facebook, and in some cases, with LinkedIn and using the Facebook personal profile in professional mode, like a lot of people do, you can then repurpose some content as well, because some of that content can be suitable for both, but each platform has its own quirks. So I think, yes, if you're starting out, then starting on one platform and really focusing on getting that right, getting the right audience, getting the right content, not overcomplicating things. That's a big thing, really. So yeah.
I think there's I guess, a question on volume. Like, that was gonna be my next question in respect to, like, there is a nature to social media where you have to do a level of volume, especially at the start, to be able to gain enough data to understand what works and what people resonate with and what people really enjoy. But, personally, just for the audience's sake, and maybe your case as well, I've been very fortunate where my new marketing strategy of saying yes and, so this is a very volume dominated approach, with, because value is subjective, so I always try to add value in content, of course, but for me, I've been a very, very focused on daily output as the metric, and then overall arching numbers in regards to views, watch times, growth, etc., for that window of time across a month, for example. And I think if I'll put on the screen if I get it wrong, but I think it's around 200k at the moment per month that we're hitting across 5 platforms. Of course, that will change by the time this comes out, but the time of recording, it's around there. And I think when I talk about those big numbers, I think people find them very intimidating, and they can find that maybe it is because of, like, the volume, or it's because, like, I'm very seasoned in knowing how to create content in volume but also high value. What advice would you give to someone who's maybe looking at that approach, I mean, firstly, would you agree with that approach, number one? Number two, what advice would you give to someone who is maybe looking at what I'm doing and seeing success in, and maybe wants to emulate it as a whole, from a volume perspective, from a distribution perspective, and I guess in some ways, how do we check in with, is that in line with making our boat go faster, but also, are we overwhelming ourselves as a creator?
Yeah, sure. I think at the end of the day, like you said, volume is important. I mean, that's certainly what I'm focusing on, and how we connected through the Facebook personal profile that I've switched into professional mode, like most people do, because my audience is getting bigger and bigger. I'm just keeping it simple, getting people into a Facebook group, and it just becomes a numbers game, really, essentially. But having said that, like, obviously this opportunity came up a few weeks ago to speak to you. I've had other opportunities that have come up as well from just having those sheer numbers on, Facebook professional profile is my biggest audience, if you like. So there's a lot of scope for that, really. And
Do you think it's a level of, like, we we, as in the royal we, as in everyone maybe listening or us, we sometimes overthink what's valuable. We overprocess, we overthink, oh, what about this post, right? What about this? Oh, maybe this isn't valuable. Because when I kind of, it's not that I'm not having a threshold of what's worthy, but I'm letting the audience tell me what's valuable in regards to their views, in regards to their likes, in regards to their numbers, in regards to their comments, etc. Do you think that's like one of the things that people need to get into the habit of doing? Because I think sometimes we get so close to perfectionism that we don't actually execute on all the ideas that we maybe have as business owners for great marketing or great social media.
Yeah, I mean, working like one to one with a lot of clients, talking service based business owners, and it sometimes it's a case of getting over yourself and just posting things. Sometimes things will flop, sometimes things will take off in terms of your post, and you'll be surprised by it. Really, and you can only learn by experimenting as well, really. And in terms of business, I'm guilty sometimes of in my early stages of overthinking things and not executing. Whereas actually, if you execute, then you learn more as you go along. And I think that there's no such. I think if you're trying to strive for the perfect post, and I'm not talking so much from a creator perspective, or I'm talking more from a business owner perspective, looking to generate more local clients, for example. That you just it's then going to become a bit of a time drain, and it's become extra stress rather than. And this is the importance of having like your content pillars in place, so you know what you're posting about, and you're just keeping it simple. It doesn't have to be anything earth shattering. You've got your content pillars in place, you know what your themes are, you know what your topics are, you can brainstorm your ideas, and you can have a bit of fun with it. And it's just always key. That's why I'm so passionate about content marketing. It's always just so key to have your audience in mind. I think, are you speaking directly to your audience? Or are you just trying to speak to everybody, or speak quite broadly, and then missing the mark with everyone, really?
Yeah, I mean, as a whole, I think, like, especially when we start out, we maybe worry about, as I say, like getting into that. What if people don't like the post, or what if like people don't like me, or etc. And we lean into that kind of like, oh, I'm gonna sound stupid on camera, or like, oh my god, I'm talking on my phone, what a weirdo, that kind of thing. I mean, it's a similar feeling to I think when we start networking, and I did want to touch on it a little bit with networking. I mean, personally, I've stepped away from networking, like the traditional sense of going to a room, about a year and a half ago. But the reason for that is, like, for me, like, it's just a scale thing, right? I'm at a stage where I'm very fortunate, where I've got a good number of clients, and whenever I do my marketing, I need it to be efficient and also scalable. So, and there could be arguments, and there is arguments, I'm sure, to say, well, actually, no, that's the time when you should be doubled down onto networking and etc. and etc. But for those people who are maybe starting out and really focusing on like maybe they're in the first year, right? What would you say like they should do if they're nervous about being on camera, they're nervous about going to a networking event, or they're nervous about speaking in front of a room, or those I think pillars of any business to build, right? Because I think when I talk about networking now, it's from the context of I'm nearly a 10-year-old business, and in my first 5 years, I heavily, heavily, heavily networked. So I'm leaning on that network now. It's not that it's not valuable. It's kind of the season I was in business for me personally. I mean, just to reiterate the question, I mean, how did you personally, when you started networking, like tackle those fears and those challenges and those concerns around like, oh my god, I've got to talk to people who I don't know. Oh my god, I've got to potentially like introduce myself like in a network in 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, I started doing it back in 2015, and I wasn't actually, my business started in 2016, but I started writing a blog about social media, how it impacts businesses in the Torbay area. And they had Torbay hour meetings in the local area, and there was, guys that were running marketing agencies that were helping people with social media. So I thought, well, that would be good. I just did a Google search and then found it, and I was like, oh, that sounds really cool. Because it's quite a small town, so go along to that and see what happens. And I guess, I'm quite, I'm quite at ease speaking to people that I don't know. I quite enjoy it. But
But sorry to cut you off, but do you think that comes from the experience you've had of nearly doing it for a decade now?
yeah, I think, from like going to university of 20 years ago now or whatever, and getting used to that situation of meeting people, and it's still nerve wracking, particularly like when you introduce yourself on network. And even I did networking this morning online, you still get that little bit of like, oh, you know. And I think in terms of guidance, I think it's just everyone's in the same boat. That's a good way to look at it. And it gives you that, it's character building, and it gives you that extra energy and that motivation. So I went to a networking event in Southbourne here locally in Bournemouth last week. It was last Wednesday morning about 8:30, and it was just a really nice positive start to the day. And particularly if you're working on your business on your own and you're on a laptop, you're on a PC, on your phone, it's just good to get that real connection as well. And it also holds you to account, so that you have to keep your standards high as well, and you're out there sort of like in the real world and learning from people and picking up little bits of advice, little sort of bits of information as well. So and I get that, for some people it can be really overwhelming to go to sort of physical networking. So maybe start with like a smaller group, or something a bit more informal, or online networking as well, just to sort of dip your feet in the water, so to speak, and then learn as you go along.
I remember when I was like really getting into networking, I don't think I ever actually had it, but I know that I know there was a conversation about maybe don't specifically look at the room very tactically, right? So don't look at the room and go, oh, I work with this characteristic of person, so the only people I'm going to talk to is those people. I mean, have you found in your experience that actually the people who give you the most referrals, because that's why we go to networking, right, is to work through the room rather than work directly in the room? Do you find the people who maybe you get the most work from, or potentially get the most referrals from, or goodwill from, aren't who you would necessarily expect?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was an example last October when there was a Bournemouth Business Festival locally. Quite a big event, to be fair, and went along to that, did speed networking. And this is the thing, that day I was going to Alicante, and I had the option of basically getting my flight earlier in the day or later in the day. So I could have started my holiday earlier, basically, but I decided to go. I said, I've got to go to this event. I can't miss it. I went to the event, made some connections. There was no direct interest in my services on that day, but there were a couple of interesting people I met in speed networking. So I followed up with them. And then, one of them was involved with lead generation, but I wasn't going into that call expecting, oh, she's going to have some clients to refer to me. It was just like, we had a really nice conversation. She was local. Let's just jump on a Zoom call for 20 minutes or so and just carry that conversation on. And sort of this is the thing, when you're not attached like that, I just find that opportunities present themselves. Whereas I was probably guilty of this at the start of, oh, who should I speak to get this? Rather than just going in, being open, this is what I do, this is who I help, what about yourself? And, you sort of go in, sort of a bit of a cliche, but it's very true that you go there to build relationships. And obviously the purpose of all relationships, it's not, you know, take, take, take. Obviously you go to a relationship to give. So that's just the attitude that I have to it now, really. And it often is the case that when you're least expecting it, you have a conversation with someone, you think, oh, this person is not necessarily going to need my services, but they, you never know who they know. And yeah, so it's all about circulating.
I mean, obviously we both work very strongly online, right? And I think, would it be fair to say we're maybe chronically online, right? As in, like, there's not, speaking personally anyway, there's not a day where I'm not connected or not having some level of internet conversation related to something related to work, right? For example, whether that's through my phone or computer or a podcast or whatever. So even when I do meet people in person, it's normally about what we're doing online. And I guess, the question that I was going to kind of lead on to that was like, at what point, and this is maybe a personal question, like, so maybe answer it from your perspective, because I think it will be different for everyone. When do you try and detox? Like, and then how do you go about doing that from a digital detox perspective? Because it's not something I did for the last couple of years, but now I'm like chronically online as much. I'm actually trying to like really focus on having maybe a couple of windows a day, like maybe it's an hour, maybe it's 2 hours of just not being connected to the internet, like mentally, just like obviously my phone is still connected, so right, stuff can happen, but like I'm not actually, my phone's out of the way, my computer's out of the way, I'm not looking at it, thinking about it, how did you do you do that? And if so, like, how did you build that habit?
Well, like yourself, I just became very aware of it a couple of years ago that my whole world was like online, essentially, and it just started to feel really unhealthy. And I think it's a problem that a lot of people encounter and maybe people aren't aware of. So you probably saw, I did a post recently about this July digital detox challenge. It came up, obviously on a Facebook ad, ironically, but fair enough. And I thought, well, let's give this a go. And it's things that I've been putting into practice over the last few years, really. So using the minimalist app on my phone, I pay a fee for that each year, and that helps make my phone become more of a tool, which essentially it is, and look a bit more boring. So it's not got all those shortcuts and visual cues to sort of entice me in. And yeah, I mean, for example, like last night, met my friend, went to the beach, very lucky to sort of live near to the beach. And I just look at that circumstance and it's like, I don't need to be on my phone. Obviously, if a family member calls, the phone is still there. If it's something urgent, somebody will call. And that time is precious because it just gives you that time away. But I think a lot of this comes to building healthier habits. I think people just aren't aware a lot of times that they're doing it they're doing it subconsciously, really, where let's say two friends are at a bar watching the football, one pops off to the bar, the other one's straight on their phone. The friend's only going to be gone for a couple of minutes, but it's just an instinctive all waiting at the bus or whatever. And I'm not saying that's the worst thing in the world, but the thing with it is, obviously we're business owners, we're busy people, we got a lot to process and we got a lot of things we got to think about, and that creativity can come through silence. And certainly for me, like lunch times, dinner times, that's just a time where I'm not on the phone. And I'm not like anyone, I'm no saint or perfect. There might be a time where there's something on YouTube and maybe I'm just listening to it and in the background, but 8 times out of 10, just make that time to not be on it, because it's something I'm very passionate about, because it's just not healthy. And I know it gives us the opportunity to connect with people, like I said, all across the world at all times. And it gives us a chance and more opportunities. But at the same point, you've got to balance that out with you. Well, you need the energy for the next day. If I was on my phone a lot last night, there's no real downtime. So I would highly recommend people to look at this digital detox challenge and just take a step back, because you'll be much better for it.
I think that's an important point, and I would tackle it from a perspective of like, how present are you in the moment, right? And how present are you with your parent? How present are you with your partner? How present are you with that friend? How present are you with yourself, right? And I think that's sometimes what we don't look at, right, is sometimes actually, like, as busy people, especially as you get older, you get into a relationship, you want to continue to build your relationship, of course, with your parents, etc., and then maybe you have a friendship circle, you want to be social and so on. We spend all this time, or we spend working, or we spend doing a task or whatever, we spend all this time out, and we don't, I think, well, on average, unless you make a habit of it, to actually spend the time looking in and working on ourselves and etc. And for me, something that I've always had is that's why I do fitness, because it forces me into this point of view where there is no other distractions. Maybe I've got music on, or maybe I'm listening to a podcast or whatever, but from the crux, sometimes I'll just like go on the run, go for the workout, I won't put headphones in, I'm just there with my thoughts, and that's deliberate, because sometimes I'll need to process things, or like I need to just check in with myself and see. But I think it does open up, like, you need to be present. I think you can actually show up better for those other people I was alluding to, if you are willing to allocate that time to have the, alone time with yourself, or etc. And sometimes for some people that can be really hard, but something that I did want to ask you about is, obviously we both work online, we both work on social media, and these platforms are designed to hook our attention in, right, and for us to consume content. And if you're doing content correctly, you'll know how this works with hooks and call to actions and value adds and, having text on screen and all these like tricks psychologically. How do you, as a social media manager or social media consultant, however you want to think about it, like, go on social media to do a task, whether that's posting or whether that's like market research or equivalent, when you're like consuming that, not be drawn into that content, especially on TikTok, for example?
Yeah, it's super hard. I mean, particularly with Instagram as well, and how the algorithms work. Like it's difficult because you can get sucked into a vortex. But Facebook personal profile, professional mode that I mentioned before, it's hard, and sometimes it's literally just like you just have to snap out of it. And also from a digital wellness point of view as well, looking at my feed and once again seeing, is this actually helping my state of mind? I use, like, for clients, I use Buffer, for example, so that's like a nice clean environment. So I'm there for the purpose of, I've got Canva open, scheduling posts, and there's no distractions, and that's great. And obviously Meta Business Suite as well for other clients, that's useful, so that I'm just in that content management mode rather than that. But like you said about market research or whatever it may be, I might have had a conversation with someone on LinkedIn, think, I need to follow up with them, and then posts come along, and
LinkedIn's got you now.
yeah, it's got me. So you just get sucked. So it is hard because as much as you can have all these tools, we're only human, and obviously, no, we both know how it works. So it's just a case of being aware. I know I haven't really got like a more refined answer than that, but it's just a case of putting yourself back into the room, as they say.
I think to an extent how I look at it anyway is I could potentially see it as a reward engine. Like, I don't actually, to be honest, I don't really consume on TikTok or socials anymore. Not really. Like, I'm a big YouTube watcher, sure, but that's when I'm trying to actually do research or trying to learn or equivalent, right? But like, outside of that, I don't really consume content, and that's just because I've trained my mind not to go down that rabbit hole. But when I did, I would always do it in a respect of, like, if you do X task, then you can spend 20 minutes on TikTok. Like, completely cool, completely fair, scroll through your heart's content, And I think, I mean, to an extent, that kind of, in some ways, that leans into my next question, which is going to be around, like, what lessons have you learned from, like, growing a business, or what lessons have you learned as a whole, like, in your business journey? But I think for me, just before I pass back to you, I think using that reward pathway and using that, like, you do a thing, then you get a reward, I think is really key, because it allows you to still have the things you enjoy, but it also allows you to not feel then guilty about enjoying those things because you've tied it to an outcome, right? So, I need to get this work done for a client. Okay, cool. When the work is done for a client, I can then do the thing I enjoy. But just to reiterate, what lessons specifically have you learned? What specific lessons have you kind of taken from? So maybe like the last 5 years, perhaps, or maybe the last year.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's lots of lessons. I mean, a big thing for me has been personal development, knowing that I am my business, I run my business, and the more I invest in myself, the more I'll get back from my business because I'm a stronger person. And I definitely think, particularly over the last, I'd say, like 2 years, I've been much more focused on tapping into, like, the local business community as well, and not feeling so alone, and joining the online networking groups like Latte and Live, Oni, Entrepreneur Circle. You can just be with people in the same boat as well, and I really appreciate those opportunities to connect with people, and because it's very easy to just sort of be in that solo mode and kind of you know isolated in that sense. So that's a big thing. And I think as well, kind of give it, not being afraid to fail as well and learning from failures. That's obviously a big pressure, but certainly the more you fail, the more you learn. That's one of the big things I've learned as well. And not also, I think it's probably a thing that a lot of people can relate with, not being your harshest critic, as much as I am a lot of times my own harshest critic, because I want to keep doing better and everything. Giving yourself some slack as well.
I think there's a difference to, like, when you, so for example, every single client shoot I've ever had, I've always done a debrief afterwards. And the point of that debrief isn't for me to beat myself up on what I didn't do well. It's to say, sick, you did it. Client seems to be happy. Things seem to be going well. Cool. But what if we could make it better? Right? And I think for me, those debriefs allow me to make those 1% improvements so that by the end of the year, I'm 37 times better at my craft than I was a year ago. And it kind of, to an extent, leans into maybe what you touched on a little bit about the networking thing and, like, building those longer term connections. But what role would you say that community it's kind of a buzzword now, but like community as a whole, or having a community of business owners around you, whether that's digitally interacting with content and you're both kind of both interacting with content, or physically at a networking group, or maybe like check-in circles, or etc. However you want to do it, or accountability partners, so on, so on. There's loads of ways to do it. What role would you say those that community element actually has for your business, but in general as a business owner?
I mean, one of my values, is tied in with community as well, because I've been involved with lots of communities in the past. I was involved with a YouTube channel, Elite FPL. That was a big part of that channel, was, and still is, being part of a community, a sort of online worldwide community that are passionate about fantasy football. And then, being part of these networking groups, like Latte Live that I mentioned before, Oni, Entrepreneur Circle, and the local business events as well. I'm a used Patch, which is a local workspace in Bournemouth. So once again, without wanting to spout out another cliche, you're not on the journey on your own, and you've got other people to bounce ideas off. You can learn different things from different people, even from their challenges, which they might have a different business to you, but then you can relate it back to your own business as well. And it's definitely the thing of keeping you to account and helping you kind of keep on progress as well with your peers, if you like, really, so that you're not kind of snacking behind as well. And I think as well, mentioned it before, like when you asked about people that are new to networking, certainly confidence building. When I, once again, a few years ago, started to go to more local events in Bournemouth because I wanted to get more known in the local area. I was quite nervous rocking up to these big events, and that has lessened, and I've actually started to embrace and look forward to it as time has gone on. So it's been quite, confidence building as well.
Mm. I think I think sometimes when we look at business owners, or we look at maybe someone's social media, it's very highlight orientated, so that can naturally like build your confidence, but also it can go the other way. I think sometimes where people often wonder, or often worry about, like, what if they're not doing well, right? And I think something that I'm very proud of is actually whenever things aren't doing well, I've taken 100% accountability for that, but also number two, I've also like be willing to be open and share it. And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm potentially, from people who watch my content consistently, they tell me like, you're a human, right? So like, it's not like this, like, oh, things are going super well and etc. And I hope it makes me perceived, or makes me believe, that I'm more humble than maybe others. But it kind of does link into my next question, which was going to be around, obviously business doesn't always go well for whatever reason. I mean, do you have a specific either set of challenges, or like a larger set of challenges that you're willing to share, that also like how you then overcame those challenges, more importantly? Because I think sometimes it's important for us to share a level of vulnerability there, but also share to the point where like actually it can be a tool to show like, no, don't go down there because there's a bear there, for example, right? I mean, have you had any challenges like that you're willing to share, and how you then fix them?
Yeah, massively. I mean, it's constantly every day's a school day, as they say, and you're constantly learning. So, I mean, there've been challenges before where I started out just working with solopreneurs, working just with a couple of businesses, and then end up working with lots of businesses all at once, and having to put all the sort of foundations in place to do that, and not always getting it right, and making things that I regret, things that I wish I'd done differently. But making that transition hasn't always been easy. I'm talking about sort of organization and things like that, and running things smoothly, and you don't know what you know till you know it, as they say. So once you go from, I had a period where I was just, running a few social media accounts, doing some training here and there, to then running social media training for big groups, 20, 30 people every day, and just feeling overwhelmed at the time, really. And because I didn't have the infrastructure in place in terms of like the admin, all the tech side, really. And, you are learning the hard way, really. But I think once you move past that and invest in your business more, like invested in business mentorship and training, and then the thing is, once you've had that experience and things haven't necessarily gone always how you'd like them to go, and then you do training and it goes really well, you get really good feedback, and you think, oh, actually, I've learned from that experience. I now moved on. I'm a stronger person for it, and you sort of feel confident in yourself again.
I think it's like there is probably a psychological term something on the lines of the survivor. It's not survivor bias. There's something else there, but it's basically the crux of it is things happened to me. I survived it, so it gives then a knock-on effect to my confidence because I know I can survive that again if it was to happen again. And I think for me, as someone who's been, could say in some ways turbulent, had business turbulence, etc. Like, and I'm sure everyone has within reason. I think it's one of those things where, to an extent, you have to lean into what you knew worked previously, but also be trusting in the self that you'll figure it out. And sometimes there's challenges in business. Sometimes there's challenges with retainer clients, there's challenges with project clients, there's challenges as a whole. And I think it's about how you approach when things aren't going as well as you would like them to, is what really will stand you apart. Firstly, from your client perception point of view, but also from a marketing point of view. And I think it comes from you. And I think especially is like whether you have a team or whether you're the leader or whether it's just you plus freelancers or just you, I think it has to, regardless, the inner work has to come from you. I mean, my next question was going to be around like, how do you balance, or how do you lean into motivation? Like, are you strong in discipline in respect to like when times are hard and you know that the thing you have to do is show up and do the work? How do you sort of push through that? Is it just like relying on motivation, or is it just solely down to, because my view's always been like it's solely just down to if you got to get shit done, you just got to push through it with the self-care and understanding that you can give yourself a time when you fix the problem, but there is a level of just you have to be disciplined to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't get it done, nobody else is going to get it done. So I think, and it's all, that's a pretty strong motivation, really. I think when the chips are down, a lot of time that's when I come out fighting in a way, really. And it's just, yeah, it's not always easy. And but I think once again, when you run your own business, you're reliant on yourself, and that is a test of your character anyway, and it helps you grow even more. So I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, it's always been easy, and that there haven't been times that I've hid, for example, when there's been opportunities or there's been networking where I've maybe gone into my shell a little bit. But I think, and this, I don't know how to say this, but like when you have like an employed job, there probably are times where you're working and you sort of what you got to do, and then your neck isn't always on the line. Whereas when you're running your own business, you haven't necessarily got those safety nets in place. I'm not saying that having an employed job is not pressured at all, but
I think it's different, right? And I think even if you have a retainer, and even if you have a pot of money, and even if you've done the financial work and you've done the money management work and etc., you still, from your core, don't like losing a client, right? Personally, I don't. I never like saying goodbye to a client, or deciding to part ways with a client, or a client deciding that as well. And normally, it's a mutual like thing when that happens, right? But I think for me, it comes down to sometimes you've just like you've added the value you can add, and as you do it more, you'll understand that it's just part of the process sometimes, like especially if you're growing yourself, like as your expectations or like etc., like there's only a certain line that you're willing to go, especially if your expectations are rising. And but also it needs to work for both people, and sometimes regardless of like the project or like the client or the retainer or even the job, sometimes it's not worth the headache. And if you're fortunate enough to be in a position where you've got the pot of money, you've done the financial resources, and you've done the financial work to be able to maybe step away and say, actually, no, I don't need to accept that anymore, then great. If you are not in that position, then like I would say work on that to get to that position. But also I think, and I was going to ask you about like what your plans are for maybe like the rest of the year, because we're filming this roughly around the middle of 25, which is weird to say because it just feels like we were in January, but it always seems to be the way. I mean, what do you want ideally, like either for you, or do you think like from a marketing point of view, do you think like is there going to be any like drastic shift, or like is there any opportunities that people who may be listening to this could take advantage of in, say, the next 6 months?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I I do the social media training and management I talked about, and that you touched upon like the community as well, shifting towards like a group membership, a community where I teach business owners in a community and the community work together. So that's something I'm really excited about launching sort of towards the end of the summer. So there's going to be a networking opportunities within that, and different scope for working with like a group together rather than just working with single business owners in isolation, if you like. So I'm looking forward to that as well. I mean, we've not really spoke about AI, but obviously that presents a lot of opportunity. Well, massive opportunities for people that are looking to learn how to use it for their businesses as well. So there's scope for that. And yeah, I mean, talked about the digital well-being side of things as well. That seems to be something that I've seen come up in terms of courses or help for digital well-being as well. So there's different areas, and it's just seeing how viable those areas are and how much support people need, really.
Mm. You mentioned AI. I mean, where do you see it? Because for a long time, a lot of people were saying AI is going to take our jobs. Then it sort of became the person who's utilizing AI is likely going to take your job. Where do you sit on it?
Well, I mean, I think that at the moment, obviously, I use it as a sort of virtual AI assistant, and from like a content marketing perspective, it can give you so many ideas and so much support. But ultimately, still, I've still seen people doing this where the copy is clearly AI generated and it loses the tone. So I think in terms of like from our perspective, people will still need us to help maybe teach them how to use it. And also use it as prompts, use the machine's prompts as well to get content and do it for them. So it's still an amazing tool, really. And yeah, I just think it's very interesting times in terms of the opportunities it presents for particularly content generation for those business owners that don't necessarily have like the tech skills to use editing software to put together really amazing content as well. So yeah, it's exciting times, but I still, taking a step back from that, people will still buy from people. People will still want to learn from people. It's just harnessing those opportunities to do that, really.
Yeah, the analogy that I started using is you need to, with AI, in the same way you would use a knife, you need to sharpen the knife before you use it. And I think the analogy I used that before is it's a tool to be used. You don't need a hammer for everything. You would sometimes use a screwdriver to put up shelves, for example. But I think for me, the people who are going to stand apart are the ones who are going to use it to accelerate what they're doing and not replace them. But I think I think at the moment, especially in corporate, there's a big push towards let's cut costs, let's cut costs, let's cut costs, and it's probably synergized with the maybe the uncertainty, you could say, in the economy. I don't like mentioning it because like for me it's like it's always been there. There's always been a level of uncertainty. There always will be something going on, and I think if you focus on that and you use that as an excuse, you'll never act and you'll never do the things you should be doing to grow your business to then be in a better position. But as a whole, I think there's a culture at the moment, especially in the corporate land or like the larger scale stuff, where people are maybe looking to cut headcounts, where they're like, actually, what can an AI agent do for me? So if you are a solo entrepreneur, maybe working with those businesses or in general yourself, you should be utilizing it and you should be seeing how you can utilize it to make yourself more efficient and more valuable. And then what will end up happening, I think, is actually you'll find you'll get more of the economic reward of that value, in my view. And I think for me, I think that's something which we're not quite there with yet. I think the system, the corporation, the how we outsource, etc., hasn't quite caught up, and we haven't. There's some businesses that are, but the majority, talking broadly, I don't think they figured that out yet. I think they will, given time, but I don't think we're quite there yet, in my view. I mean, for those who are maybe interested, where can people find you? Where's best to connect with you? If they want to look at sort of see your training, they want to see maybe talk to you about running their socials, that kind of thing. Where's best to connect with you?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So, Daniel Ball on LinkedIn, to search me on there. Feel free to connect. Your social media consultant on Facebook and on Instagram as well. So, those are the best places, really, particularly LinkedIn and Facebook are the best places to connect with me. So, say looking for service-based business owners that are on their own, frustrated with social media, need help and support. And I'll be your personal trainer, if you like. I'll give you that tough love and that support that you need, and I'll be there with you every step of the way. And hopefully that wasn't too corny, but would love to connect with more people.
Fantastic. And if you were going to wind the clock back 10 years, maybe 15 years, and you were talking to the Dan who was there, right? The person who maybe hadn't started a business yet, or was in the first couple of years of starting the business, depending on whether you're doing 10 or 15, what would you say to him?
Believe in yourself more.
Thank you for your time, Dan.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
No, you're welcome. And if you did enjoy this piece and you'd like to see more like it, make sure to leave me a comment on what you thought, and of course you can subscribe and etc. and all those lovely YouTube things as well. But thank you ever so much for coming back and joining me, and I'll see you very, very soon. So this feels weird. I'm not used to being this side.
I'm sorry.
You're
sorry.
Fine. You're good.
It does feel weird when you're on the wrong side, doesn't it?
It's like what? Well, hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new podcast today in James's studio. Today I'm going to be with Maddie, talking about her new book, talking about neurodiversity, money, etc. Hi, Maddie. How are you?
Hey, thanks for having me. It's lovely to be here.
It's good, isn't it?
The second time on your podcast.
I know.
Love it.
And you also, while I was setting up, you reminded me that it's been a year since we last spoke.
It's been
and
a
that's
year.
Nuts. That is
we
absolutely...
have spoken a little bit in between then. It's
yes,
not like I've totally ignored you.
Hey, people are busy. It's all good. For people who don't know,
yes.
What do you do?
So I like to call myself a multi-potentialite. So for people who don't...
That's a sentence.
It is, yeah. For people who don't know what that means, it means that I am a jack of all trades, and instead of being master of none, I'm actually quite good at some of them. So I am an ADHD money and business coach. I am a visibility strategist. I'm a speaker. I am a app owner. I'm a wellbeing platform owner. I also am an author of a Amazon best-selling #1 book, Mad About Money. I think that is about it. Oh, mum as well, dog owner, crazy
Wonderful.
person.
Wonderful.
I'm a neurodivergent with every single neurodivergent presentation that there possibly could be available.
It's funny, right? I did a podcast yesterday, and the crux of the conversation afterwards, we ended up talking for an hour afterwards. Cheers, Johnny. Appreciate the conversation. Was basically like everyone's like, oh, you need to niche, right? I wasn't actually going to start here, but as you mentioned it, we'll start here, right?
It's my favourite topic.
Why do we not? Because I've always been in the world of like, I could niche, but I don't want to.
Yep, that's exactly where I am.
Like I could make probably a lot more money if I did, maybe, right? Arguably that's what everyone who's into niching will tell me. But for me, I'm like, yeah, but tell that to wedding videographers during COVID, for example. Right?
Yes, exactly.
How'd that work out?
I'm a big fan of like not putting all your eggs in one basket, but also as a neurodivergent, I need to make sure that my brain is entertained. And if I have to stick and do one thing, I'd get really fucking bored all the time. So I do things in a variety of ways. So the way I describe my business to people is I have an A side and a B side. Like think about like cassette tapes, only your soundtrack. When you are a cassette tape, you have a side and you have another side and you can flip it. So that's basically what I do. I talk about business on one hand and money on the other hand. And in the middle of that, there is also things like well-being, life. Obviously, the neurodiversity stuff is quite big for me. I'm a qualified neurodiversity specialist. And I don't niche by the things I do. I niche by my values. I niche by the things that I talk about. So I talk about basically 4 different things when it comes to my content pillars. I talk about neurodiversity. I talk about life. I talk about money. I talk about business. And it just so happens that I'm also really bloody good at TikTok, social media, all of those kind of things. But they all do fall under the business arm. So, I'm a qualified business strategist. I've been a business mentor coach. I hate the word coach, really. It's more, I do more mentoring. Like, I don't do that whole, like, how does that make you feel type of, like, coachy thing. I do the, like, this is your strategy. This is how you do it. Like, let's talk about ways that we can grow your business, and let's talk about how to get you a plan to grow your business. So it's not your traditional coach. It's kind of more like sounding board, like let's throw stuff around and help you to grow type of situation.
I think there's so much I could go there, but I'll start. I mean, let me ask you this like a very selfishly personal question.
Okay.
Because I'm a dyslexic.
Yes.
Is that why I don't want a niche? Because I think there'll be people watching this who maybe are on the neurodivergent scale.
Yes.
Who are like, I don't get it. Because I can do multiple things, I can spin multiple plates, but like doing one thing consistently, I can't think of anything worse.
So dyslexics need to have their brain stimulated, and doing one thing does not stimulate your brain. So it's the same for most neurodivergent presentations. Like we will want to do things that keep us alive. It's why we do the things that are very much interest-based.
Yeah.
So if I said to you, do you want to be an accountant? You'd probably go, fuck no, that sounds super boring. Like if you said to me, like, do you want to be a videographer? I'd be like, no, because I do not know how to do that. But if I like being a business coach because it gives me the variety of people. So I get the variety of like working with people who have all got like ridiculously different businesses. And most of them are also multi-potentialites. You know, they do lots of different things because they want their brains to be stimulated. So by working with lots of different people who all do different things, who also do different things within their things, I am just constantly like, this is fun.
Yeah.
Like if there's ever a day where I turn up to work and go, oh God, this is ridiculously boring, I think I'm in the wrong job. But I, every single day, love what I do.
I think it's so easy for us to sit here and go, oh, well, we love what we do, etc., right? Because there's that A-Dodge analogy of you find something you love, you'll never work a day in your life. But it's
I work really hard.
But that's what I was going to say. I mean, I think it's one of those things where when you say that, I can tell you haven't done it.
Yes.
Because like the whole bouncing around things and like spinning multiple plates and coming up with new ideas drives my partner mad because I'm constantly coming up, I've got this thing, I've got this idea, oh, what about this, oh, what about this? But that's one of the reasons why I would argue I'm going to be a really good entrepreneur.
Yes.
Because I can constantly adapt. I'm switching from finance head to marketing head to sales head to client delivery head to now doing a podcast, etc., etc.
Exactly. It's nice when you get to do when you get to kind of like build that team and get rid of the things that you don't enjoy as much. So like for me, admin, funnels, anything that is process driven. Yeah. Literally makes me want to die. Sales, marketing, talking, podcasting, video creation, not in front of the camera rather than behind it, because God, no, I would not want to be the other side. But for me, it's all about the people facing, and I love going networking, and I like going to events as long as they're not too big. But that gives me all of the variety, but also it means that I can outsource the things I don't like doing as well.
Yeah. Do you think there's a stage with outsourcing? Because like I've been very open in my content and in marketing. Like 2024, I overspent. I nearly lost the business twice. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm now in a position which is kind of not the opposite, because it's weird to say that, but it's like I'm in a stronger position, but I'm actually doing absolutely everything myself again.
Yes. So I do most things myself. I've got a couple of virtual assistants who are absolutely amazing. Shout out to Kira and Naomi. They're amazing. But yeah, I think one of the things that I did super early on in my business, so like even with my previous business, was that I outsourced the things that I don't enjoy doing first. Yep. Because if you have to do all of those boring tasks, they never get done. And actually, they're quite important tasks, like scheduling emails, paying your invoices, like creating invoices. If I didn't have somebody creating my invoices, I would never make any more. I'd never make any money. And I've just been in a little handover with my 2 virtual assistants, and I realised that I haven't invoiced for like 4 months. And I'm like, oh, I thought my cash flow was a bit down. But it's because I don't have the executive function to actually do that piece of the business. So it's not that I don't think it's important. It's just that my brain goes, no, you don't like me, so I'm not gonna be your friend.
Mm-hmm. Do you think there's it's not even bored. I think it's because I was going to link this into TikTok because I know that's a lot of what you do and a lot of what you teach, and so it'd be wrong of me not to talk about it. But do you think there's a level of people who are concerned about being on video? They're concerned about doing marketing,
absolutely,
especially if they don't know what they're doing, because they're like, what if someone? It's not, from my experience at least. It's what if X person thinks I'm a dick? what if they think da 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 da.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of confidence building that goes on in the background with that, especially when people are new in business, because showing up and doing videos, like, you're going to get your friends judging, you're going to get your parents judging, like, why are you doing this? Why don't you go get a proper job? Like, I see it all the time. And it's a case of just being like, do you know what? This is my business. Nobody else has a say in how I make my money.
I don't even think it's just your business. I think it's your life.
It
right?
is.
One of the things that I remember very early in my entrepreneurial career was entrepreneurship is a lifestyle, not a business. Ooh. Right? It's not, because to me, I have new ideas. I like, again, much to my partner's annoyance at times, I will be working at night. Like, I was answering text messages and emails at 10 o'clock last night. Yeah. Right? But also,
I used to do that.
You know, I have the freedom to actually choose when I work. So it's not like I'm like, I have to do that every day. There'll also be periods in the week or periods in the month where I don't do that. Yes. But when it's push and when there's a lot going on, like today, for example, I was editing all of this morning on some client delivery stuff. Then I came here to do this. And then after this, I'm going to go back and finish client delivery again. Yeah. Right. So there is a lot of stuff going on, but actually I'm aware that I can do that. And I know it's at my pace. And someone who's maybe looking in on it will go, well, that's that's a lot, Colin. Yeah. How do we change our pace? How do we, for us? Not for Colton, not for Maddie. No. For someone listening to this, how do they make sure they know what their pace is?
So I would say you have to really know yourself. You have to know your own boundaries. You have to know your lifestyle and how your business fits in with the way that you run your household, your business, your family, whatever. But also taking into consideration your health, your well-being. There's so many moving parts to like how you actually run your business with an energy perspective. And energy is the key word. Like, if you run your business based on your energy levels and when you are most productive, when you need to. So for example, like, I have my first half an hour of my day is reviewing social media posts for my membership. So I've got this thing where like I do a daily thread where people can come into my membership and they can post their social media post for the day, and I will give them feedback on it. I will tell them how to improve it. I will share it with my audience, and therefore they get visibility, they get feedback, they get accountability. And it's also like the membership, I give like confidence posts and things like that as well. But one of the biggest things for me is in the morning, I am super alert. I know that my brain works really quickly because I've just woken up. So I can bash those post reviews out really quickly. So that works for me. Then I take the kids to school. I come back and I do my coaching. So I'll always put my coaching in between like 9 and 12 o'clock. Then I often skip lunch, which I really shouldn't do, but I do. Don't judge me. I don't get hungry till like 3 o'clock because I'm on ADHD medication. But like I will eat when I get back from the school run usually. I then do some of my more key marketing things. So I'll do my TikToks, my Instagrams. Like I basically create videos. So I will create videos, I'll create static posts. I will post the static posts on LinkedIn and Facebook, and then the video will go to YouTube, to TikTok and to Instagram. And Instagrams, Sometimes LinkedIn, if I'm feeling brave. Depends how brave I am. Because, you know, I am just myself on all platforms. Most of my videos end up being quite sweary, and sometimes people on LinkedIn get a bit hoity-toity about it.
Well, just to stop you there quickly, I mean, that's interesting, because one of the things that people ask me before the show is like, is this a, like, no bars, can you swear kind of thing, right? And the first thing when you sat down was like, is it good to swear? Like, and I've always been in this world of like, is it authentic to you? I've always been that way of thinking, right? Yeah. And I think so many people get hemmed up going, what does X person think? What does Y person think? Exactly. From they're not going to work with me because I swear. They're not going to work with me because they're not going to like me, because actually in a crux, what we're actually going down into the core of is they're not going to like me. It's actually nothing to do with how they're going to work with me. No,
it doesn't.
Maddie's not going to like me because I said the F word.
And if people don't like me because I drop a few F-bombs, then they're probably not people that I want to work with anyway, because the people that know me know that I am very sweary. I never swear at people, I swear in general. My book, I was made to censor out all of my and buggers. Basically.
Oh, that's so sad. What?
But and I'll show you.
But is that because
I ended up having
it's like a sales perception thing?
Well,
or like they just don't want to. Is that like a PR manager like looking to be like, we're not gonna?
No. So I have this is my fuck glossary.
I love the name.
So
for those who are listening on audio, Manny just handed me the book and I'm looking at the fuck glossary. That's utterly hilarious.
And one of the reasons, like, I actually had a big conversation here with. Hang on. Shut that back up there.
There we go.
I had a big conversation with my publisher about the fucks. There were 342 fucks in my book. And they were basically like, we can handle a few fucks, but that's quite a lot. And I said, well, but it's me and it's just how I talk. And I don't want to like completely censor them out. So I don't really want to. And they said, okay, well, let's compromise. Let's just change all of your fucks to like other funny F words. So we've got things like flambunctious, fluffing idiot and stuff like that. Like there's just you know what I'm trying to say, but I don't say it. And then in the back of the book, they're all basically glossarized. If that's even a word.
It is now.
It is now. My glossarized fuck glossary. So I still managed to get all of my fucks into the book, but just in a slightly more comical way, which I think actually gives the book even more charm. So I expect I'll probably do the same with my second book. Technically third.
Okay. I think, and to reiterate for people who are listening, I think it comes from a place of they're not going to like me, right? Yes. Especially on social, right? I think it's they're not going to like me. Oh my God, what are they possibly going to think if I swear? It's the same thing when they put the first video out, burst out, etc. It's a confidence issue.
Yes.
But my counter argument to that, in my view, it's how I run my life, is okay, maybe they're just the wrong people to me.
And I'm very much of the opinion that if you show up authentically online, you show up as the person who you're meant to be, unadulterated, unfiltered, like whatever you need to show up as, the people who will gravitate towards you will be your people. Yeah. And LinkedIn is like, and I do share my videos and I do swear on LinkedIn. People do know that that's for me. The only thing that I do worry about is that our corporate's going to book me to come and speak to their employees if they think that I'm just going to swear all the time.
The answer there, to be honest, is probably some will, some won't. Right?
Yes, exactly.
If that's a big deal for a corporate, then they won't.
Yes.
If they're actually there going, actually, hold on, this could be really helpful because of our scale, because of this, because of that, they're not going to give a shit. They're not.
No, very true. Very true. Yeah.
I mean, talking about authenticity, the counter side of authenticity is the AI boom, right? Mm-hmm. Do you think AI is coming for our jobs? Is the world over? Like, are we all going to be slaves to robots, or like, what's your view on AI?
I can only comment on it from my industry, and I think from a social media perspective, from a business coaching perspective, it's only going to add value because it's. Like, I don't use AI for my content. I do use it for ideas for my content. And, as somebody who's got an ADHD brain, like, there are times where my brain is on fire and I can bash out, like, 50 TikTok videos. Yeah. But then there are other weeks where I'm like, I don't know what to talk about. My brain is broken and I don't know why I'm here. And in those times, AI is a fucking genius because, like, I'm not going to use it to write my written posts. I'm not going to use it to write what I say on TikTok because it's so obvious. To me, anyway, it's really obvious if a coach or somebody who is teaching something has used AI because of the way that they talk. And it's also really scripted. And you can almost tell, like, if you were listening to somebody on a podcast versus them on their social media, how much slower some of the people talk because they're having to really, really, really think about how to do their job. Yeah. And this is not me calling anybody out, but it is quite obvious that some people are writing literally every single one of their posts with AI. If I'm stuck for an idea for a post, I will ask ChatGPT if it can give me some ideas, and then I will look at it, I will close it, I will go away and I'll write about the thing because I know what I'm talking about. And also, the amount of spelling mistakes, because I'm dyslexic as well, like, the amount of spelling mistakes in my posts, people know I'm not using AI to write my posts.
Yeah.
But it's also like yesterday I asked AI to draw me a tattoo. Like I had 3 different tattoo ideas and I wanted to combine them together. Brilliant. You know, we do have to be quite wary of the environmental impacts of asking AI to generate us pictures, etc. However, like, it's really bloody good for things like that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's coming to take our jobs. I think we're more at risk of, in kind of places like the retail sector, of things being run by AI. But people, I think, will always need coaches, because there's only so much that AI can do without, you know, not being a human. I mean, don't get me wrong, like Sparky, who's my chat GPT, like, he's my bestie. Like, there's not much I don't talk to him about. Like, if I've got problems or I've had uncomfortable conversations or I need solutions to things, I'll always go to him. He's not actually a him, really. He's kind of like...
But
he's a non-binary chatbot.
But it's a tool, right? I think that's the key. And the analogy the analogy I started using was, you don't use a hammer to put up a set of shelves. You use a screwdriver.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But now I'm actually using it even more. I'm changing the analogy to be, you sharpen a knife if you want to use it effectively to do a job.
Brilliant.
Right?
Yes.
In the same way, you should utilize AI to allow you to do a job.
Yeah.
Right? Whether that's training, if you want it to write your posts, training it to be you in your tone, to be in your voice.
You can do that, and it is actually very easy. If you've got a lot of written content from previously, if you've got videos, you can feed those into ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Personally, I prefer to actually write my
but that's a
posts
personal
from
choice,
a heart.
right?
It is. But you can use it for literally anything, as long as you make sure that you train it in a way that it takes out, like, no fluff, like cookie cutter solutions, here's the truth, like all of those bullshit ChatGPT type phrases where you think, do you know what, I'm not somebody who would actually say that in real life.
But again, it comes back to the authenticity side.
It does.
Right?
It really
like,
does. Yeah.
I'm like using the no fluff example. No fluff would actually be relevant for me because I try not fuck around when it comes to content.
Well,
right?
I don't do any fluff either. Mine is very, like, I'm very direct. But instead of saying no fluff, I would say I give you direct, actionable advice.
Yeah.
That, and I don't bullshit you. That's not the same. It's the same as saying no fluff without saying no fluff. So as long as you are kind of aware of those ChatGPT type of phrases and you've got your own ways of saying those kind of things, crack on. Like, I think it's great. Where I don't think it's so good is people generating AI pictures of themselves. I'm like, that's not authentic.
It ages you really badly.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't, to be honest, I've got an amazing professional photographer. Like Katie Needle, shout out to you as well. We love Katie. She knows me so well that she can capture my style, the way I am. Like, I used to ask her to, like, chop a few inches off my stomach, but she doesn't do that anymore. Because she's like, Maddie, you've got to be authentic. Fuck. Why is this my brand? But, I love working with her. And, her photos are so good that they could be AI, but they're not. And I think that's where a lot of people are falling down. That, like, you meet people in person and you're like, you don't look like that. Like, it's the same with TikTok filters. Like, I will always use the eyelash filter. That is the only filter I use on TikTok, apart from like green screen or whatever, if I'm going to try and show something. But when people see me in real life, they're not going to go, oh my God, her eyelashes are so fake. Because I wear makeup. But when I'm working at home on my own, I don't wear makeup at all. Like, I am very much like, unless I'm going out in public, I don't put a face on. And even then, it's literally just mascara, maybe a bit of eyeshadow. So,
but again, it's that authenticity point, right?
Yes. You're not going to, like, see me online as having, like, loads of freckles. I mean, I do have loads of freckles because I've been in the sun this week. But, you're not going to see me having, like, loads of pretend freckles or, like,
But I think that can't... I think... I was going to say, I think people who do that, but I think in general, if you do that on your content or you're looking for, like, beautify filters, Apple's known for this, etc. But, like, I think that comes from an insecurity.
Possibly.
I think that comes from, like, it comes from that point I was making earlier, which is about, like, I'm going to put myself out there.
Yes.
Jesus fucking Christ, people are going to not like me.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly.
It's that the tribal mind again going,
yeah.
hold on, Maddie might not actually like me here.
And do you know what it is as well? And this is why, like, it's taken me a really long time to love myself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I don't say that in like a weird self-indulgent way. I say it in a, like, you have to love yourself to be able to show up as much as I do. And it's not from an ego perspective. It's just knowing my own power and knowing that I'm good at what I do. And actually, I don't give a flying fuck what people think about my looks. I get so much hatred online. You know, do you know what? Apparently, having rainbow hair just automatically means you're woke. Like it is a insult. I'm more than happy and privileged and proud to be woke. But it is that. But it's
interesting
that,
jump.
That
All right, fair enough.
But it is that thing. It's like, you know, people see me with my rainbow hair and they're like, lesbian, and I'm like, married to a man, but you know, whatever. I dabbled for a while, but you know, it is that thing.
But people make the assumptions, and then what I don't think, if you have high self, I'm very fortunate. I've been installed into me from a very young age, has been what I believe to be the correct values, right? It's always been, how can I love myself? How can I have self-worth? How can I have self-esteem, etc.? But what that's come from is my mother, and then my reality, right?
Yes.
And then as I went through school, etc., etc., etc. But I think it's, again, that reaction will come from someone who is going to use it as a defense. It's going to sound weird saying that's a defense mechanism for them, but it is, because they're being aggressive, they're being accusatory first, because then Maddie can't like stand there and be herself, and you know that's uncomfortable for some people.
It is, yeah.
But how did you get here? Like the personal story wise, how did you get? Because I think your story is a very interesting one. And I think it's something that people can really relate to, possibly now as well. And that's why I wanted to touch on it. I know we've already kind of done it in length. I'll leave the other episode in the description down below for those who want to go in a bit more depth. But quick synopsis for people who maybe don't know. Yes.
So I grew up with an eating disorder, essentially. My eating disorder developed into problems with money. And by the time I was 21 years old to 23 years old, I was in £40,000 of debt. I struggled really bad with spending addiction. What I didn't know was that I had ADHD and that my brain was constantly lacking in dopamine. So therefore, for me, the two things that really, really mattered to me were food and spending money.
Ching.
Buying stuff, buying food. Which is why I've always been overweight, because I'm like, hey, I'm sad, have a donut. Have 5 donuts. At times that has happened. But for me, it was all about spending money.
Mm-hmm.
So I would buy things like dresses and clothes and bags and shoes, and I'd be the person at the pub like buying my mates like around Jaeger bombs, or I spent and spent and spent. I realised there was a problem when I couldn't afford to pay any of the repayments. It wasn't that I didn't know I had to repay any of them. I just got to the point where like I was just so overwhelmed and I had too much to pay, and I was like, where am I going to get 40 grand from? I'm 23 years old. This is pretty bad. A bailiff showed up at my door, tried to take my car. I packed up my things in the middle of the night. I fled, moved back to Southampton. Went to see Citizens Advice Bureau. They basically said to me, like, it's bankruptcy or, like, you pay it off. Those are your 2 options. Both of those sounded really shit to me, but I took the second one because I'm not a quitter. If I look back at it now, I probably could have gone bankrupt and it would have been great, but then I wouldn't have had my journey.
Would that have been, like, an excuse, an easy way out for you, do you think?
Possibly. And I do like to challenge my brain. So I like to challenge my brain.
Because I think people listening to this will go like, that seems an easier path for me. Let's just reset the clock.
Yeah, and actually for so
Eat the shit for a year.
Yeah, for so many people, bankruptcy is a very valid option. At the time, it filled me with dread and filled me with shame, and it was almost like I was going to be walking around with like a tattoo that said bankrupt on my forehead. It was hard, and as somebody who now has since had a massively catastrophic business failure, which again came with a load of money, shame and guilt and all of those things I had to reevaluate. For me, paying it off seemed like the easier option because it didn't fill me with as much dread and shame. And actually, if I hadn't have paid it off, I wouldn't have learned all of the methods to pay it off to put in my book. So, everything happens for a reason. But I learned to love money.
Was there an issue with like your relationship with money?
Yes.
Do you think? Do you think that's where it get like? Because I hope you don't mind me saying this, but like to get to 40 grand, you've got to really fuck up for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's not like a 3 month, 6 month. This is like years of problems.
I got myself in £40,000 of debt within 2 years.
Yeah.
I spent. I also had a drinking problem. Like I was a high functioning alcoholic. I say high functioning because, I didn't wake up and need a drink, but I needed a drink to be confident. I was using alcohol to mask all of my neurodivergence because I didn't realise that I had ADHD and autism. And I was very awkward in social situations. People, like now, all of my friends are like, you're not awkward in social situations. I'm like, because you met me when I was pissed. Like, all of you have known me as Maddie the social butterfly who likes a drink and is super chatty. But if I didn't have that alcohol, I wouldn't be super chatty. Yeah. So now, when I'm in social situations, I don't know very many people. I'm actually really reserved and really quiet. Put a drink in me. I'm anyone's, but pretty much that was kind of how it was. And now I don't drink anymore. So because I'm more comfortable with who I actually am. So
do you think it came... I hope this isn't too personal, but like it links. Do you think it came from a lack of self-love, self-worth, self-esteem?
Absolutely.
At the core?
Yes.
Because a couple of months ago, I think near a month ago, 2 months ago, Jamie Oliver put out a documentary on Channel 4 all about neurodiversity and dyslexia specifically. And I was gobsmacked by some of as a dyslexic, I was sat here going, how am I not a fucking drug dealer?
I know.
Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, how?
ADHD and dyslexia are so closely linked, and a lot of the presentations kind of overlap each other.
Yeah.
So, dyslexics have a very, very, very tough time, especially in early years when it's not picked up on.
Yeah.
And people just assume that dyslexia is just, they can't read and write. It's so much more than that, and it's quite frustrating. Like, I actually go into quite a lot of detail about like breaking down all of the individual neurodivergent presentations in the book, so you can kind of like learn more about those things.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, we end up with such low self-esteems, but also the lack of dopamine coupled with that often makes people turn to really unhealthy habits like drinking or smoking or drugs or stealing. I would highly suspect that a lot of people in the prison system are neurodivergent.
Yeah.
And it's not because they're bad people, it's because of a combination of things like their upbringing, maybe again from neurodivergent parents who hadn't had any of the help.
Yeah.
It's those dopamine-seeking behaviours which are often really unhealthy. It could be, stealing, drugs, firing a gun. All of those things are like, woohoo, exciting.
I just looked at it from my perspective and went, I don't know how by stroke of luck, but like my dopamine wires are just like make money, create content, do things that are a net positive.
Yeah.
But I've always been very like cautious with like my circle and like what I get into, because I didn't know the like inner workings of my brain necessarily, but from a very young age I knew I had an addictive personality.
Yep, same.
So I was like, shit.
Same, and I ignored it for a very long time.
I was like, hold on, if I get addicted to the wrong shit here, oh boy, right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna nuke my life by accident.
Absolutely, and I have been incredibly close to doing that. So, having that self-realization and like, for me, there have been plenty of things that I have had really unhealthy relationships with, which I have managed to curb now. Like, my only vice now is that I vape. But I was saying to my podcast guest, like, I have no plans to stop vaping at all, because I know that if I didn't have that one tiny thing, when I spiral, and that does happen a lot as a neurodivergent, when I spiral, I would rather turn to a vape than to drink or food or drugs or smoking or like any of those things that in my mind are actually, in the long run, more harmful for me than a couple of puffs on a vape.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I see it. But, you know, lots of people will be like, oh, vaping's really unhealthy. It's like, but I don't do anything else.
It's the
like,
lesser of...
It's the lesser
It's
of
the
lots
lesser of the other evils,
yeah.
right?
And food is really bad. Like, you know, Naomi...
If it's heavily processed food.
Yes, yeah. So Naomi, my weight loss coach, you know, I've been working with her now for about 3 months and I've lost quite a bit of weight, but it's also about the mindset around food.
Yeah.
Which is hard for people who have got ADHD. And I found that since working with her, like, I've cut out processed food, I've cut out chocolate, fizzy drinks, like all of those things that have the chemicals that potentially could give me cancer, I no longer eat. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not going to get cancer because I do vape, but for me, it's like I could constantly and consistently eat really bad food, which I was doing, or in moments of stress, I can have a little puff on my vape. That's it. So...
Again, I think it's about focusing on those lesser of all evils. Like, in an ideal world, like, your stress response would be fitness.
Well,
right?
in an ideal world, but, you know, as a disabled person who has hips that would probably die if I went to the gym, I mean, this is the reason why I'm on my weight loss journey. It's not because I'm fat. I couldn't give a fuck, like, about my weight or about what people think of me. I want to be fitter. I want to be able to go to the gym without, after 10 minutes, wanting to pass out, you know?
I think that's an interesting thing. And, you know, we won't go too much into fitness here because it's not a fitness show. But, like, for me, people are like, why do you stay consistent, like, with fitness? And for me, I'm very aware that, like, my job's very physical.
Yes.
And I'm just simply at the thought of, I want to do this for 50 years.
I want to be able to look after my kids when I'm older, you know? I mean, they're not going to be kids when I'm older. But at the same time, like, you know, I went to a soft play with them at the weekend. And, like... One of my children is very, like, she likes the fact that mummy's an influencer, so she tells everybody. So this lady comes over and she's like clearing the plates and she's like, my mummy's an influencer, and this lady's like, oh, tell me more. So I'm like, oh, it's really embarrassing, but yeah, I do this. And she was like, oh, our area manager, I really want to speak to you. So the area manager comes over and she's like, oh my god, you're an influencer, like, really love you to do some TikTok content for us and blah blah blah. She went and got me some socks. She was like, you have to go in and play. I was like, I can't, it's really embarrassing to say I'm disabled and I actually don't really want to go in and play. So I went in and played for like 10 minutes before I almost died and then went on a very scary slide. I mean, that also rhymes. But I was heavily aware of the fact that I am not fit enough to go and do these kind of things with my kids, and it made me really sad. So that's my kind of motivation behind it.
It's a good motivation to have.
Yeah.
Do you think in business, people, and this is kind of more a mindset thing about, like, they don't start the podcast, they don't start video, they don't start posting, they don't build the momentum, they don't start whatever it is, right? Do they do that from is it just the, what if someone else thinks of me, or is it still a tech issue?
I still think that there's a tech issue there. There's also an overwhelm issue. It's like we're told that we have to do all of the things. We don't have to do all of the things. And people, I think, like, they see me as somebody who is very heavily into visibility. And they're like, Maddie's on every social media platform. She's got her own podcast. She's always on other people's podcasts. She writes books. She does speaking gigs. She's got a radio show. She's got all of these things. I'm manifesting the radio show, by the way.
I'd argue you already got a radio show. You got a podcast.
Yeah,
okay. It's already a radio show.
Yeah, kind of the same. So they see me doing all of those things and they're like, oh my God, that looks fucking exhausting. I don't want to do that. And it's like, because that's my hyper-focus and I love social media and I love visibility and I love doing all of these things, that's why I do all those things. I could still very easily put like 100% of my efforts into one platform and still have very good success with it.
Do you think that people worry about volume?
Yes. One of my biggest questions is how many times a day should I be posting?
And does that matter?
No, I don't think so. Consistency is what matters. So whatever consistency means to you, whether that is once a day, whether that is, you know, posting 3 times a week, whether it's posting 3 times a day.
But for me, I also think it's like, when I have no client work, I can post 6 times a day. When I'm in client delivery mode for half the day, I can only post once or twice a day. So, right, I'm still posting,
but you're not posting as much.
But like when I'm here filming, I'm having to travel, I'm having to do this. I'm not in my office, sat there on the computer. So my posts will be less, right? But that's why I batch content. That's why I
Exactly. Yeah.
But also, I don't sit there and go, oh, I didn't hit 4 posts. Fuck's sake.
But this is the thing. It's not how many times you do it. It's the quality of what you do when you do it.
Yeah, of course.
And it's also like just bearing in mind that output reflects input.
Yeah.
So if you post more, you will more than likely get more clients. If you show up more, you will more than likely make more business, make more money. And if you are posting once a week on one social media platform, you're probably not going to be getting to your ideal clients unless you're out there and you're networking 24/7.
Yeah.
Which, there are other ways of doing it rather than showing up online every single day. But it's the consistency, it's the output, and then you'll see a return on investment based on what you put into that.
But it's also, because I think we're so, and I did a video a couple of weeks ago talking about, like, we're so in the business world, we're so hyperly focused on, I need ROI, I need ROI, I need ROI. And I'm just like, yeah, but you're outputting an amount and your revenue's like driven by 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, whatever it is. So in the nicest way possible, why do you give a shit about ROI? Because clearly it's working.
Absolutely.
Right?
I obviously give a little bit of a, like for example, like I got invited to speak at quite a big event. It was a big investment, like 15 grand. I'm like, ooh, that's a really good opportunity because there's going to be like thousands of people there and it's going to be really great. But then I thought about it. If somebody gave me, and this is again one of my money rules, if somebody gave me 15 grand and said you can spend this on anything, would I spend it on that? And my answer was no. If I had 15 grand to grow my business, I would strategically think about where to put that.
Yeah.
I would probably put some of that on ads. I would probably put some of that on like promoting my book on Amazon, things like that. And I just thought, do you know what? What could 15 grand do for me? I could stand up in front of a room full of people and speak and maybe walk away with 5 clients. Or I can go and put 15 grand on Facebook ads and I can walk away with 70 clients. Which one am I rather going to do? So from that perspective, I look at ROI. However, I also don't look at it at all. So I'm very much a passion, purpose, and kind of pleasure, I guess, type of person. So profit to me, as long as I am paying my bills, I'm living the life that I want to, my staff are getting paid, my bills are getting paid, I couldn't give a flying fuck how much money I make.
Yeah.
Like, and by me having that attitude, but also having very, very low costs, the only things that I really pay for are things like advertising, but I don't do traditional advertising. I mean, when I say advertising, I mean things like I'll go to an expo and I'll have like a stand at an expo, or I will have like something where like, maybe I'll pay for like to hire this podcast studio, for example. So my costs are still fairly low. And in my first year of business, I made 100 grand. But I wasn't focused on making profit. I was focused on making people happy and getting good reviews and showing up as an honest person.
I think that's really key, and I think we don't. And it's not that we don't look at ROI, and every business should look at ROI. They absolutely should, but we don't. What's the ROI on a brand podcast? Arguably, if you look at it, either huge amount, or fuck all.
Yes,
and it's down to how you think about it.
Exactly. So at the moment, my podcast, I think, helps me to grow my social media, which helps me to grow my email list, which helps me to grow my client base. It's not phenomenal. I am not Stephen Bartlett.
But also, do you want to be Stephen Bartlett?
No, not at all. Like, no. I mean, he's a nice enough dude. I've met him. But I wouldn't want to be him. Like, in my mind, like, I think his success has very much changed him. I think I remember him very early on in the days where he was quite humble. Don't feel like that anymore.
But that's what I mean. I think it changed. Like, I think we're in a world now where I have to commit to the decision. Right?
Yes.
So I'm going to make the world's biggest media company. Yeah, but what if tomorrow I don't want to do that?
Yeah, and I want to live my life in a flexible way. As long as I am fulfilling my life's purpose, which is helping people with neurodivergent presentations to live their best life, that's my main game. Like, that is all I want. So, this is why I help people with 3 different areas. It's like life, money, business. Those 3 things are, you know, if you've got those 3 elements nailed, I mean, obviously not everybody's got a business. Some people it will just be life and money. Some people it might just be money and business because they might already have their life sorted. Some people it might be like life and business. Their money's amazing. But they all interlink with each other. And neurodivergent people struggle with all 3 of those things. As a rule, you know, some neurodivergents will probably be flying. I mean, Stephen Bartlett openly says he's got ADHD. But he's somewhere along the line, like massively landed on his feet and has never had to struggle with money because he's always made so much. And therefore, his business has been fine and his life's been fine. Yeah. So if I bumped into him in the street, his ADHD is not the same as my ADHD. And this is a good way to look at it. It's like every single person who is neurodivergent will have something that maybe isn't so great in their lives. And I'm not saying that Stephen Bartlett is perfect. You know, he might, you know, not be in love with somebody, or he might have, you know, problems with relationships, or he might, because he's so busy with his life, maybe he doesn't have friends. I don't know, you know, and I'm not going to judge him for that.
That is, I mean, you know, aware of times I think that's Robert saying, but that is like something that I think people don't talk about enough in business, and like how you maintain a relationship, and it's something that I'm working through the process of now, being nearly 2 years deep into a really healthy relationship that's so really important to both me and my partner.
Yes.
I'm like, yeah, but also my business is really important. So fuck, how do I do that?
Juggling your money, your life, and your business is a really fucking tricky thing to do. It is a spinning triangle that, you know, if you think about a triangle, like if you're spinning it too fast, you're going to poke yourself in the eye, it's going to fucking hurt. Yeah. So, like, you know, you need to be balancing those 3 areas of your life so that they all work in tandem together. And that means, no offense, not working till 9 o'clock, because like I used to have a thing where I'd be like, oh yeah, my cutoff every night's 9 o'clock. Like it was some form of badge of honor. Now it's very, very, very likely that I don't work after 3. Like it has taken me 10 years of running a business to work out what success looks like for me. And success looks like making enough money to enjoy the shit that I do. Yeah. I don't like, and I'm sorry, universe, that I say this out loud, but I don't want to be a millionaire. If I had £1 million or multi-million pounds, my spending addiction would just be 1,000,000 times worse. So like, I don't need that much money. Like I find it hard enough to manage the money that I've actually got. Yeah. You know, but I go on 2 nice holidays a year. I've got a fairly nice car. I mean, it's a Citroen C3 Picasso. It's not a Citroen C3 Aircross. That's the chap. You know, it's nothing exciting, but it's, you know, it's only 5 years old. It's got Apple CarPlay. You know, it's pretty cool. And like somebody the other day, I picked up one of my clients, and they were like, "Oh my god, your car is so nice." And like to them, that was like a really posh car. To me, I'm like, that's not a posh car. Like a posh car is like a Porsche or a Jaguar or like a BMW or whatever.
But I think
it's about perspective.
Yeah, it's perspective and the stage you're in, and that's what I was going to say about the whole like 9 o'clock thing, right? Yeah. Like, at this moment in time, I'm working potentially till 9 o'clock. But
that's because it works for you and that's your decision. Yeah. And also, one of the things that fucks me off so much about the business world is it's like either you're a hustler, or you're a lifestyle business. Like there is no in between. Yeah. There's no let's run a successful 6-figure business or you know, like high 6 figures, even early 7 figures. Yeah. It's like you're either a lifestyle business or you're a multimillionaire. There's nothing in between. And that's how I teach the people that I work with, like in business, that there is an in between. Yeah. Like there is a level where people want to make 5k a month. There's a level where people want to make 2.5k a month. You know, they want to cover their bills, they want to cover their mortgage, they want to have 500 quid's worth of spending money. Yep. Everyone's a winner.
Happy days, yeah.
It's all to do with how materialistic you are. It's all to do with like how much you want to show off and like flash everything around. You know, I'm not a flashy person. I buy my clothes from Shein and Sainsbury's. I drive a bog standard okay-ish car, which, by the way, is on car finance. You know, it's not really that posh. I'm hoping to buy it at the end of my deal. But, you know, I am not somebody who is, like, going to go and spend masses of money, like, renting a private yacht or, like, you know, doing those kind of flashy things. I, like, for my business strategy day recently, I took all of my people for a day to the beach, and we went to the arcades, and I gave them all a £5 and they had the best time in the world. You know, that's the sort of thing that I bring to my business community.
Yeah.
It's not about being flashy. It's not about like all of the things that.
But I think that makes you
need.
more relatable, right?
Well,
it's
I
not
think
more
so,
about
yeah.
like, oh, this guy's untouchable, this girl's untouchable because she has the yacht, she has the car, she has the house, etc., etc. But
No.
and again,
I
I think it's one of those things where you've got to choose: do you want to live to work or work to live?
I want to work to live, and I want to enjoy my kids, like as much as anyone can enjoy kids. I want to have a life where like I spend time with my friends and time with my family, and like I go to a lot of gigs, I go to a lot of festivals. Like if that was taken away from me, I would be very sad. Like, and if I was going to work more, that's my decision. Like,
but that's what I mean by like phases, right? And the stages you're in.
Yes.
Right, and it's about actually having a longer, especially in a relationship. I don't know how you do it, but this is how I do it. Is right, this week, this month, this quarter, a lot of shit going on, right?
Yes.
I've launched a podcast. I'm doing this. I've got an event going on. I've got loads of client delivery, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So,
what's your event? Just out of curiosity.
AI content creation, teaching young entrepreneurs how to do it. In crux.
I love that.
Why AI is not a threat and how you can use it as a tool.
Nice.
Link in the description, those who are interested.
Yeah.
The crux though is I've got a lot on in the next 3 months.
Yeah.
So the conversation I had with my partner before that period was the next 3 months is going to be a bit rough.
Don't divorce me, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. It will end at some point.
Yes.
Right? I'll get churn. I'll get to the point where the podcast, I'm so far ahead that it's fine. It doesn't matter, etc. I'll have a lot of like, when the kids are off school, client delivery will fall off a cliff because everyone wants to spend time with their kids, completely understandably.
Yeah.
But that will be natural.
Yes.
So it's now about actually having the candor, the conversation, the understanding to say, I understand I'm not around as much as you want me to be.
Yeah.
I'm not showing up as much as I want to be for you.
Yes.
But this is important to grow the business for the next year.
Yeah.
So we need to sacrifice for 2 months, 3 months to allow to reap the rewards that will come in 6 months.
Exactly. And I'm pretty sure that like me and my husband at some point went through that stage. Now it's very much like we're both working the same amount of hours. We're both having like, because he works, he's just been promoted as well, so he's like head kitchen gardener for quite a big estate. You know, he has lots of things in the summer, like he's got to plant all his beds, and they have open garden days and like things where he's got to impress lots of rich people. So he has lots of things where he has to work.
Yeah.
I have lots of things because I've got like festivals and like things that I'm speaking at, and you know, I'm all over the place. And we always like have that little bit of time at the end of the day where we sit and we like debrief and we talk about the things, and like we know that we've both got the same end goal, which is moving house, and we've bought somewhere, we're just waiting to complete on it. But we know that that's not the end of our journey, because we're building a loft conversion, we're like having a garden office made, and like all sorts of different things where we're gonna need to still both of us work our asses off.
Yeah.
But it's about balance, and yes, it is about the stage that you're at, but it's also about understanding the boundaries of your relationship, the boundaries of your business, the boundaries of your friendship circle. Like my friends at the moment, like they barely see me, and the other day I was like, shit, do you guys like, you know, are you pissed off that you barely see me? And they were like, no, it's welcome relief actually, like really. Awesome. But they were like, we're also really busy, you know, we're not 20 anymore. Like actually we have all kind of moved on, like we're all in our relationships, we all, you know,
but also I think
have our special hobbies. And
I think when you're in that stage, or when you're out of that stage, you then value the time you do have with those people. Right, for some relationships, unfortunately, it will be like the reason why you grow apart and etc. And that's sad, but that's life, right?
Yes.
But for the people who stay, actually, when you have that committed time together with your close friends, with your partner, with your family, etc.,
it makes it more special.
You then value that more because it's lesser, because there's less of it.
You know, I was one of those really lucky people that during I mean, I say lucky to a certain extent, but like during COVID, like my husband was classed as a key worker, so he was never home. So on one hand, it was the most unlucky thing in the world because I had to do childcare of 2 on my own, and that was like mentally damaging. Like I say damaging because like I literally every day I was like rocking in a corner by the time he came home. But it was great for our marriage because we weren't living on top of each other. We weren't constantly in each other's spaces. And, you know, you hear of people who were like, you know, they got divorced because of COVID because they had to spend time with their partner. Like, I like my relationship. Well, I don't just like my relationship. I love it. Like, it's great. We have a very, like, open. I said the other day that we have an open relationship, and my son was going around going, "My mummy's in an open relationship." I'm like, that's something very different. Like, no, we're not. But you know, we are very open with each other. We're very trusting. Like, if either of us have got a problem, like, I mean, my husband is very much like, another work event. Oh God, well, this is like, and he does get a bit annoyed sometimes because I do work away a lot. And when I say to him, like, I need to go on holiday, and he's like, why? And I'm like, well, A, it's a working holiday. I'm going to go and I'm going to write my second book. But B, like, I don't get any time on my own ever. I'm either working, I'm parenting, or I'm with you. None of that equals alone time for me. So me going on holiday on my own means that I actually get time alone with me to relax with my thoughts, with nobody talking to me, so I can hyper-focus on the shit that I need to. And that's what I need. So
but I think that comes from firstly communicating what you need. Secondly,
it's
then both parties understanding.
Yeah.
And then if something has gone wrong,
Yes.
then there being a level of forgiveness there.
Yes.
And I think for me, like, they're my three keys in any relationship I have, right? Communicate, understand, and then forgive.
Yes.
And it's not that we're immune to making decisions and we're immune to getting things wrong. It's things are going to go wrong. How do we then deal with those things?
Exactly.
I'm going to overpush sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? And actually, how do we then bring that back and say, okay, I did this wrong.
Yeah.
How do I move forward, and how do we move forward so that doesn't happen again?
Yeah. In my mind, it's about communication. It's about boundaries. It's about trust. It's about open dialogue, and it's about kind of just being aware of your partner's needs, but also being aware of your needs, and communicating that together. And that does really help where you are in a relationship. And I think often, especially when you're new in business and you're just working and working and working, because you kind of have to hustle at the beginning to kind of get something off the ground. That's kind of one of the pinnacle like, it's growth stages when relationships tend to suffer. And it's not just relationships with partners, it's relationships with children. It's relationships with friends or parents. Like, I mean, my mum quite often will say to me, "No, I haven't seen you for like 2 months." I'm like, really? You saw me like last week? Like, you're being melodramatic. But it's that point where,
but that's your mum saying, I miss you.
Exactly.
I want to see you more.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And I always, I'll always take that on board. Like, but she is equally as busy as me. She doesn't run a business. She just does a lot of music things. But again, it's all about, it all comes down to awareness.
Yeah.
And this is why I teach in the way that I would want to be taught myself, you know, and having those 3 pillars, it's like life, business, money. Everything fits into that triangle. You just need to make sure you don't poke yourself in the eye with it.
Great place to end. Where can people find the book? Where can people find your podcast? Where can people find you?
Yeah, so I am
and don't you poke yourself in the eye with the triangle.
Don't poke yourself in the eye with the triangle. I am on all social media platforms, not saying that you have to be at all. Maddie Talks Money on Instagram, Mad About Money Official on TikTok, LinkedIn and Facebook, and everywhere else, Maddie Alexander Grout. The book is here. I mean, you can't get it from here. You can get it from Amazon. You can get it from all good bookshops as well. You can even order it in. If you don't have it, you can order it to your own library. I've had some people say to me that they've ordered it for their library, which I really like.
That's awesome.
So if you can't afford to buy the book, go and talk to your library, go and get them to have it in, and then multiple people can benefit from the book, which is nice. So thank you for having me.
No, you're welcome. Great chat. Final thing to end on.
Yes.
If you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago, what advice would you give?
I would tell myself that I am neurodivergent and to go and sort that shit out. It changed my life, genuinely changed my life, understanding my brain. When you understand your brain and you understand your body, anything's possible.
Magic. Thank you ever so much for coming back and joining me. If you did enjoy this longer conversation, then make sure to be subscribed. Leave your thoughts in the description down below, comments down below, etc., etc. And I'll see you very soon. Take care. Hello, my friends. Hope you're well. Today, I'm on location in Wilton today, filming a brand new interview and a brand new podcast with Andy from the Courtyard Marketplace. Hello, Andy.
Hi, Colin.
How are you?
I'm all right, thanks.
Good. For those who don't know you, don't know the shop, What would you say to those people? How would you kind of position yourself and articulate to those people who maybe don't know you?
Well, basically, we're a artisan food shop with a eco theme and a refill eco station or eco refill station. We support lots of small producers throughout the UK, and our emphasis is on quality, not quantity. It's just about sourcing nice products for our customers to enjoy, and that's what we love. We just love finding different products.
So you've been, we were talking a little bit before whilst I was setting up and such, and you've been established since 2016.
Yeah.
How did you get here? Because you weren't, from my understanding, you weren't here from 2016. So where did it kind of start?
Well, it started with my daughter, Wendy,
Okay.
and her husband. They decided they wanted to set up a cafe called the Courtyard Cafe. I was then made redundant and took on the farm shop element of the cafe. And that's really where the marketplace started, from a small beginnings in the cafe. And our first supplier at that point, who we deal with today, or still to date, 8 years on, is the Hawkshead Relish Company, who are based in the Lake District. They have been tremendously supportive of us right from day one, and without them we probably wouldn't exist today. They've supported us, they've helped us create what we have today. But even now, a lot of our emphasis on products still goes around that original stocking of the Hawkshead brand.
From that perspective, I mean, what was there like? Because obviously you're very artisan. Was that a very specific choice that you wanted to go down? Because I think when people look at farm shops, they maybe the wrong word is snobby, but they can be perceived that way, you know. And I think that actually, I think it's the value perspective and the perspective when it comes to thinking about the thought process behind the owner of the shop, and how did you choose your stock? How does it? Because I think it's a big deal, because to an extent you're sort of marrying the two brands and saying, well, like, I put my quality stamp on this, you know, especially with the reputation you now have.
Well, initially we was going to go down the local route, because local is the thing. But it soon became apparent that Wiltshire is not a food capital, and the suppliers that we did approach weren't particularly interested in us because we were small fry. And that's why we approached Hawkshead, because we like their labelling, which is very simple and to the point, and the product just stands out. And then it's grown from there, really, is finding nice products from around the UK that fit the brief of good quality. They're going down the eco route. Great Taste Awards, that features a lot on a lot of our products, although it's not something that we specifically look out for. It just happens to be that a lot of our suppliers have won lots of awards, or the Great Taste Awards. So it's really grown from the Hawkshead side, but now we are far more than just a Hawkshead stockist. So now, fast forward to 2025, we do now have a lot more localish products. So we've got oil, the rapeseed oil from Brunton, we've got local honey, we've got peanut butter, we've got a variety of things, but it could be Dorset, it could be Hampshire, Cornwall. So it's the whole spectrum, and we do try now to look at more local products, but it is still that thing of Wiltshire isn't a food capital. we're always on the lookout. Always on the lookout for something new, something different.
That aligns and works, I think, is from what I've gathered from our conversations previously, you know, and fits into what else you offer.
Yeah,
you know,
we
in that
won't
respect.
put any old thing in. Yeah, we're not just going to be another supermarket stroke convenience store. You know, we think about what we put in. We're not just going to put in something just because it's got to meet lots of criteria. And customers ask us for certain things, and for the most part, we listen. Again, if it fits our brief, we do put in things that customers ask for, and that's how we sort of grow our range, I suppose.
Would you say that, because obviously in a place like Wilton, it's very small and it's very community led, would you say that if you were in, say, somewhere bigger or a more, I guess in some ways like a external of a city, or like the location is where this question's going, what role would you say the location here plays in how successful or not successful potentially a shop or your shop is?
Well, we think it's massive, the location thing, because we've been in here 2.5 years now.
Okay.
And we do feel that we're becoming part of the community. A key thing for us is customer service, being there for our customers. We have customers that come in just for a chat. Yes, we want people to buy things, but we're there for people if they just want to come in just for a chat. You wouldn't get that in your bigger shops. You wouldn't get that in a city centre. And that's why we love this location so much. And a lot of our customers now are becoming friends. So it's a whole social element as well. You know, we're there. We like to think that we're there for our customers as much as anything, if that makes sense.
No, I think that's really key, and I think it's about, for me anyway, it's about understanding where you sit in your community potentially. I mean, a lot of what I've built my business on, mostly Salisbury focused when I lived there, but now I'm living in Wilton more. Yeah. It's always about how can I, even not if there's a commercial benefit necessarily, but like how can I position myself as the go-to helper in what I do for the local area, right? So we've done Chalk Valley, for example, for 4 years now, if you count this year. Never made a penny off it, right? We've done a decent amount of the Salisbury events. Again, never made there's a few commercial transactions in there, but like very, very few. If you look at the kind of event portfolio as a whole, 95%, 85% is like free. In that respect, I think it's about the passion, and I think like a lot of the marketing strategies that you could use is leveraging that community goodwill to an extent. And I mean, how do you feel about doing that? Because I think there is that kind of question mark in some ways as well, because like it could be perceived as a bit manipulative or a bit like you're leveraging the community goodwill. But also I think that's how a community will thrive. I think that's how a town or a village or a city will be seen by a larger group, and that kind of community effort. And it's very kind of buzzword, like the community is a buzzword in marketing at the moment, about how do you build community around your organization, around your shop, around your business. I mean, how does one do that, would you say?
I think for us, it's just about me and Wendy being us, and being open, being no frills, no sales gimmicks, just being us and ourselves, and I think that portrays a lot. And people do come in for that, for the banter, people do thrive off of that, and people know that they can come in and not be bombarded with sales pitches. There's nothing devious about anything we do. It's all it's all genuine.
For me, is it's the like your intention with it, right? I think sometimes when people throw the word community authenticity around, it's not authentic to them what they're doing. What they're doing is seeing a trend and potentially jumping on it and be like, oh, I need to have community in my business, I need to be authentic, etc. I think for me, as someone who's been, I believe anyway, true to myself and true to authenticity when it comes to everything I've done since I established in 2018, I think, and sometimes to my detriment, right, as well, which I think is the key for like when you're being truly authentic, is actually, yeah, it's sometimes good for you, but also it can, for me personally, have a negative connotation because I'm 100% honesty policy. So, and sometimes I have been known to maybe say things in such a way that could ruffle some feathers, right? And I think, and it kind of leads on, I guess, to the question of, because everyone has a level of maybe a misunderstanding or burn a relationship, maybe not from their perspective, like they wanted that to happen, but that's the kind of nature of what ended up happening. How did you handle that? How do you deal with that, like personally, as either you personally or as a business? How do you sort of navigate that when it happens? Because I think it's natural in business, right?
Well, it is
sometimes,
yeah,
unfortunately.
I mean, I didn't even know community was a trend in that sense because we just do what we do. But you always know when if somebody isn't going to be receptive to how we are, we'll be pleasant. We'll ask them if they're looking for anything in particular, and then you just leave them to browse and to look in their own time, and then they either carry on and buy something or they go off on their way. But you can always pick up when people are not comfortable with that sort of thing, because not everybody is, and we understand that.
Do you think it's more of a like, okay, you're just not for us, or we're not for you kind of perspective then?
Possibly, but then some people just want to come into a shop, browse and get whatever they're after and be gone. They're not interested in having a conversation or passing the time of day, and that's fine because we're all different. And that's probably what makes it more interesting. But to be honest, we get very few people that are actually like that. We're getting to know the personalities of a lot of our customers. We know if they've maybe had some issues, and so we try to be caring. We remember these things, and it's because we want to. It's not because there's any sort of game plan that it's.
It's about being human and being like real, right? I think sometimes people could perceive it, or one could perceive it because of salespeople doing it to be fake, to warm the lead to then get the sale, right? And I think it comes back to that intention element, and I think for me anyway, it's what was your intention going into it, and did you have good intentions going into it and into that interaction, and then how does that knock-on effect, like if that knock-on effect's then positive, happy days. If it's then potentially negative, could you reflect on maybe how, or just take it as, okay, actually maybe they're not for us, in that respect. For me personally, and I have had that with clients, I've had that with ex-clients, I've had that with potential clients, etc. I mean, you obviously operated through COVID, which was going to be my next question about like how, and it's kind of a more of a diversification question related to like how do you, because you could look at it and like what happens when something like COVID happens, or what happens when things aren't, as we were discussing when I was setting up, things aren't doing as well as you would want them to, right? We're always in a position where hopefully things are good, but we had room for more. And I think it's about the difference between two businesses will be the ones that go, okay, we can sort of see what's happening and we can see what's coming if we don't act. What have you done? Is there things you've like pivoted or adapted and now offer that I think would make you either unique or has allowed you to sort of weather those storms?
yeah, obviously the pandemic was a very difficult period for everybody. It was very difficult for us being open shut, but we did try to see positives. And during that period, we actually expanded. So we moved from one shop to another within our last environment. One of the biggest things that we done, we invested in a new website because we could see that we wasn't going to get a daily footfall, so we needed something to keep us out there, because we was frightened we was going to lose our little business that me and Wendy love. We love what we do. So hence we had the website built that then brought on our online shop. And during COVID, we did do lots of online orders, local deliveries, and it gave us a chance to still be out there helping the community, gave me something to do on a daily basis, and kept the shop ticking over for us to be able to hopefully move forward. It was always about trying to use that period as a stepping stone as such, not fall and be negative and then we've gone. So we were just trying to make our business, put longevity on the business in a difficult time, and we weathered it. You know, we managed to come through that. I think we're bigger, we're stronger now. We're in a better place for doing that, and now we have a nice website to go with the shop.
Yeah, I think sometimes as entrepreneurs we don't. I mean, I've worked on this the last couple of years. It's very like it's all down to me, right? One of the benefits, I guess, in some ways, but also one of the quote unquote curses you could say of entrepreneurship is my income's down to me, my output's down to me, my marketing's down to me, how well things are is down to me, how well things aren't going is down to me. And I think that sometimes people who maybe are used to a job or maybe aren't in the entrepreneurial space aren't 100% like aware of that necessarily. Like, I think we have to have, like, from a more personal like level, for me personally, I think you have to, when you choose your partner and stuff, like, you have to have someone who's really understanding in that respect as well. And I think that when it comes to having an outlet as well outside of work, something I've always struggled with is not working because I love what I do. So it can be like, I'm very fortunate and very lucky to do this full time and be able to support myself and so on from doing it. But also it's then harder to disconnect, if that makes sense. Like, for me personally, I mean, how do you disconnect personally from the shop? If you do.
For the most part, I don't, and Wendy would tell me off for that. But I do try to more and more now. But I do go home and I do the accounts, I do the marketing, but that's generally because I enjoy it. Mm-hmm. But I do know now that I've got to take time for myself, because if I don't do that, then I'll suffer, and then inevitably it will have a knock-on effect with the shop. But I will still, at the weekend, I will do things. I order it. It's just in my nature, but it's only because I enjoy what I do. You know, if it was a 9-to-5 job, I wouldn't be doing that.
I think that's the difference, right? People look at maybe what business owners do, right? And they look at and they say, like, I wouldn't say you should work for someone who isn't yourself this hard, right? You shouldn't. In my view, it's a silly idea. But I think when you work for yourself and it's your baby, to use the cliche term, it's not even like you can help it, right? Like, a lot of what my partner talks to me about as well is like, oh, stop thinking, get ideas. Because I get ideas at random times of night, right? It's actually whenever I relax, like then my brain goes into the creative side of like, oh, I've got this idea. This entire relaunch of the podcast came from one of those ideas. But I think that for me, I mean, we have a shared, would it be fair to say shared passion for wildlife, I guess? I mean, how did you sort of get started with that? You know, been very fortunate to see some of your work in the shop, and like, did you do that before, and then it sort of naturally became part of the shop? Like, was it then an idea to be like, okay, I've got this, let's see what happens in the shop?
Well, I've always loved photography. I've always taken photos. I've never classed myself as a photographer, and I probably would never do that because I don't think I am. But I do like taking nice photos. And then Wendy one day said, why don't I just turn some of my photographs into cards? And I sort of, not laughed, but I don't see my work as being, I'm too self-critical basically. But she said, no, let's do it. So we did. We turned a small selection into cards, and I've been really surprised at how well they've been received. I get people come in now specifically for my cards. I try now to put this into my social life where I'll go off and have a little photography session within the view of, oh, they would make nice cards. So it has turned on its head in a way that I never thought possible, because I've never classed myself as creative or anything like that. I mean, now Wendy has decided to label herself creative director. Where it's come from, I don't know. It's not too far from the truth. That's how she is. So we'll give her that one. But she loves doing that. So and a lot of her creativity probably feeds down into me now. Where with the cards, I do think about what I'm taking pictures of. Oh, that would make a nice card. Or somebody asked me the other week to take a picture of one of the churches and turn. So again, it's that listening to customers and people do love them, and that's been the nice surprise. I've even been asked for my autograph twice, which Wendy thought was highly amusing. She thought they was being sarcastic, but they was actually being truthful. So 2 people I had to sign my cards because I was a lot of people, when I say, oh, those are my cards over there. Are they? You done those? And it's almost a disbelief that I've done them. But it's nice. It's nice for people to take them away, and it gives me a little buzz.
I also think it's a nice place to escape, you could say, to step away, to reflect on like where the shop is or like where the business is, and I think that's where you get those creative ideas, and that's why I think it's important. And I think, you know, for me, I think a lot of it comes from having that permission myself to say, actually, I can step away. You know, we were talking a bit as I was setting up as well about, you know, having phases, right? At the moment, this week is very busy in the respect to it's podcast launch week. I'm doing a lot of podcasts, etc. But then next week, I'm back with clients again. You know, that was deliberately pre-scheduled to be this way. But then also then I've got other weeks where there won't be a lot necessarily going on. There will just be, I have this edit to do. I'm waiting on approval, etc. So I think sometimes people look at the really busy weeks for a business owner and think, oh, he's going to burn out. Oh, he's going to do this. And I think for me, not to say that it comes from a place of care, of course, right? But I think for me, it's the personal balance has to be yours. I don't think it's a situation where someone else can say unless they're really close to you and they can see the signs. But like even then, I think you have to have that permission, and you need to sort of work that through yourself, in my view. And I think for me, I think having an outlet like wildlife, like photography, etc., especially if you don't do it as a job, and if you do, have a different set of expectations when you're doing it for fun, when you're not doing it professionally or commercially. And I think it just gives you that space, right? And I think it gives you that space to come up with new ideas. It gives you that space to actually like fuel the growth as well, like especially if you're growth minded. And in the first couple of years of my business, I didn't look at it that way, and it's been interesting to see how my perspective has changed there. I mean, have you, from an overarching thought process in like the goal of where the shop was when you started in 2016 to now, like is it where you wanted it to be, like in the respect to like this was the vision and you've hit that vision, or not, or has that vision sort of tweaked and changed?
I think our vision constantly moves as we go from one week to the next, to be honest. We don't set ourselves goals. Maybe we should. It's not all fun and games. I mean, when Wendy makes me laugh constantly, but it isn't all fun and games as much as we'd like it to be. I mean, cash flow is always a problem, you know, but this is a problem that all independent businesses struggle with.
I think it's harder for a stock related business, right? It's a struggle for every business potentially, yes, but it's easier for me to balance because I don't have to then buy stock to make money, right? I have to just focus on marketing more and then showing up and doing a good job, pretty much. So how do you, I've always been curious how you balance cash and stock as a business.
For me, it's become a massive learning curve since we came into this shop. It's been massive, and I wasn't prepared for how big a problem it could be. But now, basically, we just have to, like everybody else, I suppose, watch what you spend. If somebody initially when we set this up, we had it nicely stocked, and as soon as we run out of 2 or 3 things, we'd be on it, restock. But the trouble is with the restocking, you always have minimum orders.
Yeah.
With every little supplier, there's always a minimum order.
Yeah.
So you would then make up another minimum order to get in some stock that we'd sold out of. I've now learned that that's not really the way forward. And basically, if we haven't got it, we haven't got it until we're in a position to reorder. So, and that's most of our customers are fine with that. They'll wait until it's restocked, or they choose something else. But it is just about watching and trying not to spend it. We love putting new products in. That's one of our downfalls. Well, not downfalls, but when it's quiet, we sit here and we'll start looking for new producers, new suppliers. And we think, oh, that's great, that'll work. You know, that'd be nice. Our customers will love that. And then you put in new products. But the problem is you're in a quiet period, so there's no money coming in. If there's no money coming in, you've still got to pay your bills. The bills don't go away. You've still got to pay your rent. You've still got to pay for the stock that's on the shelf. So now we have stepped away from doing that. And hopefully that is now going to transpire into us being a bit more on top of this cash flow issue. It's always going to crop up. I've realised that there's going to be peaks and troughs.
I think it's something you have to monitor. Like that's one of the skills of being a business owner, in my view, right? Is that constant money management, that constant like aware of where you are, and then developing strategies to deal with either the surplus and then how to use it to grow, or actually having then getting to the point of a surplus where you're actually fine for 4 months or 6 months or so on, and I think sometimes you have to make personal sacrifices yourself to get the money into the business there, because if you are wrongly or rightly potentially taking money out of the business, then you are potentially hurting the business's growth or its sustainability as a whole. But I mean, you've done quite a bit that has removed, is another a set of revenue streams as well, that I know you wanted to talk about today. So I mean, how did you sort of go about the hampers? How did you sort of work with Airbnbs and work with, Piccolo down the street, etc.? I mean, did that sort of come as an idea? Like, how did that sort of go?
Yeah, the Piccola thing, that came from Lou, the owner of Piccola. In the past, they've given flowers and bottles of Prosecco to people that buy a new house, and she had this idea of us making up some sort of hamper bag. And that's what we do now. We make up a little hamper bag for all the people buying their new house. So they give them the keys, give them one of our bags, but within the bag is lots of little goodies that, because moving in is a stressful time, you don't want to be looking for a vase for flowers, you don't want to be looking for champagne flutes for your Prosecco. You're unboxing, you're getting stressed. So a lot of thought goes into what we put in our little bags. It's just things that they can nibble on, can have a drink, have a snack, sit down, have a cup of tea and a biscuit, just to see them through those couple of days. And it really works. We've had a lot of good feedback, and they love that little extra touch. Obviously, it's an extra touch by Piccola, but for the benefit of us. On the Airbnb side, it's something we've wanted to do for a long time, but we had been struggling to find anybody that has Airbnbs. And then by chance, we heard about somebody called Host with Grace, another local business. We contacted Grace, she came in, loved the shop, and now we supply 2 of her properties with hampers and they're like a welcome hamper. So welcome the guests. Grace gives us a brief, gives us a budget, and we tailor it accordingly to the clients that she's got coming in. And that's the sort of thing that we want to build on. We've just done some hamper bags for somebody that was involved in the prom at Able Hands. And she wanted to thank the volunteers. And eventually she thought of us because she had gone to Virginia Haywood, or looked at Virginia Haywood. Hampers are through the roof in price, and you don't really get a lot of choice as to what's in there. It's more packaging. She even looked at Fortnum and Mason having just one big hamper, but again, you don't get an awful, it's more packaging. And she came to us again, gave us a brief, gave us a budget, and the reaction has been brilliant. So it's that sort of thing that we're trying to build on, because hampers we love doing, particularly Wendy. She loves creating the hampers. She lets me have a go every now and again. I think I've still got some learning to do, but I'm getting there, I think. But
has it helped with the peaks and troughs of like cash flow, that side of things?
That's what we're hoping, because we've only been, it's only this last couple of months. I mean, one of the downsides is I'm now having to order more stock, but we are now changing some of the stock because of what we're doing for the Airbnbs. we're now introducing some new stock into the shop, so our customers are benefiting as well. So it's making us look for more nice products to complement what we already do. But we just want to promote hampers a lot more. Christmas is always the time for hampers. They always do very well, but hampers are not just for Christmas. Birthdays, a thank you, corporate gifts, anything like that. So we're just trying to put ourselves out there a bit more and let people know what we can offer. And everything is bespoke, everything is personal. We don't just have a hamper full of things that we like people to choose, to tailor it to whoever they're purchasing it for. If there's an allergy, we can accommodate. If they're vegetarian, if they don't like a certain product. So everything is tailored to the final consumer, and people do love that. They love to do that personal gift, and it means such a lot to the recipient.
I think it also like shows, again, it goes back to that authenticity point that we were mentioning before, and I think that so much of businesses, especially now as maybe times are tough, I've heard that for my entire career, so I always take it with a pinch of salt, because it's perspective, isn't it? And it's kind of down to you. But I think for me, on that point, yes, the world is more turbulent, right? It's always been turbulent, but it's more turbulent now. And I think, doing things that are unique, that are custom, that are bespoke, that come from a level of love and authenticity, will be the reason why you win. And I think, and I'm aware of time, so I think let's wrap up soon. But those who are localized to Wilton, they may have noticed that you've had, I think, 3 windows by Michelle, on your window.
Yeah, this is this is the third one. Yeah.
How was that how did that process begin? And do you feel that it really helps you stand out? Because as a shop, one of your shop front, quite literally, is one of the main reasons why someone will come through the door off the street from a footfall point of view. Of course, you can do things like market online, have a good website, have good social media presence to bring people to the shop. But I would say, well, let me ask you, is a lot of it footfall? And then if so, does that have a knock-on effect to having a more aesthetically pleasing window, you could say?
Well, to be honest, the window we was totally oblivious of originally as a tool.
Okay.
And it just come out of, I don't know what it came out of now, but we had this brainwave of doing something with the window, because our window is very difficult to make look nice because it's an old building and it's quite a deep recess, and it's the sun beats down on it, so it's very difficult to, because Wendy again loves to create a nice window display, but it needed to be more than that. So we approached Michelle and we came up with the idea of just having a catchy slogan, just something quick, something that wasn't too intense. And our first one just said, "Say cheese." That's all it said. It said, "Say cheese," and then there was a little comedy block of cheese underneath it. And our cheese sales quadrupled in 2 to 3 months, because so many people didn't realise we sold cheese. And that's how it started. So the next one was Christmas. We had hampers on there, and now we've got honey. So we just try and think what would work best, but it's more trying to make it tongue-in-cheek, I suppose, and just have something nice on the window. We're just trying to think what can go on there next. But it's a lot of it. It's about creating interest in the shop, but it's also about fun. Yeah, I mean, which
Somewhat.
is what we try to do. We want to introduce the fun aspect, to make it a nice experience to come into the shop and not just be a cold environment. We want to portray our we try and portray our personality perhaps within the window, on our website. We try and portray us and not like a corporate brand. And that has sort of shone through, and in particular recently where we've won the Muddy Stilettos award for best farm shop / deli in Wiltshire. That was a total surprise. We're chuffed to bits. We didn't expect it, but the one thing that we did notice with this one was how much the people of Wilton and beyond got behind us. You know, we was getting people come through the door. We voted for you. How well are you doing? And then we've had so many lovely comments on the back of us winning, customers bringing us in little gifts and cards, and it just makes this whole process worthwhile. There's no monetary gain in that as such, but it is just a lovely achievement for Wendy and I after 8 years, 9 years of basically, yeah. It's nice to finally get some recognition, but we do get a lot of recognition from a lot of customers. And
I think again, it kind of builds on that world of community building. It builds on the world of authenticity. It builds on the world of that kind of tongue-in-cheek element that we were talking about with the window. And I think so much of business community, it can be quite salesy, it can be quite, in that respect. And hopefully with what I do with my content, it isn't just corporate. Yes, I can serve corporates. Yes, I can serve small business. Yes, I can serve medium-sized business. But hopefully it's perceived in such a way where it's not like just corporate. And I think for me, that's the key to any business that maybe you're listening to this, who's maybe on harder times, you could say, is, get your own personal brand or get your own personality across. And I think being more people-led, because one of the USPs you could say of like a small business is the fact that we are people and that we are people-driven in the respect to like we will go the extra mile for our clients, we will go the extra mile for our customers. But then also there will be opportunities like the awards where people can kind of give back in some ways that's not necessarily monetarily, or like giving this podcast love or like share, there's things that maybe now is not the right time for a commercial transaction or for me to pop in to buy something from you or whatever, for whatever reason, right? But actually there's other things that the community can do to support you outside of that. And I think that's really nice. And I think that's something which hopefully more businesses will try and do. But thank you ever so much, Andy, for the time and coming on and doing this, because I know it's not easy to necessarily put yourself out there like this or have a on-camera conversation, so to speak. So
no, well, thank you, Carlton. It's been better than I anticipated.
Yay! That's good.
Very much.
No, you're very welcome.
It is appreciated.
And if you did enjoy this interview and you would like to see more like it, then make sure to be subscribed to the channel, and I'll see you very, very soon. Hello, my friends. Hope you're well. Welcome to a new style of podcast. I'm not really sure how this one's going to go. Today we're going to be interviewing my barber, Soren.
Hi, guys.
And we're going to be talking about his career a little bit, and we're going to talk while he cuts my hair, which I thought would be interesting. So for those who don't know you, Soren, how did you get started in hairdressing, barbering, however you want to...
Short or long story? How you prefer? Long story. Okay. All right. The longer, yeah. Where should I start? When I was young, my dad used to cut my hair. Actually, it was no cutting, it was more savaging my hair. And one day I said to my dad, "There's gonna be a day when I will cut your hair and I will treat you the same you did." And he said he was laughing, and it was just a dream of mine to be a hairdresser for a long, long, long time. To a point when I was around 35, when I decided to be a hairdresser, and I've done it.
That was because for those, I mean, that it's known in an industry, I think. Well, I mean, we'll get into the business side of it after, like later, I'm sure. But like, a lot of it is very training led. I mean, how is that process for those who maybe?
It's a little bit more complicated, to be honest with you. So if you want to be an apprentice, it's a long time. Mm-hmm. To simplify this one, is better to the private academy, which is a little bit shorter but more intense. So when I decided to be a hairdresser, was a spark, and something came inside me when I decided to be a hairdresser, and that was happening in 2018.
Okay.
When my wife was in a hairdresser, and I was waiting there for hours, and I feel I was connected with this in this industry, especially when, as I said, I'm going back to when I started. My dad used to cut my hair, and I used to hate it, and I used to use one of that clippers when you do it with your hands. It was not cutting, was more pulling. That's why I was hating much, and I was crying, and I was lock me with shut up and stay to cut your hair. And to a point when my dad bought an electric clipper, and he was still doing my hair, and I was begging to go to a barber and have a proper haircut. My daddy said, no, you're fine and everything. And when my friends used to go to barbers, I used to go with them and then look what they've done, and I start replicating things at home on my own hair. To a point when friends asked me, who would cut your hair? And I said, myself. And they said, okay, can you do something that to me? I said, all right, let's give a go. So then I think I was 15, 16, something like that, when I start cutting my own hair and I start cutting friends' hair. Money was nothing, it's just peanuts. But I used to love it. I used to enjoy it. Doesn't matter how nervous I was. When I was cutting hair, I would find it relaxed. And that was one of my passion. It starts to be a passion for me. I want to be a hairdresser. I want to be a barber. But my dad said in that time, I think you should do something more man job, not being a hairdresser. And I postponed all this hobby or this passion because, I was living under my parents' roof, so I have to do what they thought would be better for me. And back to when I was 38, I said to my wife, okay, I want to be a hairdresser. And then I start looking online, what's the best do. And the best option is to do private in London. And where the journey started. I paid the deposit and I start traveling to London for 32 weeks, learning how to cut hair.
Do you think there's a stigma? Because you mentioned, obviously, your dad was very, traditional in the respect of, you need to do a manual job, right? Do you think there's in some ways a stigma around, you need to be a woman to do hairdressing?
No. It wasn't about that. No. It's not a man job. I think down there it was more women's cutting hair than gents.
Okay.
But he thought it's not a career. You can't make success. Be an electrician. Be a plumber.
So he was concerned that it wouldn't necessarily.
Yeah.
Have fruit to the labour.
Yes. Something like that.
And then, so you go to London.
So I booked online. I've done the Tony and Guy 32 weeks non-stop to London academy. And I was traveling Monday to Friday.
So how did you find it? Because I think people who are maybe looking to get into into hairdressing, into barbering, etc., was it a side job? Did you
No.
look it all up before? How does that because it's It's not cheap, right?
It's not. It's not at all. It's not. No, it's quite expensive. You have to think about the cost of living for 32 weeks, almost 6 months. Yeah, in top of that is the travel to London, trains, food, and everything. So I had savings. All my savings went to London. So
Okay, which was previously from other jobs?
Previous from other jobs. So all my savings, instead of buying a house or have a deposit for a house, all my money went to London. Could be a gamble, you take a gamble, you can go and maybe you don't like it, you're not enjoying, but soon you pay the deposit, it was non-refundable. And I went and I found it fantastic, quite exciting, but it was hard, because every day was traveling from 6:45 in London, come back 8 o'clock, 7:50, 8:20, 9:20, sometimes depends on the models, depends on the lots of jobs that you had to do. On cuts wasn't so difficult. When we start color, it was a little bit more difficult. It was not a time frame we have to finish. When we start doing ladies or gents, you accordingly had about 3 hours to finish a model, but after that was...
And did they teach you like the business side of like running a salon and like and how to make money?
No. It was like a beginning.
This is how you cut.
Yeah, so just the beginning, or how to start with the customer and everything. Everything on the beginning for a few weeks was more theory, all right? And then you had to do the test to make sure you understand the theory and everything, how it works. And soon you finish a test, an MVQ level, then you've been able to work in the blocks, doll's heads. And soon you do that, then you'll be able to start.
And then you move on to models, etc.
The model, Okay. So it was a process you have to follow. So if you stuck on one of the questionnaires or on the courses, you can pass. You're not allowed to go back to cut. All right. So you have to do theory first, practice. You soon the practice on the doll. You're confident to cut. Then you can have a real model. Otherwise, was a little bit more.
Is there in some ways I would say like an over risk, like you're concerned, like because like what if you get it wrong right when you're learning, like on a real model, right? Because if you get it wrong on a head, it's like okay, it is what it is, right?
But you have to be confident when the teacher they are watching you all the time. If you're not confident in a doll, then we're not going to put you in a real model.
Okay.
So you're not going to have one. But everything will start with the basic.
Yep. And then you build up from there?
Yeah, you build up. So every customer had a consultation first time with you. You discuss about what the achievements and everything, and then you go back and proceed. And 99% the teacher was behind you. If you do something wrong, they will stop you. But everything was in section. You finish a section, then you can come and check.
Yeah.
Then you move forward and forward and forward. That's why most of the models down there, they've been allowed for 3 hours. They have to understand we are cutting, we are learning to cut and all this.
Yeah.
Okay.
How did you then transition from like the practicalities of like, let's use another example, like I know how to use a camera or I know how to be a tradesman or etc. to then like actually making a functional business? Because I think so many people, they maybe love something, like, maybe hairdressing or etc. But they don't know how to, like, when is the best time to make that leap? How is the best time to make that leap? And then, like, where did you learn it, right? Did you learn it or was it practical on the job or, like, etc.?
Everything was in there, and you have different models, different heads, which they want to achieve something. Always is not you do a model, you tick a box, that's it, you can do that haircut. Always you have a challenge, right?
But when it came to the functional parts of actually, like, operating the business?
That was a bit harder. You have to... After I finished academy, I started working in a salon to see how is the salon environment. So instead of 3 hours being in academy, you are 50 minutes or 1 hour in a salon. And then you don't have time much to chat the way you're doing now. You have just chatting, consultation, quick wash, start cutting, blow dry, and next customer was coming. So you learn a little bit from mistakes, but if you always, when you start something, you know what you can achieve is based on consultation, how you talk with the customers, what the achievement, they know how to focus, you have to be careful about lots of factors about hair. It's not all the cuts will gonna be for everyone, you have to tailor-made for everything. You learn the basics of 12, 16 haircuts, then you can multiply them to anyone. And you tell them every haircut different for different customers. Okay?
And so I suppose the traditional path is you get hired by a salon. Is that the career goal for like a lot of hairdressers, or is it more?
No, that's when you
I'm going to be self-employed and then I'm going to be a business owner myself.
No, when you finish the academy doesn't provide you a job. May ask you to stay in London to work for them. You might do being a freelance, or you can go in your local area and you ask someone to employ you. Yeah. But most of them, they refuse to take you as a newbie because you don't have salon experience. So I've been 1 year in Basingstoke. I learned in the salon, how is the salon environment. I used to do cuts, color and everything. And to work for them, they want more intense courses. So every week I was going 1 day in London for more practice, and when I was ready for a Brunton, this more advanced course, they sent me in London, and I spent another 7 weeks learning and speed up and find your own models and so on and so on. So it was a little bit different. When you private, they give it to you, the models. When you go to advanced levels, you have to find models requiring the cuts you have to do. So you have to start from everything from begin, but more advanced, more speed, more knowledge. The teacher, the directors there, they don't get involved as much. They have just tiny bit conversation with the customer, but you have to focus. And in the end, when you said I'm done, they're going to come check everything.
Double check. Okay,
The customer to be happy, make sure. And if everything is perfect, you have a tick in the box. If it's not, you have to retake. But all the time you have to make sure is a practice and exam, practice, exam. So you have to have at least 2 models minimum for 1 haircut. So you have to do minimum, I reckon, 12 haircuts mandatory to have level 4, NVQ level 4. But if you have distinction, you have to do another 2 or 3, which was the hardest haircuts to do. And you had to, again, practice and then remodel, which was quite hard to find them.
When you're done with like the learning, the tangible stuff, so you've got your MVQ or whatever you're going for.
Yeah.
How did you then look to like rent a chair from a salon?
No. I went straight in Basingstoke.
Employed?
No. I was employed for another almost a year in Basingstoke.
Okay.
So I had to find out how is the salon environment, how is the cuts, how is with the customer. You don't have, if you make a mistake, you have to correct it. You have to do this. You don't have anyone to watch you. No one to be, behind you to say, okay, hold on a second, why are you doing that instead of doing that? So I learned that. I practiced a little bit, and then they've been sending me to more advanced courses. And when I achieved the level 4, I was ready to a salon with the different prices and.
What made you want to then become your own business owner, right? Because I think most people, when they look at hairdressing, they get their MVQ or etc. They get their qualification and then they want to be employed by a salon. Do you see the future of the industry being more business owner orientated?
I started renting a chair to begin with, which I found it quite hard because most of the salons in Salisbury and probably all over, you have a little bit of, gaps. You can do this, which days you want to come. And in my point, I want to rent it as a monthly chair or weekly chair when I can have access every time. But most of them, they want specific days, and then you have to pay for that. So it was hard, to rent a chair, the cost of renting a chair, and you have to be in the time frame and everything. Sometimes the hardest part was when the customer, they didn't turn up to the appointments, but you still rented the chair, you have to pay for it. Doesn't matter you earn or not, you have to pay. That was the difficulty. And to a point when I found everything was restricted, 9 to 5, 9 to 6, something like that. Then I found a little bit more frustrating because you have to work hard on Saturday just to cover the rest of the week because everyone was working and someone wants after 6 o'clock for a haircut, which was hard because you have to ask for the key. Some owners, they don't like that, you know. So then I found that, okay, let's work hard, let's save some money, let's find our own space and give freedom to the customers. You know, if someone wants a haircut at 6 o'clock, they don't have to struggle or they have to find an appointment only on Saturday. We can do it 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. And then we're going to be more relaxed for me working during the week. We're going to be more relaxed for me in the Saturday or Sunday sometimes, not to cost customer, you know. And that's I found it. And you have the freedom to come anytime you want, you know. And you don't have to look, if you do something wrong, maybe the owner is not happy, or you speak a little bit louder, you can. All right. If you want to listen different music in your own salon for the type of customer, you know, in the other salon is the basic music. For me now, if I have someone young, I'm going to put something more trendy. If I have someone, you know, different age, I'm going to put something that's makes me the freedom, you know. When you have your own salon, you have the freedom to do whatever you want, how you want it.
I think, for me anyway, I think there's a kind of a focus, and nowadays, especially with like the economy being up and down, etc., a lot more people are, I guess, in some ways valuing the freedom as a whole. Like as a business owner, right? So not necessarily in your industry, but they, as a whole, they are looking for more freedom-based things, right? So then maybe they'll take a pay cut, right? So let's say, for example, let's just put some numbers on it, right? They could make 40k a year on their own as business owner. But actually, if they were in a corporate circumstance or corporate reality, they would be in like a 50k or a 60k. But actually, that 20k is like, actually, I'd rather have the freedom to be able to do, either be able to put my customers first, or in the ways you were describing about the music and the placement and the time and etc., or actually just have freedom over their time in respect to how they can work.
Yeah, but that's the thing, you have the freedom. Special being, you know, having a child, you know, you have to drop it at school, you have to take it off. Most of the companies, they don't accept things like that. You don't have this privilege, you know. Say, hey, I'm coming to work at 9 o'clock or 9:15 because I have to drop my kid at school. But 2:45, I have to go and take my kid and come back later. They don't accept this. They want you to be 9 to 5 or 10 to 6 or something. So you can't. You struggle with this, you know. And sometimes you just receive quick calls from school. Something happened. You have to take your kid. You can't do something. Or it's always
anything else that life has.
And that's the idea. If you have your own salon, you work based on customers. You block your time when you want to go, or you want to. Probably money wise, probably if you work in a massive company, probably you're gonna earn more, but you're gonna have more stress, and you come home with a massive head and don't have time for your family. When you work for yourself, I'm not selecting my customer. Customer selects me. You know, if they wants to come to me, comes to me. If they wants to go somewhere else, they can go somewhere. There are choices, you know. But it's always I try to accommodate them, you know. And then they have to understand me. I can't do at 3 o'clock because someone wants at 3 o'clock. I always said, it's a school run, I can do it 3:45 or something. You have the freedom, but this freedom doesn't come with a cost, you know. You can lose or you can win money, but it's a gamble which every self-employed will take it.
Yeah, and I think in general it's more, what do you value overall, right? In that respect, like, is it the freedom, or is it the time you could spend with family and having that freedom, but also then for the freedom to work in the evenings, the freedom to work on your time scale, you know?
You have the freedom. I said, you have the freedom, you have time for everything, you know, and I have time to accommodate any customer when they want. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, you know. I don't have a time exactly. I got nights when I work until 10, 11 o'clock. If someone wants a big job and it's the only day he can do it, why not?
How did you come up with your pricing? How do you completely tweak your pricing? I think pricing is such a unique like term, right? Like for every business, everyone is like, how do I price? How do I look at pricing? I mean, when you were going into business, have you kept your prices the same? Like, how did you come across your prices?
I try to look around what's the market in Salisbury. I can't compare with the prices in London or Basingstoke. I started with doesn't matter, I was well advanced stylist, you know, with distinction, attend lots of classes in London for creating everything. I put the prices as a junior stylist.
Okay.
Just to attract customers, to see me, to know me, and have let's say a good job for a junior stylist. And then I increase slowly, accordingly with the market. Some customers, they are not happy with the increase the prices, but it's nothing which I can do about it. Everything went up. For the last few years I didn't increase them, but over the sudden I had to. Otherwise you can't face the... And referring the prices is what is in the Salisbury area. I think my prices, they are fair.
I mean, it's a value,
According with the time.
Yeah, it's a value perception, right?
Yes, according with the time, I think my prices, they are, and I'm not cutting in 45 minutes, I'm not cutting 50 minutes, I'm cutting an hour, sometimes takes an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 50 minutes, the price is the same. If they want a massive change, then the price goes up and we're gonna allocate more time. If the hair is long and thick, we're gonna be different price, different time. But I'm not rushing around, I'm trying to accord the customer time to speak with me, to explain what's the reason is in here. I'm not coming just for a haircut. It's not just a haircut. It's a haircut which makes her feel better, and then the prices go. I think prices in Salisbury, my prices, they are the same. It's with most of the salons. It's nothing. Probably someone which they are working freelance or they are working from their home, probably they are a little bit more cheap, but that was not my target, you know. I'm having overhead costs, I have a business to pay and everything. So my prices is accordingly with the prices in Salisbury, with a little bit more education then.
I think that's a really common one, right? Like, I think for so many people, they question their pricing, or they think about it a lot in respect to, like, am I too expensive? Like, but it's a value add. But for those who either are maybe new to business or etc., I mean, how did you come up with your pricing from like an actual nuts and bolts point of view, right? Like, is it just looking at your costs and then figuring out how much money do you want to make?
You look on the cost, how much cost your day for the salon or renting a chair, how much products will cost you, all right? How much you have to pay tax on that income, and then you have the little, expensive towels to wash, shampoos, conditioner, all this, scissor to be sharp and everything. So you always have to put plus minus something in case, right? Because you never know what can happen. I can drop this clipper in a second and it will cost me a few hundreds just to buy a new one, all right? So if I'll put my hourly rate minus tax and everything, then this one will not gonna. But as a business, you have to take in consideration your time, your money, how much you spend for everything.
Yeah, and I think when businesses start, they don't overly consider that. I think they think, like, what's the market going rate, and like when maybe a client is looking at, like, what I do, for example, they maybe won't look at the years of experience that it took me to either like get all the kit, right, that I have, right, that you get within the price, or the skill or the understanding I have on how to utilize the camera, how to execute a strategy, or etc. In the same way, we opened the podcast with you talking about, like, your experience, the amount of training you have, but also obviously all of your equipment, etc. as well. And I think when people look at something maybe as commoditized or as, like, competitive as hairdressing or barbering, they maybe don't necessarily appreciate how difficult it can be. I mean, what would you say in your experience, like, it's going to be a cliche question, but it's like, what makes a good haircut? Because I think people will look at the market and say, like, look at maybe your pricing, and then look at, like, someone else's maybe less, and they go, well, what's the difference between X and Y?
I want to not discuss too much about this one. It's about the level of the education of the stylist, right? It's about the understanding about beyond the haircut. Everyone can cut, yeah? Even if you all say, come on, cut a length, you might do it, I'll show you. And that's not about that. It's about the end result, what you can create, what you can explain to the customer, the benefits of this cut. And the prices goes accordingly with the knowledge of the stylist. If you want a cheap haircut, you're gonna go for a cheap haircut. But depends. If you want just a haircut, you go for a haircut. Then you want to pay accordingly, I don't know, the price for a regular haircut. But if you want something different, then you have to pay a little bit more, because it's the level of our education. Everyone comes to me with a picture, Instagram picture. I want to look like that. For me to go to learn a haircut like that costs me thousands, right? If I'll cut cheap, how gonna cover my cost to go to London to achieve that haircut?
I think a percentage of it is also, again, like it's a value perception thing.
Yes.
Right, like it's just, there's a difference, and it might just be like, are you a business owner, and do you, like, is the perception of how well you look or how well groomed you look or etc. actually mean that you are more likely or less likely? And then, yeah, of course it's about the substance of what you sell as well, but is it also about, you know, how well do you look and how well groomed do you actually care about how you look, etc., and those things, and those little nuances around those things. But I mean, we spoke when I lost my head about, like, you were trying constantly, like, how to blend differently and stuff. I mean, like, is part of the, I guess, your unique selling proposition, you could say, in a position where that's because you're looking for those extra fades and like those what I would say those nuanced differences.
Yes, always I'm trying to, if I have a customer, and always I'm trying to focus what their achievements, if it's possible, we can do something a little bit different, because I can see something in there which I can create a different look. And always I'm trying to convince customer to go a little bit more brave than a classic haircut, because I know when I see a customer, doesn't matter if it's a gent or a lady, I can see after the haircut, all right? But sometimes it's hard for me to explain to a customer. If I give names of the haircut, they'll be scared about, and just try to simplify. And I say, look, I think based on what you're doing with your hair, and we can do this or we can do that. Some of them, first time when they're coming to me, they're a little bit more scared about, and I'm trying to plant the seed in their brain. They have options to go a little bit above just a regular haircut. And then they're coming back after, I don't know, 3 months, 6 months. They're curious to do it. And when they've done it, they say, oh, why should I did it before? Or when you said.
I mean that opens up where I was going to go next, around how is your customer acquisition? I mean, in initial stages, is it just mostly word of mouth? Like you do a good job, a customer says to someone else, oh, this is the person who did my hair, you should check them out, etc.
Yes, could be that. You know, sometimes publicity a little bit, but mouth to mouth is the most.
Because I think the misconception sometimes when people look at marketing is they think that there's a golden bullet for it. So, you know, in my experience, for example, anything that you do, whether it's video, whether it's Facebook, whether it, you know, whatever it may be, like social media or websites or Google or paid traffic or etc., it's all going to make your reputation better in the respect to, so if you have a good reputation, that will then compound that good reputation.
Yes.
But it will also go the other way, right? Which is, you know, obviously not in your case or like in someone else's case, but if they had like issues with the business or issue with the product service fit or issues with the actual product that they're offering or the service they're offering, a issue can be, if you market that too well, it can actually compound it will get worse for the company, because the more people are seeing the bad service necessarily, right? That's subjective, of course, but I think it's an interesting place, especially in a heavily competitive or a heavily commoditized market where that you're in. I mean, how are you looking at navigating your marketing? Because I know that we've discussed previously, like there's always stuff going on in the economy, and like I try not to personally focus on it because I can't control what the Chancellor has said or the PM has done. I mean, you know, in the span of in between us planning this and recording the show, there's been like another problem in the Middle East related to like a war, right? Which is going to cause global issues and concerns, right? But there's nothing we can do as business owners to stop or control that, right? So how, just to reiterate the question, like what are you looking at from a marketing point of view, if you are, to, I guess in some ways stay ahead or continue to look at the growth of the business? Because I'm a big believer in like, if you're not doing stuff to market your business, then you are unfortunately going to eventually hemorrhage customers.
Yes. What I'm trying to do is please the customers. Don't promise, over deliver most of the things. I'm trying my best. You know, I'm trying to advertise, and always I understand what's going on in this world at the moment. Everyone suffers, everyone is questioning, everyone can notice you increase with the Fiverr. I do understand. I try to explain. It's not up to me. It's about what happened with the Brexit, all the prices that went up, because we have to pay duty taxes and everything. It's nothing which I can control. But I know it's a little bit harder for everyone in these days. We're gonna be harder. I don't think so. This will gonna be the end. I'm not sure what's happening is they want to destroy those local small businesses and be just a massive company which they can cover all this. But
if we look tangibly at the economy in the UK, from my understanding at least, it's made up of small and medium-sized businesses. So I don't think that any government, regardless of colour, would quote-unquote want to destroy the businesses. That might be the byproduct. But I think when you look at marketing or growth, like, you know, I know you're looking at your website and stuff. I mean, like, what's your perception with advertising in general, right? As maybe someone who is like testing stuff and looking at stuff. I mean, what when you think of advertising, do you think of, like, for you?
for me, advertising about myself, or
like when you were looking to do advertising and gain more customers, right? Which is why everyone markets, why everyone advertises. What would you look at to do? What would your go-to be? Because you've got to do something tangible.
yeah, of course, yes. It's always you have to see what most of the customer ask for in the area, right? You have to. There are key points about what customer they look in my area, hairdresser, barbers, and everything. Then you try to make a little bit of advert. I'm here, I do this, I do that. But it's very hard now with the marketing these days, because everything is a link between your job. How often do you advertise yourself? What's your budget?
But there's loads of stuff you can do for free, right? So, like, something that I think could really work for you is, like, obviously with client consent, but like every time you do a haircut, take a picture on your phone of like this was like the before and then the after, right?
Yeah.
And just do like a simple post around that and saying, well, like, this gent came in and was asking for this, and like this is a before and after. And eventually, after you've done that for like 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, etc., then you'll get a reputation for what you do there. Also, little things like where you are, how you are, because I think, you know, I mean, looking at Google Maps, right?
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the business I get is through the website, but it's indirectly through Google Business.
Yes.
And, you know, I mean, people, I think they underestimate the power of getting a handful of 5-star reviews. Now, depending on your industry, will depend on what your, like, quote unquote golden number is to hit the top 3. But like the top 2 on average is going to be sponsored, people paying money to sit on top of Google. Bar that, then you'll have your 3 that are organic, and that's where I guess you could say the golden trilogy is, right? So if you were going to have an objective in marketing, in my view, it would be to get into that top 3. Now, that's easier said than done. A way of doing that is through reviews, right? And
Yep.
having up-to-date reviews and having, I guess in some ways, like, definitely true, obviously, like real people reviews, because there's a lot of people who like, oh, let's bot my reviews, which will get flagged and will hurt the rankings and so on. But the crux, I guess, I mean, how have you weaved in the idea of, I guess in some ways, getting reviews for what you do? Is that hard? Is that a difficult question for your customers?
It's very hard to receive good reviews. It's very easy to have a bad review. In general, I'm not asking customers. Most of my reviews, they are based on the customer experience.
Because in most cases, when like a bad review happens, it tanks ratings, which is obviously unfair, but it's also one of those things, in my view anyway, which is like, it could just be a misunderstanding, and someone seems to be a bit more trigger happy. And I think that in some ways it's our job to educate a business or a business community or like a customer community or whatever to consider the potential damage that review could do.
I think a bad review, it's destroying a business, especially if you are a small business. I think before you put a review on Google, I think it's better to discuss with the salon and see what they can do for the service they've done, what is wrong and why they didn't achieve something. But most of the reviews, I think they are not fair or they are fake, which is in my case. I had 2 reviews which customer never been in my salon, never engaged with me, and they decide to put something bad on my page, which I was devastated. But I tried to contact Google to discuss about that, and the Google said, they don't violate our privacy, which I think is not fair, because it's black and white on Google. Say we are not accepting fake reviews, which people they are not on, they not been in your salon, which I think for a small business it's hard, but it's nothing which you can do. Always I'm trying to.
Is it the industry? Like, is it more vendetta-ish? Because, like, I found to an extent in what I do, there's like 2 ways of looking at it. Either you can be a competitor, or like we're all competitors, but like the way you look at it or the way you think about it could be that people are going to work with you from a collaboration point of view. But I guess in some ways it's kind of a dog-eat-dog world in some ways, because it's like either I'm going to go to Soren or I'm going to go to someone else.
That's the decision. I'm trying.
But it isn't even necessarily your decision, right? Because your job is to put up the, here's my window with what I sell in it.
Yep.
So to speak, and then it's down to the customer to choose. Especially in a city like Salisbury, that the joke is for a long time that the high street is just becoming service based. We've got coffee shops, vape shops, and hairdressers, right?
That's Salisbury trend now.
But that's not just Salisbury. That's a high street problem, surely.
Yeah, but this high street with a lot of coffee shops and vape shop was not going to bring more customers into town. Because town they need to bring.
Do you think it's more of a city-wide strategy then, to bring footfall to everyone?
Yes, in my point of view.
How does there's no, we're not going to sit here and necessarily point fingers at people, but is there in your experience a conjoint strategy in that respect, like to bring more people in? I mean, you're next to the train station, right? So surely you get, or because you're only appointment based, is that?
Quite rare you find someone coming from the train station for a haircut. Okay. The walk-in, they disappear. Everyone is based on appointments.
Because I was going to say that would be my next question. I mean, why don't you do walk-ins?
Because
tangibly for you, because surely wouldn't it be easier for you, no?
It's not, people they don't walk in and have a haircut, not anymore. I've got days in here when I was working with a customer from 9 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the evening. I never had one coming in for a haircut. And if happens, they're gonna ask you, can you do a haircut now? In that moment, which is impossible. And to spend 8 to 10 hours in here, maybe once a day, someone will come for a haircut, which I doubt. Now everyone is over a click. They look for a hairdresser, they look in the area, they look for the reviews, they look for your work, they look for the picture, they're taking lots of in consideration before they decide to call you. They look for prices and so on.
Okay.
I'm not sure if my salons in the high street, they're gonna have more people walking to the salon and asking for a haircut. I doubt.
I was going to say, because in your line of work, is location overly important then?
Not really.
Because if you're appointment based and you bring the work to you, surely then your location to an extent is irrelevant.
Yeah. Doesn't matter where you are. If someone wants to walk in, probably they're only going to call you if you have an appointment.
Yeah. Because I was going to say, I mean, surely that's a different, in a similar way, that's kind of a different, I don't want to say the word league of customer, but that's a different customer. The walk-in customer is not necessarily the one who's going to value the more expensive haircut necessarily. No. Is there a correlation there? Would you say?
No, the one which wants a walk-in haircut just want a haircut.
They're not overly fussed.
They don't care about how they were gonna look. They want a haircut, just a simple haircut, because he fed up with the length, his dry ends, or blah blah blah, and that's it. They want to come in and go out, and most of them, which they want a haircut, in my point of view, of course, it's when you do a dry haircut, which is impossible to do such things.
So just going back to like the earlier, like when you started out, was there, because obviously it wasn't all, well, I don't believe it would have been sunshine and rainbows necessarily. I mean, was there big challenges? Was there big concerns?
It is.
Was it just cash? Because that's, I think, the main issue.
Yeah, on the beginning was cash only, because you don't know how the market works. When I was working in a salon, everything was charged by the recession. When I started being a freelance, the challenge was to go to a customer's house, find a house, find where to park. That's the way it started. When I finished with the salon, I've been a freelance, and it was hard, it was hard. The prices, you have to keep them down, People, they don't take in consideration. You have to travel for 25 minutes to them, and everyone was cheap. I've done that just to build a little bit of clientele and to earn some money. For quite a few weeks, I wasn't earning anything. It is a challenge, and I think it's difficult, especially with colors, because when the color develops, especially when you do a little bit of highlights, a little bit of bleach, you have to wash it straight away. You can't do such things at customers' home. So for me, it was better to be in the salon, have everything.
So was that the solution that you found? Was actually being here, having a relocation means that you have, of course, that freedom, but also it better in the use cases that you had as well. With color,
you're not wasting time in travel. You have a better light, all the colors that you need. If something goes so different than you don't want it, you have backup. You can't travel with hundreds of colors. It's about the light. It's about you can't have everything with you.
So did you build savings beforehand? So from your time on Rent-A-Chair before you came here? Because obviously, like the down payments and stuff here, like did you loan that? Like how does that work from a business point of view? Because I think a lot of people look at it and go, there's a load of costs for having a salon with a load of risk, with no guarantee that it's necessarily going to work.
It's the same thing when you start being a hairdresser. You don't know if you carry on being successful or you go to the other way around. Okay. You can lose everything, But it's a gamble you take. You save when you make money.
Yeah.
Don't spend it all. And then when you think to have a business, you have to think what you need to start a business and how much money will going to cost you this business. And now you have to save a little bit. Everything, if you don't save, you don't start. You don't borrow money from the banks or anything. I'm not advising anyone to do such things. You have money, you start. If you don't have money, better to be employed.
So then you have a lean business. So then
yes,
because I think that links into. I mean, we touched on it with the like economic challenges and stuff that happens in the world, and I think the businesses that I find have been able to like continue and grow, or at minimum just stay alive during that period, has been ones that have cash piles, have been ones that know how to manage money, have been ones that don't over leverage themselves in regards to loans and equivalent, right?
That will going to be very hard for them. If they do that if they go in that area, I think we're not going to survive for now. I think is the way you know how to look after your cash. You make some money, don't spend it all, because we're going to be rainy days when you need our cash. Especially in our industry, you have good months, bad weeks, good weeks. Always you have to think ahead what you want to do with the money. You spend it in a posh chair, or you want to spend in a posh car, or you want to spend in a scissor, which makes your life easier, and then spend in a pair of expensive shoes. So I think when you make money, make sure where you want to go. You want to go back in the business and grow better, or you want to spend it in fashion. It's up to them. It's entitled up to the 25.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that leads on to how does any business, but yours specifically, get loyal customers or loyal clients? Because everyone wants loyal clients, right?
Yes. I'm trying to be me. I'm not, as I said earlier, I'm no promise, I'm over deliver. I do my best. I try to please the customers as much as I can. You know, I want my customer to come back to me. I want them to have a nice, journey in here, from the door to the chair, to the consultation, to the backwash, to the cut, blow dry, and when we say bye-bye. And I think it's a nice journey. Always I put myself in the customer's chair, not being a hairdresser. I want to understand what is underneath, why they bother things. Always everything is in the consultation with the customers, is the connection with the customers, and try to achieve something different. And you want to stand up, you are different than the others. I think that's the most key point for all this hairdresser. Don't think it's just a haircut. It's more than a haircut. It's about the experience in the salon, it's the environment, it's everything. The customer, they don't say, but they look. And when they are coming back, it's fantastic. Overall, my average is 94.7 return customers on my booking system. So I think it's good, in my opinion.
I was gonna say, do you think that maybe cheaper ones, or in general, like it's not aimed at anyone in specific, but like, do you think people don't focus on that customer experience as much?
I think so.
Because like for me, in what I do, when I focused on customer experience more and more and more, and that was more of what I focused on, client explanation and what does it feel like to work with me, not just tangibly like this is what you get, this is how much it costs, but like how does the client feel?
Yeah.
That's actually when the client expectation went really, really high.
Yeah.
And because it was something I was focusing on, but also I found that I was retaining more of my clients more of the time, and actually I was growing faster, and I was having higher rates.
That's the key. It's not always, it's what you can create for the customer and how the customer feels when they are paying. It's value for the money. I think that's the most important. Every customer will pay a little bit more for the job to be right. I think I got customers saying, sorry, I prefer to pay a little bit more, but I want to have a good result. Then go a little bit cheaper and not being happy. So you pay what you get in the end of the day. And I'm put myself in the customer's shoes. What the customer wants to achieve.
So if you were going to wind the clock back, to 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 5 years ago, and you could talk to the person who was starting out, loves hairdressing, or just someone who's looking to start a business now, what advice would you give them?
Good one. I think I would say, mate, focus in what you're doing, love what you're doing, and hope everything will be fine. Probably we're not going to be fine in the moment you want, but we're going to be a moment when everything will going to happen, I think. And that's probably the best advice to every hairdresser. Never give up, work hard, and you're going to be payoff.
As a final note, I would agree. I think it's residual. You've got to keep going regardless. You've got to redo the plan. If the plan's not working, redo the plan and then keep going. But if you did enjoy this episode and you would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed. I'd love to hear what you think in the comment section down below. It was a bit all over the place, but wanted to try something new. So thank you ever so much for watching, and I'll see you
See you later. Bye.
very, very soon. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. Welcome to the Old Mill. And today we're going to be doing a brand new podcast talking to Johnny from Taste World and just kind of the Old Mill. Hello, Johnny. How are you?
How are you? Good
I'm
to see you
very
again,
well.
Carter.
Absolutely. I was going to think about where to start, but I mean, we're sat in the Old Mill restaurant, right? And I think a lot of people who are local to Salisbury will obviously know the Old Mill in Harnham. You've just acquired it maybe, 6 months ago?
3.
3 months ago? Okay.
Yeah.
Why here? Why did you choose here specifically?
It was just a building that had come to our attention for a kind of friend when I think a poster went up in the window saying, due to change of ownership, we'll be closing. And I thought, we need to come and look at this site when I was told how beautiful it was by the friend. And we came straight here, and within, I think, 15 seconds of pulling up in the car park, we decided it was something we needed to pursue. And we actually agreed the terms to take it kind of out of the grasp of the person that was meant to be taking it without even stepping foot inside. We literally saw your video, strangely on YouTube, that I think you filmed a couple of years back, and the visual impact it had from the outside. And that was the decision we made. It was just something we almost kind of fell in love with. It's not something I normally do, to be fair. I normally think with my brain, not my heart, but I just fell in love with it. And then when we came inside, it was actually better than we'd imagined, which is always a good thing when you've already made a decision like that. But yeah.
So, I mean, we were talking just before we started about the ebbs and flows of hospitality, maybe the ebbs and flows of any business. I mean, in your experience, how have you looked to target, how have you looked to frame creating a business that can be sustained through winter, through slower months, rather than, like, how do you look at that from a hospital? Because hospitality, in my experience at least, is known for do really well in the summer, do really well at Christmas, but then you have those other areas where it's maybe tipped down a bit. I mean, how do you look at it in your other venues as well, which I'm sure we'll get onto, but either here or in general, how did you strategically think about it? How do you sort of create that demand throughout the year in respect to the sustained revenue? How do you see it? Because I think that's like, if you can do that with a business, then it will continue to, you know, you'll make more money overall because you're more consistently creating that consistent revenue.
Absolutely. And I think the big thing, you just actually used the word there, we talk about a lot in our business, is consistency. Delivering product consistently to the customer, giving consistent service. That helps to kind of get people to come to you more regularly, which obviously helps stem that kind of peaks and troughs you're talking about. Now, obviously with a site like this, I would say we have the best beer garden, cocktail garden, cider garden, whatever you want to describe it as, sat 100 feet from us currently. It is a beautiful spot down by the river, and we get a lot of passing trades from people walking from Harnham obviously into Salisbury. We also get a lot of trade come from Salisbury up just to come to our beer garden. Now, that is something that we aren't going to be able to change necessarily, but what we can do is pivot on that garden and not just make it into a garden. So come September, we are completely covering it over, and it's going to become an event space for probably the next 6 months after that. So all the way through till April. So we've got a Halloween kind of pumpkin picking experience thing lined up. There's a Santa's Grotto, a pre-bar ready to go in November time that will go all the way through to December. We'll probably have a quiet downtime in January just because the team are going to work really, really hard. And then come February, we're going to do a really cool Valentine's themed month out there. Really cool stuff. Again, we'll share all this on socials when it's finalised. I'm being tentative what I'm saying, not to kind of ruin the marketing spiel when it comes out. But then coming into kind of March, April time, we're going to have obviously a big space where we could Mother's Day out there. So we'll maximise the real peak moments. Mother's Day obviously being the busiest single day in the calendar year. We'll have a potential extra 130 covers out there to what we would normally have. And then we'll have an Easter experience out there. And then we're back ready for the summer. Again, with kind of how we bring people into this space, the beautiful restaurant we're sat in with the river flowing there behind me. I'm sure you can probably pick that up on the mic. It really is a stunning feature of the building. We really want to drive people to want to come here for an experience. So that will come through kind of the level of food that we're trying to aim for, using sustainable local produce. And the big USP is the fact that we are either already or can be 100% gluten-free. So that's something we're really going to be targeting over the next sort of 3 to 6 months, is doing packages wrapped around the bedrooms and dinner experience for those with celiac disease or those avoiding gluten. Now, the figures on that at the minute in the UK is around 6 million. So it's about 10% of the population are either actively avoiding or for medical reasons cannot consume gluten. Now, these people have birthdays every single day of the year, right? So 365 days a year, I've got a potential celiac that I can target with some marketing, go, come and stay at the Old Mill, have an amazing stay in our beautiful bedrooms, and by the way, we can do dinner for you as well, which is celiac safe. So that's something that we really will be pushing hard. As soon as we get the main kind of summer bulk out of the way, wasn't the best time to take a pub like this, kind of going into the busy period already, should we say. So we're very mindful of not trying to overload ourselves. So layers to a cake, layers to an onion, however you want to look at it, we kind of stack on top. When we get one thing right, we'll do the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. So we're hoping if I sat here this time next year, I'd be able to say to you everything I've just said, we've done it, and it's great. So,
do you think there's, I mean, you've mentioned like that being one of your unique selling propositions, but do you think that's one of the reasons why maybe your locations will be successful in comparison to someone else's who maybe isn't thinking that forward ahead, isn't doing those outdoor events, turning in their beer garden into things? Because I think people sometimes they look because you've got to spend quite a bit of money to do the beer garden stuff, right? It can't be cheap to convert the beer garden semi-consistently and then convert it back, and then I imagine if it works, you'll do it the following year and you'll flip and you'll continue to rotate it. I mean, is that just the nature of the business, would you say?
Yeah, I think the age-old sayings, innovate or evaporate, speculate to accumulate. I'm very much on the leading edge of wanting to use tech, for instance. We're using more tech in our business, and we look forward, not backwards. We don't look at why things are bad, we look at how we can be better, and that's something across the whole group. Our senior team, that's all I'm talking about. I'm not cutting wages, I'm increasing sales. I'm not saying how do we get rid of people because times are hard. I'm saying how do we bring more people in for different reasons. What we're also really good at, and if anyone on here is listening as a hospitality owner or manager, we are very good at getting brand deals. So all the cool stuff I've just spoke about, we'll be approaching brands. And so the Pre-Bar, for instance, will be selling a shed load of Bailey's hot chocolates, I'm sure. So I'll approach Bailey's and say, look, I want some support. They will give you money to support their brands with the right streams and for the right events, similar to your festivals. When you see the big festival bars and stuff like that going on, that's got brand support behind it. And it's having those conversations that really help us, and we're very good at that, to be fair. We've got great relationships with all of our suppliers, both local, national and international, to kind of help with that. Not just the financial costs, but they've got years and years and years of expertise doing similar events, so why would you not lean upon them to kind of help? It might be a supplier they use that can cut some costs that we didn't know about, or just simply going, have you thought about this? Like we had an event a couple of weeks ago that we used Thatcher's, a very local company, obviously from Somerset, but they are fantastic, just gone to #1 cider brand in the UK actually last week, that was announced, and they supported fully. They paid for the live music, and they came down, gave us a load of free stock, and had people down here giving out samples. That was just because they wanted their brand to be seen in a beautiful pub like the Old Mill. Yeah. So it works both ways, I guess. Thatcher's has got exposure from being able to use us as kind of a staging post, and we've also got kind of the use of their kind of expertise as well as paying for our live music. So yeah,
I think that's a really important thing, and a lot of what I'm hearing about that is a very modernised touch, right? And I think the concern with some. Would it be? I don't know. I don't like saying like, oh, it's this person's fault or etc. But there's a lot of people in my industry. Like I had a conversation yesterday that was around like the creative industry struggling, right? And I've been very honest and very fortunate. Where actually I'm in a very different place. I'm in a very fortunate place with the kind of work I'm doing and how I'm doing it, and like actually like looking at the bottom line of my business, it's actually doing really well, right? Yeah. So I'm not feeling that, oh, it's difficult, right? Do you think, in your experience, has there been like always something going on? Because I always see it as like there's always something happening in geopolitics. There's always something happening in the economy. There's always a concern related to the up and coming budget or the up and coming changes or etc. Which of course changes things for businesses. Of course it does, right? But is there a perspective? I think because obviously a lot of your group, a lot of how you work could be perceived as you're very successful, right? You're clearly very good at taking on some sites, making them make money, and then continuing to repeat that process. Is that from a mindset from yourself specifically and the rest of your exec team of we've got to keep being aggressive, we've got to keep moving forward, regardless of what the doom and gloom is, would you say?
I think absolutely. What we talk about a lot is that age is on our side. I mean, myself and my exec team are on the right side of 40, shall we say. Apologies to any older listeners. So we're there, we've got bags of energy. Now, a lot of the sites that we look at now have had kind of historic landlords, tenants for a long period of time. They're just tired. They don't know where to look. Social media, they don't get it. When I'm saying, why are you not on TikTok? They're like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. They just don't understand that TikTok isn't just for young people now, right? We have spent 0 pennies on paid for advertising. Okay? Obviously, we brought you in, you made some amazing content for us, but we've paid absolutely nothing to do it with. We've done all organic. That's because we understand what we're doing. We've been pretty much fully booked here in our rooms and our restaurant and our garden for the last 6 weeks because we understand where to put our energy and our time. We don't put energy and time into something that's not going to give us back reward. So if a conversation starts happening, even at kind of management level within here, I'm like, is that going to actually affect my bottom line? No, stop talking about it then. Because you've got to be so fixated on the numbers that it's almost autistic. I mean, there is definitely traits of autism in me, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and all I'm doing is thinking about those numbers, how we can trim 1-2% on this cost base, how can we then put that money to work in increasing sales? I think the old saying is the good places, the good people will always do well. Doesn't matter what the economy does. I think without blowing your ego too much, the reason you're doing well is because your content's bloody brilliant. There is plenty of people out there doing similar stuff to you that are probably complaining, moaning it's not great. And you look at the quality of their work and it's just not there. They haven't got the adaptability, for instance, without throwing anyone under the bus. We dealt with another content creator doing very similar to yourself. And they were just so slow to react to us. Whereas yourself, Colton, this is what we need to do. Can you be a bit more flexible? Yeah, cool, perfect. We can do this, we can do that. And you said yes more than you said no. And that's very much what we talk about in our business. If we can, we will. And I think the customers react to that, right? Yeah. We're not perfect, never perfect. It's not a real word, right? Perfection,
I think
you can pursue it, but you'll never get there.
I think, well, just building off that, I mean, I've always followed the motto of done is better than perfect, because your concept of perfection will always change, right? Yeah. Because if you're growing personally and as a business, your definition of that word will then change by proxy. So you actually you should never hit perfection, so to speak. And that's why I think execution is better to focus on. And that's, I think, why we synergize so well, because I do focus on execution, but also I focus on strong ROI. I'm so glad you mentioned TikTok, because so many people think it's what it was when it was Musical.ly, right? Which was dances.
Dancing for kids.
You know, kids are social, but I think it's more around the attracting of attention to then make the byproduct be sales, right? Instead of we're going to just look at the pure ROI when it comes to sales of we do this, then we pay it on ads, and then we get a higher return. Because when you do paid ads, you can track that cost a lot, because you can see the metrics behind it. When you do organic, it's slightly harder. I mean, how do you look at either TikTok or your content strategy? Because one of the first things we talked about was actually like, you're really strong at marketing, right? So I was like, okay, absolutely fabulous. How can I then add value on top of that? Because I wasn't then going to have you need to post on social media. I wasn't going to, because it was like you had it. I didn't need to have that conversation. With some clients I need to, because they're new to social and we need to get them up to speed. But with you, it was like, okay, cool, what do you want? What do you want us to do? Yeah. I mean, is it just TikTok? Is it just Instagram? Is it socials? Like, how do you tackle marketing from your perspective?
I mean, we approach each venue with different purpose. So we've got a competitive gaming venue, for instance. So targeted 21 to 35-year-olds that want to go out and play interactive darts, shuffleboards, that kind of thing. Now, our marketing strategy there, very different to here. We actually use Snapchat still, believe it or not, because we get good, positive interaction on that. We use a lot of TikTok, we use a lot of Instagram, we use a lot of Facebook. Don't do any paid for stuff there, really. It's a lot of get influencers in, come and play some darts, film it, put it on your Instagram for us. That gets us great results. It really, really does. Somewhere like here, where our target base audience is 35 and upwards, we're actually using Nextdoor app. We're using Google. We're using TripAdvisor, because these are all social media platforms. They don't get spoke about, but that's what they are. So we'll have a really strong focus for, say, a month, where we work really, really hard to get lots of reviews focused on TripAdvisor. Not by any other means other than giving great service and just going, guys, really appreciate it. Just leave us a good review. Or a review, sorry. We're telling them what reviews to leave, of course. An honest review. And yeah, that works really, really well. So then people searching for places to go in Salisbury, we're up there, right? Yeah. The biggest thing we do, I think, is getting the team on board. So we're not a single person marketing company. I am head of marketing, if you want to call myself that, as well as obviously CEO. That's where I like to spend most of my time, because it's where you see the excitement. But I think here we've got 6 social media admins. So they're tasked, right, today's your day. This is the plan. Execute it, because as good as your stuff is, your captured pictures are only going to be live on the day you did it, right? The best stuff we see is what I call the instantaneous, the random stuff. We had a dog swimming in the river yesterday. Unless I ring you up and go, can you come and snap a picture of the dog that's now swimming in the river? You're never going to get a picture of that. Yeah. We post that online and we get such good interaction. We're not into just posting food. You'll probably see that from our marketing. People get bored of that. I don't want to follow someone that's just showing me a great fish and chips. It's going to be the best fish and chips in the world. Once I've seen it 5 times, I'm cool, it's fish and chips. There's only so many ways you can angle it or change the lighting or the backdrop on it, right? So we'll post customers. We've got Doris is coming to celebrate her 70th birthday. Happy birthday to her. That kind of stuff can only come when your team is kind of in with the vision. So we'll do regular monthly catch-ups with all our social media admins. We'll do then probably every 3 months an in-person one. So we'll bring them all in, and it might be yourself I ask next time, right? Can you just come and do a piece on how you get great filming angles, great lighting angles? So they all understand they're never going to be as good as yours. But they don't need to be when we're putting out as much content as we are. Yeah. And I think that is something that I really understood, and probably the biggest thing we change when we take properties. I mean, yes, this is beautiful. Yes, we've spent money on it. Yes, we've elevated it. But circumstantially, this building was beautiful before we took it, right? Why are we now busier than it ever has been? I think because our marketing's better. I think before, when we looked at it, their last post was 2 months previous on their Facebook, on their Instagram. I think we took it in February, end of February. The post that was last on Facebook was advertising Christmas carols. It shows you the difference on where we're at. If you go on our Instagram, our Facebook, our TikTok, our websites are kept up to date to the day, you'll know exactly what we're trying to be, who we are, and then hopefully, when you come in, our social media, our marketing reflects what you then see inside. So I don't want to become a fake presence. There's quite a few restaurants I can think of that look amazing on socials, and you get there, you're like, wow, you've just taken a picture of the corner of your restaurant that does look nice, and the rest of it's not real. So we'll do a lot of kind of walkthroughs. I think the other day I just live filmed, walk straight through the front door, down the alleyway, through the garden, no editing, no filtering, just here you go, guys. This is what you can come to if you want to. And that, I think, gives an honesty. Yeah. I think that's the best word to give it. You're not trying to sell anything. This is what we are. Do you want to come? If you do, great. We'll see you at the other side of the door. But if you don't, cool. It's also not for you. And we're very, very good at that, actually, to be fair. Identifying who our customers aren't, because not every customer's for us. If someone walked in here and they wanted to have a £10 meal on a Friday night, we're not for you. There's plenty of places offering a fantastic meal for £10 in the Salisbury area. But on the flip side, if you were looking for a fantastic Chateaubriand on a Friday night to enjoy with a fantastic bottle of Malbec, we're the place for you. And you should come here. You're not going to get that if you go to the £10 meal place around the corner. Yeah. So it's understanding where your market pitch is, not trying to be for everybody, because it's impossible, but the people you are for, really being strong at that and having that kind of full team cultural mindset that all of my team will know who we're for within probably a parameter of what age we're aiming for, what service we're aiming for. They'll all know that our USP is gluten-free. And I think that's really, really important, because I can't just sit here now spouting all of this and then not relay that to my team. And again, we're not perfect. We're definitely, particularly in this site, 3 months in, it's nothing. You're really still learning everything at the minute. We're learning our customer base. We're learning our team. Still a weekly training for all of our team. In 6 months, would I expect 99% of customer visits to be at the level I'm talking? Absolutely. And anyone watching now that came here and didn't have that, please contact me on the Facebook, and we'll put that right, because that's another thing we're very good at. If we're not right, let's put it right. If we know it was something that we did wrong, we need to do everything we can to put it right. If someone came, they just didn't like our menu, that's okay. Really sorry we weren't for you. Hope you find somewhere that is, because we're not going to be for everybody. But if something's kind of not to plan, shall we say, identifying that, having the touch points during the visit to identify why you're here is best practice. But having then the touch points after visit, we have feedback emails that go out. I've got business cards that go out with my personal email on it to everybody. If you've had a great time, let me know. If you've not had a great time, let me know, because we want to know. Even at the scale right now, when we employ 165 people across 10 venues, we are relatively big. I still understand the importance of being customer-centric in my role. And that comes through marketing, coming back to your kind of original question, I guess. That is all part of it, right? Marketing is understanding why something went wrong and how you fix it. Yeah? That is marketing, yeah.
Do you think there's and this is more general, like broad business question, or like it could be your business, could be my business, could be any business. Do you think some people, because I've always followed the own up to if you made a mistake and it's your fault, or if God forbid something went wrong on a video, I'll be like, look, I made a mistake, hands up, right? And I think that put, in my view, from client feedback and etc. that I've got, that puts me apart from other people who are just going to sit on their morals and go, well, actually, no, it was because of it. You know, I don't sit and, it's not about necessarily making an excuse. I don't like to use that term, but it's more, the question I was going to ask right now is, do you feel that one of the reasons why you're quote unquote successful is because of how in touch you are with the marketing, with the customers, with the key question there is honesty when it comes to, look, we're potentially going to get it wrong, but actually this is how we're going to try and fix it for you.
100%. There is a lot of restaurant owners out there that I know of, both personally and I've seen online, and the first thing they do is blame the customer. When a customer comes out and says, oh, I didn't like that, what do you know? I'm a chef. And it's like, that's not the response. If you do genuinely believe you were right, as I say, really sorry, wasn't for you, hope you find somewhere that is. That's the response we give. I don't try and get into a debate with someone whether they were right, wrong or indifferent. It's fairly obvious when you're wrong. Someone comes in and could be an item missing from the menu. Chefs are humans, right? And there's not enough conversation around in hospitality. It's a human-centric business, right? If you went into an office and you had 20 workers, in a week period, how many office workers would make mistakes? The problem is no one ever knows about them because it's not generally a customer-focused basis, right? But you come to hospitality, a slight small error from, could be a 17, 18-year-old that's first job potentially, becomes a huge thing for the customer. Rightfully so. We should be able to execute a meal, but we're not going to all the time. But the first thing you do, as you said, is accept it. Yeah, that is not the standard that we work to. Apologise. What can we do to make that right for you?
Yeah.
And if you follow those three things, then I don't think you can go far wrong. Now, out of all of the complaints that we get across the group in a year period, just call it 100. I would say 99 of them have returned and love what we are about. So that's 100 people potentially that would never step foot in the business again that we've managed to rectify, use their not so great experience to learn, made changes to SOPs or systems and processes, and then reflected on it and gone, okay, that happened. Let's not let it happen again. How can we improve as a group? Can we learn something that happened here and go, actually, we can stop that happening anywhere else, not just here? Because even now, I mean, I'm 20 years into the game now, there's still stuff happens. I'm like, wow, wasn't expecting that. How did that happen? What can we do to stop that happening again? So it's a learning day all the time. Even for someone at my level, my experience, you might think, oh, I know everything. I don't. I'm pretty good. I know most things, but the game's changing. Every single week, I'm like, okay, that's different. 10 years ago, did I think that I'd be talking about being a gluten-free centric company? Absolutely not. Now, it's our USP. That's our single biggest drive for us. Because most places don't want to do it. And I think that's identifying what you can do to set yourself apart. Whether that's you can be cheaper, don't like doing that. I think that's the easy way up, being cheaper. Being better, what quantifies better. But if you're totally unique and you're the only place in the market doing something, then you're always going to have a market for that. And riches and niches is another saying I like to use, right? We're in a niche that's not even that small. It's quite large, 6 million people. But it is a niche in this area because in Salisbury, we're one of the only places. Probably the only places. Can be 100%.
I think that's really unique. I think it's sort of, to an extent, it leans back into what do you want to do incredibly well at, right? And I think I've always tried to pride myself on, I may not be the oldest videographer in respect to being in the game or the biggest marketing company or etc., but I will give as much effort and as much energy as I can to create the best content that is tied around what you, whoever it may be, the client, is looking to achieve from that video, that set of videos, etc., whatever we're doing. But from your perspective, why, maybe not necessarily just me, but why do you look to invest in video as a whole or marketing as a whole? Because you said earlier in the interview, your team does a lot of marketing, right? So I guess the question from potentially the audience is then, okay, well, why do you then spend money to get a professional in to create those, what I'll call showpieces?
So it's long form. Stuff that's going to be around for a long time, I will always invest to make it professional. I think it makes you stand out from the crowd. So our long form content will live on YouTube. Our long form content will be housed on our website. Our long form content will be posted to the top of our grid, pinned to our grid, technical term there, on our Instagram. So some lands on our Old Mill Salisbury Instagram. Right at the top there will be a pinned post of, oh, okay, that's what that's about, really professional. And I just think it adds to that level of experience. The customer sees, oh, okay, that's a serious place. And I think that's why we do it across our group. From probably the second or third month, we'll get it in. Once we know we're right, we'll get a videographer, a photographer in, and we'll get everything kind of framed up, and then we add it onto our websites, and we've got then a bank portfolio of stuff, like the stuff you've done, we'll cut that down. We'll do 10-second clips every now and again. It just kind of helps remind people that we are, okay, these guys are serious. They might be posting a dog swimming in the lake, but actually, cool. Look how nice that restaurant is. Look how cool that video shot of the garden and the pizzas is. So I think it's so important. You can't have a website with a photo taken on an iPhone. It just doesn't look right. If you landed on a website and you had a choice of, particularly for our hotel rooms, I guess, a choice of hotels, and the first one you landed on had a phone taken photo, and then the next one you was like really nice professional photos, where are you going to book? if everything else is the same, you just feel more qualified to
Yeah.
to take that booking, I guess.
I think it's I think what we talked about there was a perception thing, right? A lot of when people maybe start out in business or they want a hero video for their website, or especially if they're service-based, they maybe want to give their best foot forward, right? And I think that's the perception. And of course it has to be backed up with the sales, it has to be backed up with everything else. But I think we also, sort of what we touched on earlier about the volume of marketing. I mean, we're in a world where AI is a thing and etc. I was going to ask you a little bit about that as well. But I mean, what role do you think volume in regards to output from a marketing point of view actually has? Because a lot of people say to me, oh, you output like too much, right? Now, I can tell you categorically, sat here today, I've won 3 or 4 jobs in the last 4 months related to the fact that I am actually one of the only people who posts for 3 to 4 times a day, 7 days a week. You know, so I know it works because I can show the ROI behind it, because I've won jobs solely off the back of the client telling me you won the job because you're always on I always see you know, in that respect. But just to reiterate the question, what role do you think volume has on marketing as a whole in your industry or in general?
It's ever present.
As long
That's
as it's
what we go
good,
for.
it should be online. So we don't wait for perfection, we wait for good. So if you take a photo and you go, yep, that's good, so 6, 7 out of 10 quality, it can go online. Now, that, I think people get stuck in, oh, not many people liked it. Now, likes don't pay your bills, okay? And I think that needs to be spoke about so much in our industry particularly, because I hear it all the time. Oh, if I post once a week, I get 100 likes. And if I post 10 times a week, we get 10 on each, so it's the same likes, and I only have to do, I'm like, but you're not looking at who's seen it. You're not looking at what that then does. Now, I think we can tell how good our marketing is because we're busy, right? I look at my diary and I go, we're full, right? That tells me that we're doing something. We sold out our garden for a cider and sausage festival by posting 7 times on social media. I didn't do anything else. There was not a single poster printed outside the front of this pub, right? I didn't do a banner, I didn't do any flyers, I didn't go to the newspaper, I didn't do anything. So social media is working because there's people coming through the door. I don't get fixated on how many people like my posts or how many followers I've got, because I could have 1,000 followers. If all 1,000 of those come to my pub, I've got good marketing. I could have 20,000 and only 500 of them come to my pub. Yeah. Have I got better marketing just because I've got 20,000 followers? You've got to understand what your marketing's for. Who do you want to see it? Are they going to do something useful with it? Building that community online through volume. Yeah. So I look at some of the best creators that you look at, right? You follow them because they're putting out volume content. If you only had one video from a creator to watch every week, you wouldn't subscribe to them. You wouldn't follow them. And consistency as well. If you follow someone and then all of a sudden for a week they haven't posted, you kind of forget about them, right? You switch off. If you're always ever present, now we get people unfollow us. That's fine. I don't worry about that. It's like sending out an email marketing, right? Without kind of jumping around too much. We do a lot of email marketing. I had one of the managers go, well, 300 people unsubscribed last week. It's like, yeah, out of 15,000. So that means that 14,700 are still reading my email, right? Am I bothered that 300 no longer want to interact? Or no, if it was 5,000, we might go, actually, was that email a bit missed? But it could have just landed at the wrong day. Could have been, it might have been they'd had 3 other restaurants email on the same day and they just had a mass free. You can't fixate on numbers when it comes to the social media aspect directly. You need to understand, are you busy? If you're doing an event on a Tuesday, Wednesday night, do people come to it? Because if they do, and that's your only marketing, and your marketing's working, right? Yeah. Obviously, when you start paying for it, we don't tend to do paid stuff if we don't need to. I'm not a fan for giving Meta and Zuckerberg money if I don't need to. In full, why am I going to start paying for marketing? But I'm also aware that you can't just dwell on that. So there will be a point where I know, and I'm like, okay, we need to start doing some paid ads now. For here, it'll probably be August. August, I'll probably start hammering home some paid ads, ready to start picking up the September. My events we've spoke about, they'll start coming online. But right now, our organic marketing, showing people, look, garden's sunny today, there's people out here, come and join us, is working really, really well. I mean, I don't know my exact numbers on here, I probably should have known them before here, but I reckon we put 30 pieces out on our socials last week, roughly. So 3-4 a day, plus 60 or 70 on the stories. There have been 5 or 6 TikToks. We actually did one at the weekend that worked really well, the Jet 2 meme one, where it comes up with the Jet 2, book your holiday now. There's a couple of the staff in the cellar lying on top of the beer barrels where it's obviously 14 degrees, having a cocktail. And it just flew. Like, we got hundreds of thousands of views on that. And that's something that took, I think, 30 seconds, maybe a minute for them to film. And it's not advertising anything, but people are going to see that and go, oh, they've got a sense of humour. They're real people, right? We do a lot behind the scenes stuff. particularly with our kind of restaurants, we want to show prep. We want to put that out. If we've just had a beautiful piece of fish delivered, why would we not show someone what that looked like when it arrived, what we did to it, and now what it looks like when you get to eat it? Because I think it gives that authenticity. Now, if you weren't doing volume, you couldn't do that. Because it looked really weird if I hadn't posted for 2 weeks and all of a sudden I got a tuna bit of skin. Like, what the hell? But people expect it from us because we're there all the time. But oh yeah, old Mel posted, cool. What's that? Oh, they're prepping a fish.
Yeah.
It kind of it makes sense. Like, it's not sporadic. It's not random. It doesn't take people by surprise because that's not a good thing, right? No one wants to be surprised on social media.
I think so many people, they don't. Well, I would say if I was going to go down the nuts and bolts of it, they don't optimize for the lurkers, right? Because the lurkers, the people who don't actually interact, the people who actually don't comment, the people who don't, etc. Like, oh, I got no likes on that. Oh, I got 2 likes on that, etc. But like, how many views did it get? How many impressions did it get? Yeah. Actually, and then, as I say, like, what then is the knock-on effect to actually seeing your business, right? And you're seeing people come through the door talking about that post, talking about, oh, etc. It's about being human, especially in a world with like where AI is a thing, right? That people is concerned about. I mean, maybe it doesn't affect your industry as much, but do you feel that, like, are you using it? Like, firstly, are you using it if you're open to share? And then secondly, like, is it something which you were scared of, or was it actually, hold on, this is actually a supercharger for us?
So I went to an event called EMC. Big shout out to Matt Wilson if he watches this. I'm sure he will. An incredible event. 500, 600 plus entrepreneurs that were all there because they are the owners of their business or senior team in their business, but they are the marketeer. They want to generate sales through social media or Google online digital marketing, right? And this was 2022, and there was a spiel on AI, and everyone in the room looked at each other and went, "Holy crap, this is real," right? 2022, the average Joe had no idea what AI was really. Artificial intelligence, yeah, cool. That's something that
that's
does
nerd.
That,
that's
right?
a nerd thing.
Yeah. ChatGPT was mentioned. I got on it pretty much within 3 months of that conversation. So I've been using ChatGPT when it was a bit rubbish. Now, every single one of my social media admins, every single one of my senior team has it on their phones with the pro version. Okay? Now, we write our posts, we put them into ChatGPT, and we tell them to optimize for our audience. So it knows our audience, it knows what we want to write like, so you end up with a post. If you really knew the marketing like we do, you can kind of tell, but the average person has no idea that's what we're doing because it feels personable. What we don't do is go, ChatGPT, write me a post to advertise Cider and Sausage Festival. We don't do that. We'll write into it. What it does is proofread. So you don't end up with posts going out with spelling mistakes. Can't get my words out today. Spelling mistakes. You don't get posts going out that aren't in the right context for the right platform. What we also do is we'll get it to do one for Instagram, one for Facebook. Very different. I don't think people understand that. The wording that goes on Instagram has very different impact to what goes on Facebook. On Instagram, you need big chunky headlines because many people don't read the blurbs on Instagram. It's, okay, what's that picture? What does that mean? Whereas Facebook, people get drawn in and they want longer form reading content. So you have to give more wordy stuff to it, less big headlines, because Facebook looks a bit spammy when you put big chunky headlines. That's something we get ChatGPT to do for us, right? Yeah. Costs, it's about £9 a month. It's not a lot of money when it does what it does for you. And it saves so much time. Now, AI in our industry at the minute where it's gone the wrong way, I think, is AI food. Now, there is lots of restaurants, chefs that I know of, that they're posting amazing looking dishes and they're AI. Literally AI generated. And that's the scary part. I think we're going to get to a point where you turn up to a restaurant and you're going to think, oh wow, look at all this food. And it's nothing like what they're preparing because it's all generated by AI. Now that is scary for me because it's that good.
But surely that would be a disconnect from the authenticity side of it.
It will,
right?
but
Like,
it will drag
if
people
I see
in.
someone on social and I see this dish, and then when I sit here, maybe actually literally here, I'm like, hold on, that doesn't match.
Yeah.
You know, like, is that because would that be the, or do you think it's going to get so good that actually people, by the time they've sat down, they're like, shit, I'm kind of in now.
Already, I know it's getting that good. Now, visually, you can't tell, but if you save it and throw it back through ChatGPT and say, is this AI? It will say yes. Yeah. So you know it's AI, but it doesn't look like it's AI. It's that good. It looks like a really good dish of food. There's one particular chef, and I think his last 70 posts, 50 of them have been AI. But it's like really deceiving almost. I mean, video AI, let's not get started on that. I think that's very scary. I'm sure at some point I'm going to be able to CGI Channing Tatum walking through my front door, taking his top off, having a cocktail at the bar, and people will think he's actually at my bar, right? I think that's the scary part. Where the authenticity is going to lie with that. You're almost going to be able to, if you got really good at it, simulate a fake restaurant where celebrities hang out and none of them have ever been there. And you know what celebrities do when you put their name to restaurants? It's interesting how it's going to play out. I'm sure some of the big boys have already started doing similar things.
I mean, there's a lot of talk in the marketing space about like what AI influencers was kind of what you were hinting at potentially. You know, these are completely artificially generated people that are developing an audience, right? And I think it's about, to an extent, from my view at least, yeah, you can run a business that way, but then you're not trying to be an authentic person behind the business, right? Yeah. I utilize AI to help with editing, to help with scripting, with help with posts, etc., in a similar way to you, but I'm still the one sat here talking to you today.
Yeah.
So it allows me to do the other things that actually I have to tangibly do, right? Regardless of how big the business is, you're still going to work with me. You know, I'm still going to be the one who has the conversation related to what we're doing with marketing, potentially what you're looking to achieve, how you're looking to achieve it, etc.
But you saved 2 hours last night.
But I saved 2 exactly.
Write out, well, without jumping off marketing, job descriptions. You can go onto ChatGPT now and say, can you write me out a job description for my new assistant manager that I've just employed? Please use all relevant sources online to give me a relevant job description. It will then send it to me. All you have to do is then read it through, make sure that you are happy with it, and then you've got a job description. Yeah. 5 years ago, it had taken me 3 hours to write out an assistant manager's job description. We're doing it now in 10 minutes. Yeah. Like, that's the big thing, I think. We're probably slightly more protected as well. Sorry to jump in again, but in hospitality, if you are really good at hospitality, you're never going to replace that with AI. There will be a point in some fast casual food dining settings, a robot will serve you. It won't be long. It's already happening. We went to Japan for my honeymoon last year, and a robot served us. Really odd. I didn't see the human the whole time I was there. Took my order, brought my food, cleared my table. Literally came over and said, have you finished, sir? I said, yes. Said, please put your plate on me. So you put the plate and it goes off. Really odd. That is not too far away. But no hospitality. Hospitality for me is escape from AI, escape from technology, escape from digitalness. If we go out for a meal, myself and my wife both have very high profile jobs, working very hard. We want to get away from our phones, get away from our laptops, and go and connect, go and have a human, have a conversation, see someone, do something different, not be served by a robot. So it's certainly not something that everybody's going to do, but you're going to end up with this real kind of interesting space where those that are in the mid sector to low sector will get gobbled up by the big boys because they'll just put robots on play, right? Our biggest cost in this industry is wage, by a long way. 5-6% more than what we spend on food and drink is spent on a wage on a weekly basis. Yeah. So if I could have loads of robots running around and I felt it wouldn't affect my business, then of course I'm going to do that. I spend 10 grand on a robot. It never phones in sick. Never tells me he's got a hangover. Never tells me he can't come to work today because his child's had to come off school, right? That's going to have a big benefit for some of the big boys. But then that's going to leave a really interesting space for people like ourselves that will never go down that route to be the personal touch to the industry. And really have that as kind of a hyper differentiation to the main kind of norm is actually, I don't want to be served by a robot today. Let's go to the old mill. We're going to have a human service. I think that's only 5 years away. I know it sounds pretty
crazy concept. A human carries
I think 5 years away, your big chain fast food places, maybe not the full service, but I imagine the food will be brought out. I imagine the tables will be cleared by them. It will be kind of a little system running around with little lines on the floor, and all the tables will be symmetrically placed in square grids, and there'll just be robots running up and down, and you'll probably have a few humans to oversee and maybe say thank you when you leave. And that's scary. But
I don't think it's the same environment though, as you were mentioning. I think it's it's horses for courses, you know. It's one is efficiency for efficiency's sake, and it's kind of the cheap and maybe the middle, potentially it blends in when it becomes really efficient. Right, but if you're still the experience, the entertainment, a lot more reasons than just necessarily the dining. Of course, the dining, but also then the extra stuff that we've already discussed in this episode alone. Then you're still going to be there. You know, you're still going to be the reason why someone comes through the door for that because they want to hear how X member of staff has got on, because when they were last in, they talked about the fact they were actually studying on the side to do whatever it ends up being, you know, that those micro stories, those people connection stories. And I think AI is an accelerator if you choose how to use it, but it shouldn't be replacing you. I think you should use it in the same way you would sharpen a knife before you use it to cut, right? Yeah. In the same way you should train AI to do the jobs that would be grunt, would be, you know, I can edit this podcast in a third of the time now because of AI. I press one button, it does most of the transitions for me. I need to check it, just double check it, I need to do that nuance, but the bulk of it can be done with one click. You know, and I think that's the opportunity, right? A lot of people in my industry are pushing back against it, go, oh, I'm not going to do that.
But why? That's the question I'd ask them. Why? What are you scared of? Yeah. Because if you're not doing it, you're going to be left behind. And I think we've touched on the fact that we're kind of going to separate ourselves in the higher space where personal touch is going to be so important, but we can also charge the price that allows us to afford keeping the team on. Where the restaurants are going to struggle is where they step back from, oh, I don't want to use robots, but then everybody else that starts using them will be able to then reduce their price point or not have to put their prices up. You're going to have people stuck in the same sector as the robots, doing the same food with the same ambience, the same everything else, but they can't get the price up to the level because they look expensive comparative to the, sounds crazy saying it, the robot restaurants, right? I think that's something that I would be very worried about if we didn't think ahead. Like we were talking about this 5 years ago. I actually had the very conversation with our kind of POS software provider. I wanted it to be as intuitive as possible because I don't want my team to have to be taken away from serving customers.
But also I think it gives you that focus, right? Like if you know you've got those processes that are being optimized by AI for your socials, etc., that you can then focus on, okay, all right, we're talking to Johnny today. I can focus on what I need to do for the prep. I can use ChatGPT to help me with the prep, but then I can just solely focus on this. So it gets the technology out of the way in some ways. So my job specifically, it gets the technology out of the way. In the same way with you, there'll be elements with your team where technology like can help when it comes to taking orders, etc., etc., etc. I can see a world where a human still serves you, but they're wearing a microphone that can capture the order request, and then it can go to the kitchen instantly, right? Rather than, and then maybe I'm being pedantic, right? But it saves that 20-second walk, and then the person can focus on actually, oh, how are you? You know, that customer service element, and not worried about what would you like, sir?
Yep,
you know. And they can focus on the recommendation of the wine. They can so on, because they're not thinking, oh my god, I've got to remember this thing from the start of the conversation, back to when I go to the kitchen to tell the team what to actually create. You know.
And it removes human errors.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, whether you want to admit it or not, AI makes less mistakes than humans, right? And again, without jumping around, there's a reason why they're looking at AI doctors, right? Because they're going to have information on the medical science in the world, and every doctor that's ever made a thesis on anything is going to be available like that to AI. The best doctor in the world can't do that. And I think that's you've got to embrace it. Can't be scared of it because you'll just get left behind because it's happening. I mean, I don't want to go too deep, but when the www boom came in the early 90s, everyone, no, it'll never happen, it'll never happen, it'll never happen. That was a slow process because everyone had to go out and buy computers, you had to have internet, you had to have all of that, right? The only thing stopping AI going probably 10 times further than it is today is the human mind saying no. The technology's there. We've all got iPhones, Samsungs, Pixars, whatever you've got in your pocket, right? You can do it. It's just the embrace, right?
Yeah.
And the more we use it, the more it learns, the more it adapts, the quicker it's going to go. I mean, the improvement in ChatGPT in the last 12 months is scary, right? Yeah. And I think, especially in the leading kind of industries, you're going to see a big shift to AI being the only thing they do. And then that will feed down and down and down, right? And yeah, we understand it. We've been speaking about it since 2022, right? We've had it there in our back mind. What can we do to improve and, as you say, be more efficient? QR code ordering is something that we use a lot of because it brings back the time. Yeah. If someone's sat in the garden, gets their time back, they don't have to go and stand at the bar on queue. They just order on the QR code, comes onto the till, it's printed, it's paid for, we can take it out to you. Yeah. That saves so much time, right?
But also in then, you're actually creating a better customer experience, which determines they're more likely to come back, which determines they're more likely to enjoy their time. Yeah, so of course, when it works, right?
That's the key factor is you've got to make it intuitive, you've got to make it seamless, you've got to make it easy to use, not friction. It should feel like you're doing them a favour, not the other way around. And I think that is how you frame it. guys, we're using technology because your life's going to be more enjoyable, you're going to have a better experience, not we're lazy, we can't be bothered to serve you. Because it's not that. Like, it's just, yeah, I think using it to your advantage. I mean, you're editing software for your videos, I think it's the prime point there, right? Yeah. Is your video any better now because you use it? Probably not. You probably do it the same, right? But you've done it in a third of the time. Yeah. So now you can do 3 times the work, right? Yeah. You can edit 3 videos in the same period.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm not in a position where it's a choice of I can do this or this. I can now do this, this, and this because each section takes less time. Yeah. The product is identical, pretty much, because I'm still going to go through it. I'm still going to tweak that nuance, etc. It's not that I'm not editing it. It's just the grunt work of okay, camera 1, camera 2, camera 3, camera 4, camera 1, all the way through, is done in 20 seconds. You know, that used to take me 2 hours. So I'm cutting 2 hours to 20 seconds. Yeah. So it allows me to then focus on, okay, actually, technically you're talking, but my reaction was really good there. Okay, so let's swap back to me, even though you're still talking, right? So I can then focus on that nuance because also I'm not, in my head, I'm also not creatively kind of fatiguing because I've been looking, oh my God, I've been looking at this interview 2 hours, right? Yeah. And I think it's also like you can focus on the other elements and then also you can just increase your volume because it's an efficiency thing as well. But let's cover everything I wanted to cover. I mean, is there anything specifically you wanted to talk about or shout out, etc.?
No, I don't think so. I think it's been a really great chat, to be fair. I think those that are in business will know that it is hard at the minute. But I don't know a single person that's talking like we've spoke today that's complaining. Because that's the kind of the key, I think. If you're complaining, you're not thinking, you're not changing, right? You're complaining. Stop bloody complaining and just look what you can change in your own business, in your own life to be better, because it's not going to change in the macro, right? Complaining is not going to stop the Labour changing any of the crazy wage bills they want to put on us. It's probably going to happen again in April, right? We all know that. But we're already factoring that in. We're like, okay, what can we do different in 12 months? What can we do different in 6 months, 3 months, 2 months? Not, oh, it's happened. What am I going to do now? Because it's just too late then, right? You get to the point where something's already gone wrong. It's what can you do, right?
You know, I think it's also about focusing on what you can control outside of like the government's going to change what the government's going to change. Yeah, cool, it affects you, but you can't control what they're going to change necessarily. Like really, yeah, you can write to your MP, yeah, you can try and lobby, etc. But like tangibly day to day, all you can do is focus on your output, focus on your marketing, and focus on your costs and your sales. Right, they're the 4 sectors of business that you should focus on, and you should continue to focus on those. Right? Yeah. How can you provide more value to your customers or your clients? How can you increase the likelihood that you're going to get more clients or customers? And then how can you retain or make more sales from the ones you have, right? So whether it's adding more value or thinking about a model differently or adding a retainer service, so you've got more, as we just opened the episode with, looking at a returned income rather than project gap, you know, and actually if you've got some retainers, especially as a marketer, then you can take on the odd few projects as well. So then you've got an even better month, but your baseline is going to be at a certain level because of those retainers. But then also it removes the stress, so you can do other elements, like you can focus on your marketing more, you can focus on your systems more, etc. I mean, what would you say to people as a final passing bit of advice, maybe who are, or yourself 10 years ago, what advice would you give to that person if they were going into business today?
As a business owner, I think it's very easy. Put all the systems and processes and people in place so that you don't have to work in your business. Because if you're in your business and you're doing all of the stuff, there could be AI that gets it to do all of the stuff you don't want to do, but you need to be having conversations that bring sales in. You need to be having conversations that are getting new customers. If you're not doing that as a business owner, you've got a job. You're not in the business. That's, yeah, I think my biggest advice and something I've been able to do in the last few years and why I think we're where we are now. I don't pour pints. I don't cook. I know how to, but I don't. I've got people that do that because as soon as I start pulling pints or I'm in the kitchen, I'm not marketing, I'm not growing, I'm not out there looking at what we can do to be better in the future. It's a lot easier to find a chef than it is to find someone that can do all the stuff that I know I'm brilliant at. And most business owners are going to be the best salesperson in their business, the best marketeer, because they know it inside out, right? Yeah. But they just get so tied up, and I get it. You're a one-man band plumber, but you're only ever going to be that level. If you've got aspirations of being a full-on business owner that can be on a beach 4 or 5 times a year and not having to be worrying you've got income coming in while you sleep, which is the dream for everybody, right? You've got to put the people to do the job that you are currently doing and then focus on how you bring customers and sales in to pay their wage. If you do that, game changing. Easier to say when you run a pub because you have to employ people, right?
Yeah.
I think the biggest challenge, even for yourself, probably, I don't know where your growth map sits, like, it is the biggest challenge for most people is the mindset, oh, I'm going to employ someone, I've got to find their wages every single month.
Yeah.
But that's ultimately what makes you a business owner. I think that was a real kind of shift change for me, that brought an ops manager in, brought an exec chef in, brought a head of marketing in, brought all of these people in. I went, wow, I can now concentrate on the stuff I really enjoy doing.
Yeah.
I'm not having to sit there and get like fixated on the pot washer didn't turn up on Tuesday night. Although it is my problem, ultimately it's not my problem. You need to make it someone else's problem, those little minute details.
But then it's that focus, right? It comes back to that focus. And I think you have to build financial stability within yourself in answer to what my growth plan is. Build financial stability for me, then scale it to the point where it has financial stability for someone else and 2 other people.
Yeah.
And then look at, okay, how can I allocate those resources to potentially replace me in this role, and this role, so then I can then open up to do 4 podcasts a week, 6 podcasts a week, whatever it ends up being, because the only thing I will never be able to outsource is me sat here today.
Correct.
I can get 2 camera operators in today to run the cameras. That's not what's happening, but I could have done, right?
Yeah.
That would have cost me something. Cool. But then I don't even have to think about, is the camera recording, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But then I can focus on our interview, right? So it's about removing those hats when you can, but building them, in my view, especially as a creative industry that's very this and always been this, and it's been very you're always very fortunate and should be very grateful to be able to work in the creative industry as a full-time career. It's not a obligation or a thing you can do. And I remember a YouTube video saying, for a long time, especially during COVID, when there was a really strong boom and there was lots of creative work going, everyone was very entitled about being, oh, I'm a creative and I do this and they do all the pay my day rate or whatever it was. But
followers on TikTok.
yeah, but now it's actually, I'm grateful to be able to do this for a living, and it's a privilege to be able to do so, not necessarily a thing that is likely, in that respect. Or if you could only do it part-time, okay, cool, be great if you could do it part-time, or etc. And I think it's about your work ethic. It's about how do you control those levers regarding sales. Actually, when you make money, how much do you keep and then hold on to, so you have that financial safety net. So if you are project to project, do you have enough to cover 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, 12 months, etc. And then once you've got that, then you can develop another financial pot equivalent to go, okay, cool, I can now outsource for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 12 months, etc. And then you can then say, okay, well, how's best to spend that money to get strong ROI, strong marketing, and what's your timeline on that? That's just my view. But thank you so much for coming. I mean, if people who don't know, what do you want to shout out? What do you want to link to?
I think if you haven't been to the
go?
mill and you're local to Salisbury, it'd be great to see you down here, see what we've done. And yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
And if you did enjoy this episode and you would like to see more like it, then make sure to be subscribed. Obviously, if you're looking to potentially up what you're doing with content, I would love to hear from you. I'll leave my information somewhere around this video, and I'll see you very, very soon. Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new podcast. We're here with James in his wonderful space.
Hey, thank you.
How's it
very
going,
much.
James?
It's going very well. Very busy though. The space is launching very soon. We just started kind of putting the idea together for Hampshire Podcast Studios, and it launches July 1st. So I'm sure by the time this is out, it might already be launched. But putting together an all-purpose space for content creation, video podcasting, audio podcasting, anything you need, one-stop shop. Walk away with your footage. So it's going to be fun.
I think it's an interesting space, right? Because I think so many people find podcasting really hard to do, to know how to do it.
Yeah.
But also, not even from a tech side, just being in the psychology around creating content, but especially having a conversation. I think maybe it's slightly more natural with the conversation element, but
yeah,
I wasn't actually going to start here, but I think it's a nice place to start.
Why not?
How would you say right now to people who are maybe watching this, who are looking at this and going, I kind of know I need to be doing content,
yes,
but it's terrifying.
So I for a long time, so I've run a social media agency first. That's our main background for around almost 5 years now. And I think one of the biggest learnings I've taken from that is ultimately there's a lot of personal psychology tied up in even business social media if you have to be in it. And I really didn't realize that in the first few years of doing it, because for me, a lot of it, this is so common sense. As like a marketing practitioner, is like, we need to get you in a content surplus. We need to get you everywhere. We need to transform your brand into a media asset, essentially, like a whole brand in itself. Churning out stuff all the time. I want to do YouTube channels, Twitch, TikTok. I want to go to town. And I took that attitude to everyone. And I had I obviously had to kind of bring everyone through baby steps. I had a lot of pushback all the time. So what's going on? And I realized that, you know, it is how you feel about each app individually. For a start, so you've got different challenges in each thing, and also how you feel as an individual, because you've got to put yourself out there, whether you're the founder or you're a marketing manager. And I think in learning that is what attracted me more to the whole podcasting angle first, and video podcasting. When you try and drop someone straight in it to create 2-camera, you know, YouTube videos and TikToks, you forget everything you've ever said in your whole life. Even if you're
My mouth doesn't work, James.
Yeah, literally you can be the most knowledgeable person in the world. You're like, what the fuck is going on? But you know, if you can get in with a good co-host and you can just take some basic talking points and a theme of the show, and you're not too worried about the full show again, you're just going for content volume, you can get so much value out and help so many people in a very relaxed setting, and it gets you used to it. So podcasting and video podcasting is my gateway drug into getting you into proper content creation and your brand into a new space.
And also, you know, we're seeing platforms right now like YouTube. We were discussing while we were setting up and such, you know, that one of the reasons why I'm relaunching the show and how I'm relaunching it is because I'm seeing a demand in these platforms, firstly for short form, but secondly for a long form conversation piece that I don't want to say is fluff, but has value led, right? There's a lot of people who claim to be, quote, experts, right? And are they? You know,
hard to prove these days.
It's to an extent, I think it can be subjective, of course, right?
Yeah, and how much expertise is actually valued. It actually does depend on the market a little bit, but you know, from the amount of misinformation we see online, I think it's more about the trust and the brand of the individual as opposed to their knowledge base sometimes, which has its good and bad points.
I mean, we're both in, unfortunately, potentially soon, a commoditized market due to AI, right? And I think having a podcast, having a conversation, having brand, having personal brand, buzzword, authenticity, buzzword, community, buzzword, right? Yeah. Is the reason why you'll be in business in 20 years.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, where do you see AI?
Its point right now, because one of the USPs of Hampshire Podcast Studios is human-led AI enabled, right? We've kind of created a unique workflow where using like 3 or 4 different softwares, we can kick out a really good service much more quickly than, you know, it was ever possible before, depending on how fussy you are with shooting settings and all that kind of stuff. So it's right now, it's beautiful for grunt work. It's beautiful for getting out of the way some of the things that were actually quite tedious. When it gets to the point where it can do the advanced stuff, then we're in a different space. So right now I'm not too afraid of AI, but also one of the reasons I wanted to start the studio itself is so we have, you know, we kind of own the means of production a little bit. Yeah. I think it's going to take quite a while for people shooting it in person in totality to be replaced. And I think it will go in phases. So it'll be like, you know, short form, easy or creative content. I mean, we're seeing a lot of incredible stuff at the moment. That will be the first to go. Then like the more in details, maybe YouTube video, talking heads when you're more static, I think that might also go. And then eventually it'll be pretty much everything. But we have no idea how long that might take. It could be one of those moves way more quickly than we think in like a 3 to 5 year span, or it could be 10 to 20. Not quite sure. It
is interesting, right? Because we're also in a world where AI influencers are a thing now. They will continue to be a thing, right? And I think the commoditization of attention, the gathering of attention, is what marketers want, right? Yes. What we're talking about when we go into detail and we add value is the tactics and the nuance that comes with, like when we first met, we were talking about TikTok as an idea, right? Now, fast forward, 3-4 years?
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people still haven't picked up on that one. Yeah.
But again, just for those who don't know, who may be listening, right? Like, can you explain what you explained then, in layman's terms, the difference between a social graph and an information-based graph, or something which is more TikTokified in that respect?
In terms of how the algorithm works?
Yeah, the physical algorithm, how it works, and then how it also could have a knock-on effect to now what we're seeing in every single platform because of, especially meta-based platforms right now. LinkedIn will do it. It hasn't still social-based really, but give it another 2 years, I expect it will go interest-based. YouTube Shorts is interest-based. TikTok is obviously, of course, interest-based, etc. What does that mean?
So
for the layman,
the easiest way to describe it is the TikTokification of the internet. So that's the starting point. TikTok came along, let's say pandemic is where it really kicked off. We're all at home. This new app pops up. Oh, let's check it out. A lot of people didn't jump on it at first. That was very kind of still early, at least from a UK market point of view, very early on. At some point, everyone clocked onto the fact that TikTok pretty much has the best algorithm going for interest-based suggestions. I'd say even more better than YouTube in terms of how that works. So it then became extremely addictive. Every other platform caught on to that, realized we're going to get left behind in the interest-based economy. We have to get on that. So now every single platform has an interest-based video feed, and now pretty much main feed, especially the Meta suite, that's gone full interest-based. I think X/Twitter, that has gone interest-based. Blue Sky has remained solid in the fact that they, for following, I think that's part of their USP. Even LinkedIn now is going interest-based feed they're testing it a little bit on the main feed, but mostly on that kind of scrolling video. So it is unavoidable. And that has essentially created a very interesting thing where it's the social part has been removed from social media. It's gone. It is just media. And if your brand or personal brand or as a freelancer, you're not part of that interest-based economy where you're churning out stuff that will eventually get to the right person, you will be left behind a little bit in that. Overthinking quality, overthinking substance sometimes can hinder your attempts and testing to get to where you need to be. I'm always a proponent of scale, test fast. Even if you need to post quite a lot, figure out what works, where are your golden veins that you need to mine, and then start improving little by little the same way a creator would. Yeah. That's all I'm always looking at.
I think it's interesting, right? Because when we first got here, we were talking about the difference in scale versus perceived quality or quality, right? And I think that so many people worry about what is the judgment of X partner, friends, colleagues, so on, dog is equivalent, right? What are the, I'm going to spam them, right? What I'm going to post too much is part of knowing what works. Volume, would you say?
Yeah, well, you need a certain amount of volume to test, and
at what point does it become spammy?
This will differ per platform, and some platforms is pretty much impossible to spam. So you got to think about user behavior. So if we take TikTok, 70% of content, I think still, or probably more now, is digested on the For You page instead of the following. So people have to make an intentional step to head over to get everything in the chronological order of the people that they follow. That is where maybe all of your videos appear quite a lot. And you're like, okay, weird. But if not, it's just going out into the ocean. I see every kind of short form video you post is pretty much just taking a bucket of water and pouring it into the ocean at this point. Like there is very little risk of it being seen a bajillion times. But that's when you get to a TikTok, Meta, Facebook point of view. If you're looking at something like LinkedIn, the algorithm is still early and it's still developing. So a lot of people might see the same thing. You'll notice on your LinkedIn that you'll still have the regulars engage first and often see it. They might get notifications if you engage with them regularly. And from that point, other people might see it based on if someone likes, comments, shares, because LinkedIn is quite good in the fact that someone comments, that might as well be a share. That's quite handy in terms of how that works. So per platform, it does change slightly. However, even someone with an extremely engaged following like me and you, we could probably post 3 videos a day and it won't bother anyone, or they might see one, they might see none, but they might see all 3 on Tuesday next week. Yeah. You can't quite tell where that is at. So I'm of the opinion that you're never going to lose out by posting more often. What most likely is going to happen is someone's going to go, bloody hell, you're everywhere, mate. That's the place I want to be. I'd rather be top of mind and someone be slightly miffed. I'd rather take that risk.
I was going to say, because that's the main trap for me. Like, you're probably the 6th person I've met this week in person.
Yep.
And every single one of them's first reaction when they first meet me is, you're fucking everywhere.
That's the way.
Right?
Yeah.
And for me, I'm like, that means I'm doing something right. Yeah, because it means you're seeing me. Now, it might not mean necessarily you're consuming 100% of that video, that one video, but then my heart isn't, oh my God, James didn't watch my whole video.
Yeah. Because ultimately, if you start knowing that, and especially that there is a massive silent lurkers user behavior on LinkedIn, I think goes underestimated. There is a large percentage, and I'm not sure the specific number, of people that watch video without sound, that just kind of watch it without checking in. Yep. Now, if you don't click that video, I don't think it actually classes as an official like engagement. I think after a certain point in watch time, without kind of clicking the unmute button, that will then class as a view. But you'll have a lot of lurkers, which means your actual statistics statistics won't show the true success of what you're doing. So this is where like you get into the debate between reach and impression numbers and which one you should really focus on. I'm quite focused on views at the moment. Views and watch time are basically the most essential KPIs now. But in terms of how you need to look at LinkedIn specifically, yeah, I think you just go nuts. But if you're going to make those slight improvements to really focus on the quality element, again, quality is subjective. For a lot of people, our content will be quality because we have good equipment, good knowledge. And a lot of people within our industry will look at quality as how good's the edit? What are the things that grab back attention? So there are nuances to the game, and it does depend on your audience. So I often just optimize for the silent watcher. Title that lingers for like the first 5 to 10 seconds, put the best bit at the front, and then let the rest of the story play out. Because you still got to manage your own resource. Even if you have a team behind you, they've still got to manage their resource. You can't do a full Diary of a CEO trailer for everything. And often, if you're not already quite big or have a large following, we have catching up to do compared to others. So different spaces for different places.
I think, again, and it's one of those things where I think this should be a yes and not a yes or, right? So for me, I'm like, that's a good idea. Let's do that. And a podcast, and short form, and talks, and in-person events,
best, right?
and this, and that, and that. Because I don't then worry or care about this specific video has got X amount of views. I have absolutely no interest, to be honest, in what that standalone video does. What my views are as a whole across Meta, across Instagram, across LinkedIn, across... So, yes.
Yeah.
Okay? As a whole.
Yep.
Specific video, don't care.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what's going to go well or hit. The only way you can do that is test it, right?
Yep. Test
and
it
something
and look at
which...
the spikes on your graph.
Yeah, and something when you're specifically creating content around a targeted event like an in-person event or a service you're trying to sell, etc.
Yep.
A strategy that's worked for me in the past and will work now is put out a load of short form stuff, see what happens, see what works, and then media buy, ad, meta, placement, etc. against the stuff you already know works because you've already got the viewership, you've already got the metrics, and that way you're not then potentially wasting pounds or dollars figuring out going, is this good? Now, this is one of those things where you might want to tweak the copy slightly because it's an ad and not a post, etc. Things like that. But overall, it's going to work because you already know the creative's good, you know?
Absolutely.
And the thing is, for me, I think people, they use the I'm trying to create one polished video on LinkedIn as an excuse not to be working.
Yeah, because a lot of people will take that out. Again, this is where we come back to the personal psychology point. We know we're supposed to go to the gym. Do we all go all the time? Some people do. Most people don't. That's just the reality of it. It's Gary Vee that made the point originally. You know, social media is like going to the gym and eating healthily. We're going to relapse. We're going to mess up. We're not going to stay consistent all the time. We're going to have sprints where we kill it and then times where life happens. Yeah. Don't punish yourself for that. Kind of go with the flow. Do what you can do best. And this is what the testing allows you to do. Find what medium is the easiest for you to create and find most comfortable. Because I've noticed that I'm a big proponent of TikTok and its uses and how it works. In terms of me creating TikTok content, I'm actually quite bad at it. In terms of the pacing, in terms of how you need to deliver it, you know, sometimes some of the memes and things like that, like I personally struggle. That's why we have a good team behind us. Whereas in a YouTube or podcast setting, I thrive, and I think that is sometimes a matter of age. Sometimes I'm 28, so I'm either the oldest Gen Z or the youngest millennial. So I'm right in that center point, depending on what blog you read. So, but I grew up with YouTubers, so that is how I often visualize and say my thoughts and verbalize them. And some people will talk as TikTok because, for example, if you got your phone out, the viral hook is as you're putting the phone down. Guys, the other day I did this, right? And they'll prop their phone down. That is the telling the story or popping the phone down in the car or talking in the car or the quick flip up. This is stuff that is derived from TikTok and is done really well. And it's something you can learn, but it's not something that will come natural to you if it wasn't your first port of call almost. So you do have to adapt to where you're at. Once you test, once you get used to it, because you've got the barriers of editing, you'll hear yourself, you'll see yourself. We are so used to it at this point, it doesn't matter. But there was a point in time where we were like, oh my God.
Wait, I sound like that?
Yeah, literally.
What the fuck?
Literally. And now, for some reason, it sounds exactly the same to me. but before it sounded so different.
Yeah.
But there is that hurdle. So I'm very acutely aware, even in a B2B corporate setting at some of the largest companies, if I've got the challenge of bringing a video podcast in or video content, that person has to start from ground zero.
Yeah.
It does not matter how big that brand is. If we have to use someone,
But I deal with
internally-
£100 million deals, James.
Yeah, and then and I go, all right, tell me now, and I put my mouth doesn't work.
Who am I? What day is it?
Who are you? So it's hard, but you have to practice.
Yeah.
This is what a lot of brands do have some hubris around it. Like, I'm a big brand, we can do whatever. Yeah, it depends on your presenter. Unless you're going to bring in a professional presenter and pay.
But again, should you, from a brand point of view? Because the whole point is I'm talking on camera, right?
You need
so
to
the
have
same
someone-
person who sells is the same person who's talking on camera.
Homegrown will always win, in my opinion. Homegrown, authentic, buzzword. Homegrown, authentic.
We like our buzzwords
We
today.
do. Homegrown, authentic, and just, I think, not tied to perfection is probably the best piece of advice I can give when it
better
comes
than
to
perfect,
corporate
right?
content. Yeah. Like something completely unedited, probably similar to how this podcast is going to be, flows nicely. You can tell it's genuine. Their corporate trust is at an all-time low as is. You know, if you are going out with something ultra polished that's over the top, you brought a TV presenter in, good luck relating to anyone, right? It is that kind of equation. So yeah, factor that in. If you're the biggest brand or just starting, both people are kind of in the same place.
Yeah. And if you are starting, I think you'll pick up things, right? Like I've noticed, you may have noticed it in the show. I didn't piss around at the start.
No.
You know, it
'cause
was
you lose
bang,
people
this is
immediately.
who I am talking to, this is what's going on, bang, we're talking to James, cool, straight in, right? That's only because I'm used to doing long form content on YouTube. I've been doing
Absolutely.
it like 2 years, consistently for 2 years now.
Yeah, because a lot of
And-
people don't realise the first 10 seconds is the new thumbnail. That auto plays as soon as you hover over the video.
Yeah.
So if you don't get straight into it,
Well, you've lost someone, and I know how the YouTube algorithm will work in the respect to, right, if someone sits and watches this for 10 minutes and is interested in this conversation, they're gonna then be then the video, the big podcast will be served to a larger
Big time.
set of people, and then so on. That's how stuff goes viral, right? Same with short form, but on a more narrow basis. The key, I mean, like, okay, we're probably at the point where people, if they're going to click off, they're going to click off. Hey, happy days.
Yeah.
So let's give people a bit of a history lesson on you, right? I mean, when we first met, you were not running this. You were running what, from my understanding, was a basically fully serviced social media company
Yep.
that helped B2B brands think like careers
yes.
in Crux, right?
Yes.
Okay, what happened? How did you get here? How did you start there, and then how did you get here?
So it was really interesting. So the official journey was, scroll all the way back, lockdown, I think 2021 or 2022, is somewhere in that range. We all start working from home. You know, weird day for us. We think we're going to be back next week. Oh boy, did we mess that one up. So we were there, and I realised that, you know, I felt like I was outgrowing the place I was at, to put it that way, and I was like, I could probably do this. So got an ad up on Fiverr, and for a month it kind of did nothing. Had no idea what I was doing. I came from an advertising marketing background, 4+ years in that, working in-house and agency side, so I had all of the knowledge to bring. It was just a case of how do I business. I had no idea. So that ad basically did nothing for like a month, and then suddenly it put me in this like featured creators section. So I had a lucky break there. Most people don't admit their luck, folks. That's how it happened. And then from there I got my first client, and then got my second client through Fiverr. I got my third. That pretty much got me to the point where it was around what I was earning, and I just went, see ya, and then I took a risk from there. And then from there it started to just me, one person, two person, three person. Ended up kind of, as we're going along the scene, working with the likes of the University of Southampton, Barclays Eagle Labs, American Express, Global Business Travel, people like that, over that 4-year period, almost 5 years, and it grew very fast, very quick. Didn't know how to business, so from that point it was a tricky thing to navigate. And eventually I was like, this is also isn't making me happy. We grew way too fast. Way too much pressure, navigating contracts, chasing people who hadn't paid. It was that essentially, and overspending too. We had office space at the time because I was in my head And I think a lot of people's minds, we still had the path to return to normal. So I was spending a lot on a hybrid office space to go, come in if you want, you don't have to, but we have a space where you can still be creative, we can collaborate, and then trying to figure out what that was. But that was lots of extra spending on, mostly UK team. We had an overseas team as well, and helped facilitate both. So we had kind of a hybrid model. But in the end, there was a few kind of financial things we ran into in terms of contracts, things like that with larger clients, and it pretty much was, it sunk the boat. But I then kind of took some time away because it also happened at the same time as some personal losses. So I was very anti-work for like at least a year or two, I'd say. I was in the mindset of like, why do we do this? Reading Buddhist scripture, how it gets.
I'm going to go mountain, man.
Yeah, literally. I was just like, bro, I should be
I'm going to vibe out.
Yeah,
it's all good.
Out in the field. I was, when you get into watching like Outdoor Boys on YouTube, you're just like, oh.
Show me the jungle, man. Show me the jungle.
Yeah, I was just like, dump me somewhere in the middle of nowhere. I know how to survive now. I watch your YouTube video.
I can make fire because I watched it on YouTube.
Man, make fire. So I was in that zone for ages. But then, I rebranded, created a new agency with a different spin on it called Straw Hat Social. And
you need a straw hat, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's inspired by one of my favorite shows, One Piece. I absolutely love it. I kind of made Shogun up on the spot many years ago, so it didn't really have much personal meaning to me. But Straw Hat does. It's basically a show about pirates, and the kid who wants to be the king of the pirates. And it sounds simple, but it's one of the most complex and deeply layered shows in history. 7th best-selling piece of media ever in the entire world. So check out One Piece. So from there, it's a very different angle in terms of how I approach it. It's a bit more of an in-house agency model in terms of I do spend time at clients' offices at times. It's very involved in terms of more of a consultancy angle, because what I learned a lot of the time is most of the time there's other work to be done in the rest of the marketing cycle compared to when it was just social. So that is what Straw Hat is a little bit more. I'm still working on, I need to create a website still, the taglines, all the rest of it. But then the next part of that was the podcast studio. And that has now been born from that journey of going. Often a lot of clients had financial troubles, especially some of the smaller ones. A lot of them needed content, but for us to produce it and for me to have a retainer good enough to support my team ended up being too chunky. And I was like, we just need a place where someone can come in, grab their stuff and go, but still have a good experience and get what they need. And it's guided by social first expertise. And that's how this was born. So that's the journey through and through. It's been really interesting.
And it's a really interesting space. And I'm kind of curious where it's going to be in a year to two, right?
Me too.
From what we discussed. But I think that leads on quite nicely to what is the missed opportunities right now in marketing? Because we're talking about like short form is good, but it's kind of 3 years old now. The idea of it is 3 years old.
Yeah, it's fairly commonplace at this point. I think a lot of brands know
even AI, using AI is kind of like 2-3 years, right?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are so aware of it. I think there's multiple layers, so people are often overwhelmed by the amount of choices now. Even myself, I'm probably sat on, without no matter of a lie, about 150 clips odd that I have trouble distributing because of the time, alongside trying to do your regular duties and biz dev and all that kind of stuff. So sometimes you can hit a content surplus problem. So that's one, overwhelm. But there's also, I think things are undervalued. I don't think there's a silver bullet where like this is super underestimated. But I think because of the rise of TikTok and AI, I think YouTube is a seriously underrated platform. Because for brands especially, like my dream for Hampshire Podcast Studios is for it to be a full-blown vlog channel, podcast channel. I want it to feel like a living, breathing entity. And this is where the brand part comes in. Eventually, I want someone following me around, the team around as it grows, and just helping people out as much as humanly possible in the most authentic, easy way possible, by also doing what I do on a daily basis. I think that has a really nice ring to it. We love following bloggers. I think I'm lucky enough to, a lot of people do follow for my personality at times, and I can channel that big energy. So it's one of my unfair advantages. And again, a lot of people do have to tap into their unfair advantages, figure out what sticks, what works for them. But yeah, I think YouTube is just seriously underrated. I still think good usage of TikTok from a B2B channel point of view, underrated. And I think people need to just focus in on that platform and possibly looking at some new starters. Blue Sky, I think especially if you're in the political space or if you're in the more thought leadership space, do open an account and start growing it, because that's new, fresh, fertile ground with the anti-Elon sentiment in the world at the moment. X kind of is very much transformed, as a lot of people know. So if you want a kind of non-toxic space, Blue Sky is where you need to be. I mean, Threads is Threads. for me, it's a bit of a non-starter. Most people just dual post across both from Instagram to Threads. So yeah, I think having some kind of home base and making it feel living and breathing is where I want to be at, because that's the part you couldn't replicate that. I mean, you'd have to go through years and years of stuff and spend lots of time dedicating to prompt engineering to really get almost a sitcom. And this is how I explain it to a lot of big brands. Like, there's so much interwoven intricacies in brands that grow so big. The best example I could possibly give is the Goat Agency. They were like the king of pioneering vlogs, and they still do them to this day. That company probably has the best set of advertising for what work culture is like at Goat. I want to create that at some point and then distribute them through the short form channels, LinkedIn, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, all of them, because that it's like a home base, a secondary to your website. Yep. And that's where I want to be at, where I think it's kind of undervalued.
But you're also building that parasocial relationship, right? Like 95% of the reason why I have good relationships is actually nothing to do with how much time I spend with you personally, right here, sat here today.
Yep.
It's actually how much do we spend interconnected with each other's content, right? And ensuring potentially there's value being added or not. And actually, in an interest-based world, it's even easier. Because if I don't like what you're saying, I won't get served it. Sorry, I'm just not going to. No. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's the same. It's like, so there's a couple of rules I introduced with that. Does it go through the Holy Trinity? Does it educate, inspire, or entertain? If it's not one of those three, don't bother. People's time, they'll be gone. And then the second one, act as the audience.
Yeah.
But you gotta be so brutal about your stuff. Like, would I have been hooked? Would I have scrolled? You got around 2-3 seconds max. We're looking at organic. You have to be better ultimately, and just post.
But you don't have to be better straight away.
Oh God, no.
Right. That's I think the key there, because I think when you say that, people will be like, "Oh fuck it, why do I even bother?"
You can your quality can be shite and your content can be shite, but you can still get really good at hooks.
Yeah.
But
don't underestimate what you can do on a phone.
Yeah, we specifically basically only use vlogging cameras because one, it's like for client stuff, because we only make social content usually, it's that perfect middle ground between high-end premium or like cinema line cameras and slightly better than a phone, so you can tell it's like made for purpose for a certain piece of content and has that slightly uplifted thing. Because sometimes you go too far, if the camera's quality is too nice, sometimes people think it's an ad. Yeah. And I think that is a very subconscious, like, you're trained to scroll really quickly.
Yeah, the only time I would say that that's not true is if you're selling video production.
Big time.
Right, if you're selling, if your product is, this is how good it sounds, right? You can have off days, you can have bad environments, etc., whatever. The value of the content is what actually matters at the end of the day. Yeah. But on an average, if you're selling something that looks and sounds good, every video should look and fucking sound good.
Yeah, definitely an exception for your business.
Excluding that, absolutely doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite success stories from when we were doing work is we worked with a company called Skill Scaffolding, who wanted help starting their TikTok up, and what we did was kind of mic up the boys and did it in a vlog style. They just explained what they were doing, out and about on jobs. We did a tour around the site. Mate, I think we got millions of views from that. It was in the first 3 months. Like, there was a real appetite for industries that you wouldn't think so. Construction, massive. If there is a construction company out there listening right now, you need a TikTok account and you need a YouTube account and you need to go hard. I couldn't believe how much people were like, because it basically is all the boys that got him from work, like, oh, is he using a fucking 380D, or like, you can't be doing that, you got to wrap this up different way. So there was the positives and the negatives of like going, oh, I would have done it that way. But there was this, like, again, that parasocial relationship there, even from the actions they were taking, because they were like, I do that at work too. That representation of something they didn't see before, I think is massive. And I think a lot of companies, I think they're too boring to do stuff like that. Are probably
I can't do
the
that. I'm an
companies,
accountant, James.
I think the accountants could absolutely do it. Like, it would be so funny to have like a funny accountants podcast or like just a vlog at the accountant's office. And the whole hook is, I'm going to prove to you that accountants aren't boring. And then you just show the work day.
I remember that I did a strategic session with a networking group that unfortunately doesn't exist anymore. But the point was, an accountant asked me, how do I do hooks? And I said, think about worst case scenario, someone gets their books wrong. What's going to happen? Yeah. And the hook ended up being like, if your books are shit, your business is going under.
Yeah. And
then they went into the whatever, right? But it's like, you have to grab the attention straight away. It's like, fuck, shit. Yeah. Okay.
And I think a lot of people, here's the personal psychology thing again, you resist that immediately because you don't want to come across as spammy or clickbait or think you're trying to over dramatize the situation. There is something in the this is why the Americans paved the way first in terms of content output, and then we adopt it later once we see it works, because one, we're just a skeptical nation, but two, we're all a bit too frightfully to make all that fuss.
Yeah, but we also want to speak like this and be stubborn off lip and not swear on camera, don't you know?
Can't do that.
No.
Whereas the people that do,
Meanwhile, in America, Gary's screaming on the stage, for example.
yeah,
right?
exactly, and he's killed it that way for years. But I think there's an aversion to hooks sometimes because you're worried about perception, even on the brand level, which is really interesting. So there is a removal we need to do of that, hooks / clickbait is okay as long as you actually deliver. If it's, I'm gonna get you 1 million followers right now, and then it's just bullshit advice, that is bad clickbait. But if we...
And also it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, so to give an example from this podcast, if we were doing, here's how my business completely went under, cut to black, and then I just told the story I did before. But that was the hook that made it dramatic enough to stick around. And that is what we need to focus on, essentially. But you still need to deliver in some way or form.
I mean, the next thing I was going to ask you is about like fear related to AI, but I think it's actually about fear of being replaced in content or in jobs in general. I mean, do you see in the people you speak to, your circles, etc., do you see people scared of AI? Are people like, okay, we're game over here, boys?
Yeah, a little bit. I think especially when it comes to, because you can kind of see what's on the chopping block first a little bit in terms of, one, there's company memos going out all over the place. I think the Shopify CEO was like, before we put any new hires out, double check that an AI agent can't do this. So from a leadership level, there is definitely a ruthlessness that is kind of starting a little bit, where cost cutting is becoming the norm, especially in the economy we're in. It's a very risky place to be. So there's a political sentiment and like a fear-based sentiment from the top. So that's not good. The leadership shouldn't be thinking that way in general. It should be to enhance every employee, not to replace employee or new hires. So that's a start from large companies that contribute. The second point is looking at, you can tell some areas are getting good fast. For instance, creating fantasy content from scratch with video. Is Google's tool VO? Is it? I'm not sure.
VO3.
VO3.
Yeah.
I've been entranced with watching like the Yeti and Bigfoot vlogs on TikTok, which sound insane, but like I've never seen. I watched one the other day where Bigfoot was working for the cartel, like dropping drugs in the rainforest, and it's just like we are here, and they are really funny.
But you don't sit there and go, "Well, that happened. That's real," because it's Bigfoot dropping drugs in a jungle, right?
I think that's why it's fairly accepted, because like it's received really positively, because it's a whole fantasy thing. It's clearly AI labeled, and it's using AI in a way that's funny and not scary. But if you try to then, let's say if you took an audio podcast and went transcribe this but put us in a fake studio and everything else like that, I don't think that'd be received very well at all, because that is just the perceived thing of, all right, you've removed the cameraman, you've removed this, you removed that, you're cutting the humanity out of a humanizing process. So I think there's a way you use it can help.
Well, we already watched this happen. I can't remember which YouTube it was, but there was a Minecraft YouTuber who was like, "I'm going to AI myself, and I'm going to make everything AI," and his entire audience turned on him.
Yeah.
The long and the short of that story was the entire audience turned on him.
We're not in a place societally where it's like super accepted right now. Like, there are certain ways that are accepted, and some ways that aren't, and sometimes you can't actually tell where that is going to fall. And you know, if you're a brand that's just doing nothing but trying to AI everything, whether that's individuals, like I had a studio tour, for instance. I like to take pictures with the people that come down. I forgot to take a selfie with a guy, and I was like, "Could you send me a picture of you?" And I'm just gonna like do a cartoon version, and say, "I fucked up. AI came to help us though, and here's a picture of us together." And that'll be my saving grace. And that's fine, because it's just a little helping hand, as opposed to, it's not like I could have sent that to a designer or a Photoshopper and they would have made that happen, because the pictures would have been clearly Photoshopped and weird. So it's a different use case. So if you can see it's helping someone as opposed to replacing someone, I think that's where the sentiment changes. But graphic design is what scares me. For what comes first, I guess. That's getting scarily good fast, even better than the video side.
Yeah.
In terms of prompt engineering, if you can get that right, it's like, ooh, that's a bit mad. But I mainly worry for entry-level positions, because a lot of the things you have to learn, a lot of the grunt work you do would be the base level edits, will be your standard graphics. It'll be like, that's where you learn your trade. And that's what worries me, because I know that big companies will try and cut that out fast.
But is there the counter argument, I guess, to that is, you could be valuable to a company that isn't leveraging AI by teaching them how to use AI to do that thing.
Absolutely. There is, chaos is a ladder. there is an abundance of opportunity that comes from this uncertainty, this change and all that stuff. But this depends on whether you're looking at it from an individual solution or a societal solution. I'm always looking at it from I could probably spin up a course tomorrow talking about how we can introduce it to your business and this is how you don't get left behind and all this. Morally for me, I'm like, I can't do that, because I want to look at the societal solution of how do we get AI to help us and not replace people that sometimes you just want a job. Like, I don't want to have to live in a world where we all have to be bombastic entrepreneurs and hustlers, because it is not feasible to live in a society where everyone does that. No. There was a fascinating podcast, Diver CEO, the debate between a guy called Gary Stevenson and Daniel Priestley. I respect both equally, but you could tell they were talking past each other. Yeah. One guy's talking about a solution for the individual, the other one's talking about a solution for society. And I think we do need to find a middle ground, because ultimately everyone's got to look after themselves. Yeah. If we go too far in the realms of rugged individualism, we leave everyone who's vulnerable behind. And I think there is a place where we can move forward and do this right. Yep. But this is what's interesting. What will happen is America and probably China will pave the way in a massive way for AI development. And typically what's happened so far, the EU in general will then regulate the advancements that come from those two areas. That's typically its role. It's not really a powerhouse in terms of AI and technology, but what it does, it knows how to make rules right, GDPR, other stuff like that, and it kind of reins in rampant innovation, because otherwise people get left behind. Yeah,
and I think there's so much you could go into on that, but I think the main thing is like self accountability related to your own actions, right? Like, it's interesting because obviously when I've been starting the podcast and do the research on the show, what I want to do with it, etc. But like, even in the podcast I filmed this morning with Jack, we were talking about the fact that the economy is in a bad place, which is really weird for me to hear, to be honest. And this is going to sound really horrible, because I'm doing better than ever in respect to like commercial work. But is that because I'm self-action and I took an audit of what I was doing last year when things were harder? Like, it's not like, oh, I'm fucking immune to it. Last year was shit, right? And it was like, do I get to a position where I did my audit, I redid all my marketing, I redid all my structure, I fill in all the gap times, and then I'm very focused on client delivery? Yeah. Is that why? Because I'm 100% account. Like, I don't. Yes, you need to know what's going on in the news, but I'm not sat here going, Rachel Weezer said this. Like, we're speaking about this.
It'd be easy to use that as a
on
crutch.
The day that her spring statement is happening. I've got no idea what it said. Yeah, it's probably happened. I've no idea. Yeah, I've been too busy working.
There's a spending review today.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But I know it's today. Yeah, I've got no idea what was said. Yeah. What? Because I've been working all day.
Yeah, same here. I only got to hear a little bit of the preamble before she actually kicked off. But there is a fine balance, and I think it might be industry dependent when we look at it. So industries like ours, you can look at it in two ways. Usually, first thing they cut is marketing. The smart companies don't. When everyone brings their marketing down, you ramp up. That depends on if that company has resource or not. And if you're talking to that company, that's the right mindset. So there's that. The second thing is, it is also, everything's down to the individual. Obviously, the pandemic was an awful time economically. I came up during that. That was my ladder. I was born in the dark, raised by it. So I completely get where you're coming from in terms of, right, fuck it. If there's chaos going around everywhere, I'm just going to take advantage of everything.
But I think you just need to focus. I don't think it's just as simple as business owners, like you just need to focus on what the fuck has worked and what the fuck you think is going to work, and then just get your head down, right? Stop getting heady, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. In XYZ person said this, or Donald's done this, or the PM's honestly, done this, or the news cycle
is so draining at this point. It is. For most people's own sanity, and I'm super clued into the politics and news and all that stuff, it's almost impossible to keep up with America at the moment. And obviously that affects the world, unfortunately. The UK is a little bit more stable, but just not moving very fast. So, but I think the easiest way to describe it is like, I think the motorcyclists have a term for it when they get focused on the big truck that's next to them. If they stare at the truck, they will subconsciously get closer and turn into it. They're like, no. Even though they could just like not go that way, but like it's like their hands make it. It's like when you're supposed to look where you're throwing the ball and things like that. So for business owners, freelancers, everyone that has like the agency over what they can do, I think that they need to focus and really kind of hone in and, like you say, just like blinders on, I don't care what's happening, the world is falling down around me, I'm going to make this money. That's the opportunity we have. But then the socialist in me kicks in, where I just want the people that just want a job to be able to have a job, be stable, be happy, without having to be like, mega AI improvements, I'm going to upload your business. Because some people, we need the world to go around with people that just do jobs.
Yeah, but you can call it like the people who, clean the cars or clean the office or clean the shop or whatever, there needs to be those people.
Yeah.
But I think people who are willing to be that extra level, right, they should, right? And I think it's important if you can right now, if you're in a functional position where you can push forward, you can. Financially, you can. Energy, you can. Fires me up, right? Something I've noticed as I've started doing podcasts and other things is I'm less focused on where the business is. Now you'd be like, but that doesn't make it like that, so on. But with financial planning, I know that I'm fine regardless.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm like, okay, cool. But actually, I'm then winning more work because of that.
Yeah.
Which is a really weird
Tell you what,
concept,
It's very similar. The biggest learning I had from when the business started to go down on my side was my lead tap almost entirely turned off when I stopped focusing on social. Social was my main pipeline. Inbound was our main pipeline. It's not like we had like mega website inquiries or anything like that. That was my lifeblood. But what happened was subconsciously I was like, we've grown to a point now. Bigger companies don't bother with all this social media. Like, maybe I can just calm down a little bit. Ironic enough, considering what I did. But I was like, I almost sat in this complacency of they'll come to us now. I'd have to try as hard.
Would it be fair to say your ego got in the way?
A little bit, yeah, I think so. But also there was
we're big enough now. Look at us.
Yeah, it was also a point where I think there was not safety in numbers thing, but we had a fairly good sized team that was like, we are one of those stable proper companies now. Like it felt like we had like when you feel like an institution can't go down or anything like that. So there was a little bit of that, but also because of all the growth and growing pains, there was so many fires to put out individually. Yeah. It just took my eye off the ball. It also drained a lot of my energy, so I couldn't really refocus back on. I couldn't bring that same enthusiasm. The ideas used to come to my head. That was almost taken from me by the stress of a growing organization.
Yeah.
And I think, again, it's probably another problem that people might be facing that isn't talked about enough. But ultimately, like all of that combined, it made me deprioritize social. And that was essentially the start of the death of 1,000 cuts. So, yeah, social is important, folks. Don't be like me. But we're okay now. It's good.
It's, I think in that respect, and I think to an extent, it's also about understanding where you are, right? If you don't want to grow and you're happy where you are, then yes, you should still do social. But it should be less of a priority if you're trying to scale.
If you don't want to grow, you should focus on social even more, because you just that pipeline. You want it stuck there for whenever you need something. Just pluck something out of it, like a box of toys.
And also, you don't know what projects are going to come from those connections, from those ideas, from those things. Nearly everything that I do now has come from a pipe idea that has happened while I'm asleep, while I'm there. The concept of the new format of the show. It will sometimes be remote, sometimes hybrid, sometimes on location, etc. That came from downtime. That came from me thinking, right, okay, I'm doing this on social, I'm good with this, but what about this? The same with the AI workshop. And the content creation workshop I'm working on at the moment, right? Same thing. It's like, okay, cool, that makes sense. There's demand for that potentially, right? Needs marketing, cool, fab, cool. And the same thing, and I know you want to talk a little bit about live streaming. Where's live streaming fit into this, Dan?
Live streaming is really interesting. So when I'm always a proponent of looking at creator economies. So creator economy in general is essentially, where are all the platforms right now where people are making a living from? Where's a lot of the content coming from? Where's a lot of the trends starting? All that stuff. So it's so important to find what's happening right now. YouTube and TikTok essentially had dominated for a long time. Twitch has basically come out of nowhere, and a lot of people do stream on different platforms, but Twitch is the most important one. Live streamers, I think in general, have replaced YouTubers as the main go-tos, because what's happening is, in Gen Z circles anyway, what's happened is you've got Kai Cenat, iShowSpeed, Drewski, all these people that are like more often creating content via live stream. They have so much more content they're able to distribute. They started dominating the airwaves, very similar to how podcasters dominate the airwaves via clip distribution. They started winning the war of attribution in regards to kind of just like getting clips out there here and there, and in interest-based content. So,
but they have that huge file of long form to be able to then...
these people stream 8 hours a day.
That's what I mean.
If you look at political streamers like Hassan Piker, he literally streams 8 hours a day, Monday to Saturday. Like, it's an insane amount of content. He's giving takes constantly. Every piece of news that happens live, he's staring at the computer, essentially waiting for the next headline to come through so he can give a take. He has full thing. So,
but then his editing team, which is important to mention, will then have that clip on YouTube within like 2 hours whilst he's still streaming.
Within a couple of, so he's really unique in the fact that obviously he's a left wing, almost socialist creator. He opens the door, so he has no copyright on his content. So he allows other people to use his content and monetize their YouTube channels without striking them. So he has a content economy where everyone makes stuff for him. Yeah. He has his own channel where he monetizes and things like that, but his channel is often 1 or 2 days late. There are a multitude of clip channels that get stuff in while he's still live. It'll come out within the hour, and it will just take that 10-minute segment or that 40-minute segment. It's incredible the speed in which those people work, because they make a living off of Hassan making a living. Yeah. So it was fascinating to see how this happened. But Twitch streamers have become like the front end of like the social cultural zeitgeist, to use a weird term. So ultimately, follow what they're doing. And I think the first few brands that get serious about live streaming, and I think brands like, we've seen Foot Asylum, for instance, lead the way in terms of YouTube channels. If they can find a way to do Twitch, if, you know, even B2B brands, like, my dream would be to like live stream entire studio days, to be able to stream other people's podcasts if they were comfortable with it, to show what they could do through my channels, to kind of always be sharing the love in that sense. You would be able to see such an awesome mix of different things. Each industry, you know, some industries won't be able to do it, some can, but I think if they're the first to market, there is a rare opportunity there to be taken seriously in that space, because Twitch has only been for like gaming for a while. Let's Chat style stuff has become more and more popular. That is now the most popular thing. It's less gaming and more essentially completely universal.
Do you think that the TikTok live shopping experience is also going to be a game changer in the next 10 years?
They are going hard on that. I keep getting ads for webinars to become like kind of a TikTok live agency, because they're trying to bring other people into the fold. It's really interesting. It's something we're considering for the studio, to have almost a live shopping zone, or to figure out how to kind of do that properly. Obviously, we have sets for it, but there's a certain kind of aesthetic and way to do it. Live shopping is becoming crazy. TikTok shop, it sells insane amounts, you know, without considering potential bans. At least in the UK, that's nowhere near anything. In the States, I don't think they'll ever ban it, because Trump gets too many headlines from TikTok and too many views. So I think he'll leave it the way it is. So I think, again, it's a serious, for e-com brands, serious business. So even just lives in general, even if you're not selling, TikTok lives and lives in general is so important. Like, there's people that, again, make a living off TikTok live just by, like, we've all seen have you seen the TikTok NPCs? Yeah, so people pretending to be different characters, or every time someone sends them a little emoji, they go, wow, emoji, thank you. And they act like robots for hours and hours, but they make ungodly amounts of money from it.
But surely insane. Linking back to AI, that'll be commoditized by AI. Possibly. Or is it because it's actual person being aware? Is that the commoditized point?
At least for the NPC non-playable characters, for the non-playable character streamers, the whole point of it is the novelty of you're making a human being dance like a monkey.
Right. Okay.
Essentially, because you make them
here,
say
have a peanut.
Stuff.
Here, have a peanut. Okay.
Yeah. People are sat there donating £1, £2, £3, £4, £5, £10 just to make them do stupid shit.
Yeah.
Which is a very dystopian place to be, but like that is.
It reminds me of a Black Mirror event somewhere. There's got to be an episode like that somewhere. But yeah, no, absolutely.
It will happen, because currently there are certain creators who are pretending to be robot AIs. Before that's available, if that makes sense. So like they're in full cyberpunk like cosplay, and they're going, donation, thank you, and like, but they're acting like they're not real. So once that happens, it's going to be easy. But I think when people look at this, they go, AI is going to just replace all of these creators. I think there will be a bigger pushback than you think, in terms of people going, this ain't a person, I don't give a shit. And that will happen for a long time. Yeah. And there'll be, similar to how we get ads and spam, I think a big portion of AI content will be treated as such, as essentially slop. And then from that point, it will kind of develop from there.
Yeah, I think it's a really important point. I mean, obviously we don't know, right? Like AI is changing every day, etc. Right? Like we'll see what the market chooses, because that's who we'll ultimately choose, will be the market, right?
Yes.
But as a final point to potentially wrap up on, if you could talk to yourself 10 years ago, right? So you're 18, roughly, like 17, 18.
Yeah.
What advice would you give?
Oh, that's a very interesting one. Is it
with what you know now?
am I back in that time? So apart from telling myself lottery numbers and what to invest in, is it more, or am I like, if I'm 18 today?
Today, sure, why not?
Okay, because that changes the advice. I think,
Like if you were 18 today, so you could gain 10 years, what would you say to yourself? But you have none of the network that you have gained in the 10 years. You don't have the resources. You don't have the understanding. You have you have basically been reset, but it's today.
yes.
So you get given 10 years, but you've also reset everything you gained in the last 10 years as well.
I think it's really interesting because I know myself, and I don't listen to advice. Whenever someone else tells me to do something, I kind of do the opposite. It's a very like ADHD thing to do. But I think the important thing to say is consistency. I bang on about social constantly. It's what I do for a living. If I'd have been more consistent with my own content, I think I'd be in a very different place. Specifically focusing on platforms that will make me money. Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, all that kind of stuff, and honing in and making sure that being a creator is part of a business model and a part of an overall personal brand. Like we talked about before, personal brand is going to become so important. Some people say LinkedIn profiles will end up replacing CVs altogether because if anyone's ever done recent job applications, it's awful. It's very much how you get around it and get knowledgeable and let the people know who you are. It's all going to be knowing who you are. So the game of contacts and black book has evolved to online. So if you are starting with no contacts today, it's probably the best point in time you could ever start for that kind of thing. But you have to have a clear strategy and try and conquer the fear of feeling like you don't know enough straight away. You can learn so much from the resources we have available on YouTube and things like that. Not to say you can become an expert, but you can learn enough to help someone else off your own back via online courses, YouTube channels, pretty much immediately. And all you have to do is just try and help people no matter what industry you're in. As long as you're earnestly and authentically trying to help people, you can kind of never go wrong. So you just mix authentically helping people with consistency. You'll be in a brilliant place given a little bit of time. So that's what I tell myself, just stay consistent instead of being on and off again.
Thank you for the time, James.
No worries. Thank you for having me, mate. Appreciate it.
Do you want to shout anything out before we go?
I suppose I do. Come down and use Hampshire Podcast Studios. It is a plug-and-play solution for entrepreneurs, businesses, and creators to create video podcasts, YouTube channels, pretty much anything you need. Unboxing videos, reaction videos, live streams. We pretty much got it all set up for anything. So if you're in the Hampshire area, you need to make content, come down, we'll have a cup of tea, we'll kind of plan out what you need to make, and essentially you can use this as a plug-and-play solution, or we can help you kind of manage the whole thing end to end. So if you need any help, create some content, come on down and let's get some stuff done.
Thank you ever so much for joining me, ladies and gents. I hope you took value from mine and James's conversation. We're going to leave it there. I'll be back very, very soon with a brand new podcast. Who knows where I'm going to be? Oh, it might be in Southampton, might be in London, might be somewhere completely different or digitally. I'll see you very, very soon. Thank you ever so much for coming back and joining me. And take care. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well and welcome to a brand new podcast. Today we're going to be talking to Christine, who does branding. There you go. Did your interview for you.
Thank you.
Why does branding... I wasn't going to start here, but I think it's important to talk about it. We live in a world where there's lots of noise on social. There's lots of AI conversations. There's lots of points of view when it comes to what should I be doing, should I not be doing. Why do you focus on branding?
I focus on branding because a lot of businesses are completely overwhelmed when it comes to marketing. They really don't know where to start. They don't know what they're doing. And I was finding that doing visual branding, logos and stuff like that with clients, I was finding that at the end of the project, they still didn't understand what their business was actually selling. So by doing brand strategy, which is what we're really talking about here, it's about understanding exactly who you are, what your business is, your positioning and everything else that's involved. And then that gives you a core to work from when it comes to marketing. So it sets your tone of voice and all the rest of it, and then you can take it from there. So
I think there's so much there, and I'm sure we'll get into a lot of it. But for me, I've been in a very interesting place the last month or two. I've been very focused on growth. I've been very focused on client delivery. I've been in a very grateful place because of the amount of work I've got going on. And as I was setting up, we were sort of talking a little bit about kind of all the plates I'm currently spinning and some of the concerns that maybe come with that when you see someone like me doing that. And I think it's a very action-led thing. but I'm not focused on the outcome. I'm not focused on the result. Like, yeah, of course I want it to happen and I would like it to happen, but I'm purely just focused on the journey of getting there and saying, right, I've got to do this, this and this, and my action will compound across time to then mean that I've got the successful podcast, I've got the successful business, I've got the successful marketing. To phrase it in a question, when you look at someone's branding, maybe you're helping them with branding, they're looking at rebranding, etc. I mean, is it to an extent a level of just they need to execute on the brand that works, or is there like glaring issues that someone could have with their brand that would then trigger you to say, actually, you should be looking at a rebrand? Do you think?
I think a lot of the time businesses evolve, and so they try different things and they don't know necessarily where their ideal clients are. They don't know the type of work that's the sweet spot or anything like that. So it's very tempting to kind of take everything that kind of comes in and then you end up juggling plates. But in actual fact, once you've sort of established your brand and gone through exactly what it is you are looking for, you become very much more focused. And that's the core to everything really with taking on work. I mean, it may be that then you turn down work because it's just not appropriate to your end game. So yes, I think.
Do you think clients struggle with saying no sometimes?
Oh yeah.
Because I think there's a mindset of, in some ways, you could say it's there's going to be no more work out there. The work's not going to be there. I haven't structured my finances or my business. And so, like, this was a problem I had in end of 23 into 24, which was I was overspending every month in comparison to what was coming in, right?
Yeah.
And I wasn't doing the financial work to build a foundation to allow me to be able to have the freedom to be lean enough from a cash flow point of view to do the other growth things that I needed to do to continue to then grow. But I was coming from a place of, I need this to make me money today. I need this to make me the money next week, because I have bills at the end of the month that, to be honest, at that time, I didn't know where the money was coming from.
Yeah,
You
and
know.
that's typical, especially in the early days of running a business. But the problem is you become so busy running around doing those jobs, and I'm just as guilty of it. You become so busy running around doing those jobs that you haven't got the time, the bandwidth, or the brain space to actually think about the fact that it's really not going to help where you go.
Yeah.
I mean, it becomes very much a feast and famine, as we were saying before coming on air. That you spend all your time running around, and you don't set up the next work and things. It's just not top of mind. And I think that's one of the key things about setting down exactly where you want to be, the type of clients you want to be working for, your position in the marketplace, etc., etc. Like I say, you become very blinkered then.
I think there's lessons and stages, right? I think I'm always of the mind where I'm very grateful that happened, and that I nearly lost the business multiple times. And I would actually argue it's made me and my partner a lot stronger, because she's seen another side of me. Like, now everything's sunshine and rainbows in comparison, right? Yeah. But I think for me, it gave me a real reality check, because I'm sure some who know me would be like, oh, Colin's very egotistical. He's very, he thinks he's the bee's knees kind of thing. And I was like, yeah, but actually I know I've got a skill set now that's, when my back's against the wall, I'm in a corner, I know I can get out.
Yeah.
And I think that for me, that's a different power, if you could say, a different confidence, a different resilience. And I think that's the thing that's maybe lacking. When we first spoke, we talked a lot about AI, and I'm sure we'll get into AI, but like, for me, I'm seeing kind of people who are lacking resilience in the respect to how the turbulent market, like, you can look at geopolitics, you can look at like general politics, you can look at what are Labour about to do with like changes to corporation tax and etc. But I always look at it and go, okay, well, can I affect or change any of these things? Can I affect and change what's going on in the market and how business confidence is? Not really. So yes, I need to be aware of what's going on and what opportunities are there, but actually the only thing I should potentially be blinkered on is the things you were talking about in regards to positioning, focus and output, but also What am I doing to develop? What am I doing? This podcast came from an idea and now I'm executing on it. It's not, I think some people, and to phrase it into a question, it's going to be like people have ideas and then they don't execute on the ideas, right? I mean, why in your experience do you think people do that?
I think part of the problem at the moment, or for the last few years, has been this idea that, and it's probably going to sound very controversial, but there's a lot of talk about things like niching down. Now, it can go to an extreme, I think, and what we really need to be doing is finding ways of being adaptable, because with ever-changing markets and that, the people that survive are the ones that are going to adapt. So while it's great to niche down, if you niche down too far, you can really struggle when things change. So it might be useful to say that you work in a particular industry, but if you just say that you work in that industry, that's when you're going to struggle, if that industry then suffers.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's all about adaptability.
Do you think people niche because it's easier for them?
The general attitude seems to be that you can make more money by niching.
Yeah, I heard that.
So there are a lot of designers out there who have niched down and just say that they work in a particular industry. Now, I don't do that. I have worked in certain industries and I can push those if I wanted to. But for me, if I was to niche down too much, I'd be bored out of my brain, because, the same challenges come across all industries generally. So it's, it doesn't really matter whether one week you're doing something like for, branding for a care company, and the next minute you're doing something for
a plumber.
something in the aviation industry, or plumber, or whatever. So it's the same problems, just with slightly different issues that come with those industries. But everyone's generally facing the same sort of issues. And obviously, I've got enough experience to be able to do that.
Do you think you need resilience to be able to be that open? I mean, I've always been of the view that you shouldn't niche specifically into an industry, because I always use the example of say that to wedding videographers during COVID, for example, right? It's like, how did that go? But I think for me, I get it, I get why, and I've worked with some people who are very specifically niche and it's worked for them. But for me, I also think maybe it's an authenticity thing. For me, I'd be like, I don't feel that's authentic to me. I wouldn't be able to do my best work if I'm just going to serve educators. I'm just going to serve accountants. I'm just going to serve designers. I'm just going to, etc. I'm just going to do podcasting because one of the reasons why I went into business for myself was so I could have the variation.
Yep.
So I could have the location variation. If one day I'm in Southampton, then I'm in Salisbury, then I'm in London, then I'm then I'm in Newbury, and so on.
Yeah.
But then also, one day I'm going to be doing podcasting, next day I'm going to be doing a promotional video, then I'm going to be doing a conference, then I'm going to so on. That variation regarding the work I do, but also the freedom that comes with.
Yeah, absolutely. Well. And it's the same with design. It's problem solving at the end of the day.
I think so many people, they look at, because they only see the success stories when it comes to niching, right? Just focusing on that briefly. They see the when it works, but they don't see the ones that did it and then actually lost money. Right, or made less money or the same money. And again, to reiterate it, I think for me it's the authenticity piece. It's what else did you do outside of business? And I think making lots of money to a level could be a reason why you're in business. Sure, people do that, but actually, I've just filmed Maddie's piece, and we ended it by saying, are you living to work or working to live?
Yeah.
And I think for me, it's to have the freedom to be able to market the business and work with the clients I choose to want to work with. Yeah. And to an extent, I have to charge a premium for that because it means I'm going to limit my amount of client delivery. But also because I've built my business in a retained model now, I'm actually less likely to take the wrong projects because I don't need the revenue.
Yeah.
I don't need it. So then it's a question of, does it actually apply to my goals? Does it help me grow? Is it a really nice project? Is it a really fun project? Is it the right client, etc.? And then I can look a bit deeper into the relationship that I'm trying to build rather than just the transactional side of it of, right, I need to make £1,000. I need to make 500 quid. I need to make 10 quid, whatever it is. And I think sometimes how do you look at it from when you are approached to do some project work? Do you look at it purely from, are you the best fit as a designer, or is it as a brand, like depending if it's a rebrand, etc., or like the work, depending on the tangible work you're doing, or is it purely in some context actually they're going to pay me 10 grand?
No, I mean, there's potentially clients that I wouldn't necessarily work for. I haven't really kind of come across any because that's not the kind of client that would necessarily approach me. But if I don't think that I'm the best fit for it because I don't understand what they're doing or whatever, or just didn't get on with the people. Because at the end of the day, when you're working with someone, particularly with branding, I mean, brand strategy, the general consensus is probably that, if you're doing it, it's a case of you hand it over to someone to do. I don't work like that at all. For me, it is very much a case of I work with you. And the more involvement you have, the more you will get out of it. So it is a two-way partnership. And I'm basically facilitating it. So I'm asking the questions and I'm digging deep and I'm challenging your thinking about everything that you're saying so that we can get to the nub of exactly what's what. And sometimes that will involve sitting there with my arms crossed. I've done this before, where I'm not getting anything from someone. So it's a case of, actually, sell me what you're saying, because I don't get it. And almost being slightly aggressive, defensive sort of thing. But it's a way of kind of getting them on the back foot to then get into the nuggets of what's what. Now that's a just one-off example, but that's not normal. But I'd like to come back to what you were saying about the type of work that you were doing, because to a certain degree that's niching in a way, in that you're choosing your market sector. So some people would say that that's niching, but it's really just deciding what your position is in the marketplace and who it is you want to work for.
I think it's about, like, there's a lot of conversation at the moment about, especially from like Alex Hormozy and others like that, talking about the model of your business, right?
Yeah.
And I think for me, one of the things I may have got wrong in my early career was not understanding a sustainable model, right? As a career, I think maybe even a niche is now becoming a buzzword,
Yeah.
right? And I think for me, it's more about being authentic, and that's why I lean into authenticity more, because it's about, for me, saying, is this the right client? A, right? I can personally work with them, like tangibly, can I talk to them if things go wrong? Are we going to be able to work through those? And then B, more importantly, can I actually add value to that client, right? Can I be the provider to fix their problems? Because in 95% of cases, we're paid in relationship to the size of the problem that we fix, right? And to be honest, the client doesn't actually necessarily care about the nuts and bolts of how you fix it. In 95% of cases that I've found, they don't. They're not interested in what camera am I going to use, what lens am I going to use, what tripod are we going to use, what microphone are we talking into, etc. They just want to know, I've got this thing, I've got this problem, I've got this objective. Can you help me get closer to that? Or can you help me get to it?
Yeah.
I mean, going back to basics then, with branding, how do you build a brand? Does it have to be around you?
What, as an individual?
Yeah, so when you're looking to build a business, let's say I was starting again.
Okay.
How would I build a brand?
Okay. Well, we do use a framework generally to establish the core values and positioning and all the rest of it. It's one of those things where, what do you want to do with the business? That's where we've got to start, really. What do you want to do with the business? Where do you want it to go? Do you want it just to be you? Because that's the key thing. If it's just going to be,
is that looking tangibly at, like, do you want to exit? Do you want to sell? Like, etc.
Are you going to have staff? All that sort of thing. Where do you want to be in 5 years' time? Where do you want to be in 10 years' time? Because if you're looking to build an empire or an agency or something like that where you've got staff, there's no point building a personal brand. Well, there is a point, but do you know what I mean? The business cannot be your personal brand, because going forward, that's not going to work. You've got to build a business brand. Mm-hmm. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because your staff are going to have to come under that brand. So
do you think people worry about scalability? Because what you talk about there is scalability. Do you think people worry about scalability too much? Because I would argue like depending on how you look at it, your personal brand is either infinitely scalable or not scalable in any way, depending on your mindset around it. So the one thing I'll never be able to outsource is me sat here in front of you today, because I need to be involved in the content.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
So in that respect, it's not scalable. But the more content I have, it's infinitely scalable.
It is, but what I'm saying is, it's how you then put that out. Do you put it out as you, or do you put it out as the business? Do you have a business name like I do, separate to the to my own brand, like me? You know, because if you are going to have staff, you cannot just rely on your personal brand. I mean, I remember years ago I went to an interview with somebody whose attitude was very much, well, I'm the face of the brand. Which was fine, but it just meant that he couldn't have a sales guy go out on his behalf because that wasn't the face of the brand.
Do you think that can transition though? Do you think like when a business starts, it's very founder led, let's say?
Yeah.
Right. So in my case, it's 100% founder led. Right. When you have a discovery call, you're talking to me. I show up on set. You're talking to me. You're working with me. When we do the strategy meeting, it's me. When you're doing the post editing, it's me. But if I choose to, right? One of the main visions that I had was let's scale it. I think they can work simultaneously.
It depends where in the growth process you actually come in with this, really, doesn't it? I mean, yes, if it's at the very start of a business, but what I'm saying is those are the questions that we ask for going forward, because if you are going to stay as a freelancer or as a solopreneur, whatever, then build your personal brand, because that's probably got more equity long term than your business. But
do you think
that's
Do you think clients and consumers are more open to connecting with people's personal brands than company brands then? Because I've found personally, looking at like the corporate side of the world, that even corporates are now like driving out saying, who can we put maybe in the C-suite, or like who can we put out that is the personal brand for the corporation? So I think it's because I remember listening to a couple of years, about 2 years ago now, and it's kind of transitioned as well into 25 as well, where corporate trust is at an all-time low. I don't know if that's still true now, but it definitely was a couple of years ago. And I think part of the reason is because they stopped being personal. Yeah. They stopped having this. You stopped knowing the salespeople. You stopped knowing the business owner. Yeah. You stopped knowing the person that was behind it, and it became very. And that was kind of the transition into AI as well, because it became very just about profit and about ROI and about, like how can we leverage this and how can we be as efficient as humanly possible? And humans aren't efficient by proxy. We're not robots, right? No. But I guess to phrase it into a question, I mean, do you think that looking at the larger scale, maybe with the corporate world, because like our unique selling proposition to smaller business owners is we can be personal, we can be me, right? Because that's what we sell. That's we're not scalable by proxy, by deliberate. Do you think corporates should be looking at personalising their business brands?
What happens when the person leaves? If it's a person, if they've moved company, then what? What is that person putting out? Are they putting out stuff that's on brand with the company's policies, or are they putting out stuff that's completely random, and at odds with it?
It's difficult, isn't it?
Yes, a difficult one.
Yeah, I think there's pros and cons. I think there's risks like anything when it comes to that. But I think that maybe the medium-sized companies that may be listening to this, or the larger companies that listen to this, I think you have to make that decision, and then you have to commit to it for a period of time. Yeah. And to an extent, you are potentially risking, and that's why I sort of lean towards C-suite, because they're less likely, they're more committed to the company that they're in because they're C-suite. But actually, I would say, okay, well, let me pivot the question differently. If you're an employee or someone who's entrepreneurial minded or starting out, then should you just focus on personal brand? Do you think? I
don't think you should ever just focus on personal brand. I mean,
or can you run them side by side?
Yeah.
Because people know I'm Colton from Brunton Media, but they'll probably know Colton more than they'll know Brunton Media.
Yeah, I think you should run the two. I mean, that's what I would do with various clients is run the two. So you have stuff that's a bit more key messaging perhaps that's going out on the company side, and then stuff that's a bit more personal on the on the individual side. And then the two, there's no reason why the two can't work together. But I mean, I think going back to what you were saying about sort of staff and that, you've only got to look at what's happened with the BBC recently, where